What is up? Okay, hold on. Hello, everybody. Whoa, I have a countdown. Like, sorry, you guys. Hi, everybody. What's up? As you can see, it's very sparse. It's very echo in here. Hello, hello, hello. I don't know if Jennifer's going to be here, but she just text messaged me. Hi, Daphne. Shelly. Hey, everybody. I just give everybody a minute. It's very echo in here. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, my name is Kiki. Welcome to my channel where we discuss K-pop and the K-pop industry. This is our weekly live stream. Once again, I am running like a crazy person to try to get here on time. I'm like, run, run. I just got home at 5 o'clock and it's 7 o'clock here. I can't believe I made it. Hello, Denise. Ms. Honey, hello. Felix is under my bed. Let me look. He's not under my bed. Keep looking. It is a little sparse in here because, you guys, I know some of you guys know that for the past 6 or 7 months, we've been looking for a house and we found a house. I forgot to tell you guys that. We found a house, so I am moving. So you just, the window, just, they get nothing. So yes, I am moving. So yes, woohoo, yes, we found, hello Lisa, we found a new home. That's very exciting. So, are those BTS? Yes, yes, as a matter of fact, it's not BTS PJs, but it's a sugar shirt. It has 93 on the back. It has sugar 93 on the back. So yeah, this is my BTS. So hello everybody. So yes, I am very excited that we're moving. However, I am uniquely tired. I'm also very tired because I've packed up literally so much. So hello Impulse. Oh, Denise said what I think the 2 special songs will be tonight. In Tampa for BTS, you mean? You need one of these shirts? Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Moving is very exhausting. Thank God this time it's not a lot of... Matter of fact, when I get moved in, I will show y'all the home that I moved to, that we're moving to. Did you guys see the BTS, the Run BTS episode? Did y'all see that? I almost gagged because the house that they are at looks like my house. Believe it or not, I'll video the house when we get moved. And once we get everything packed up, and I will show you, we will go through the house and I will show you the house. And y'all will be like, is that the Run BTS? Because I saw the house and I was like, kids, that looks like our house. I was like, does it look like, it's the interior. Looks kind of like our house. Although, how many bedrooms do they have? I think in that house there's 4. There's a bedroom downstairs. Yes, there's a bedroom downstairs and there's 2 or 3 bedrooms upstairs. I had to see it, but the interior, like the way the kitchen looks and the floors, the wooden floors, and the way the stairs lead up and it's like open, like it reminds me of the house that we're moving to. You wish that they would add that type of content to the documentary? Really? Oh, you're in Tampa? Oh, you don't want to enter? Oh, yeah. We need to go back and talk about Tampa. But yeah, Tampa. Do they do a special song? Oh, come on now, y'all got till August. Okay, so y'all explain it to me. Are they supposed to do a special song at the places that they perform? Hello, Victoria. Is that how that goes? Oh, that house has 3 bedrooms. Oh, okay. It's smaller than our house then. But like the way the kitchen looks and the fixtures and the wooden floors. Because right now my floors is... I hate these floors. And my house, I hate it. Because right now, they do 2 different songs each time. Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, my house is a 4-bedroom home. So there's 3 bedrooms and then we have 1 room that's just kind of like a storage room, I guess. I was going to make it, when I moved here, I was like, I'm going to make it into an office and all this shit. And none of that ever happened. 2 old songs. I would love for them to come, when they come to Dallas. I wonder, how do they pick the songs? So do they just randomly pick the songs? Do they spin a wheel? Because I know I went to some K-pop groups and when Jin came, he spun a wheel. Do they spin a wheel? Hi, Isaac, the goat. So how do they pick the songs? Y'all tell me. Do they spin a wheel? Do they pick names out of a hat? I feel like they will. I'm trying to avoid anything Tampa related. I can't see my boy. I know, me either. Daphne, me either. I can't see them till August. So I'm trying to avoid all of the concert stuff. Oh, the music directors choose it and they don't know and they have to sing it. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I heard that the music director chooses it and then they have to sometimes they forget the lyrics. I heard that too. So hopefully in Dallas we get something good. DJ Gino is streaming random lives from Tampa Bay on his Patreon channel. Do you know? I know of him, but I don't watch him. But I've heard people mention him before. Supposedly they don't know. They act surprised. Jennifer says they quote unquote act surprised. What's my favorite color? Red or black. Red and black. It's my favorite. Anything dark. Because I'm a morose person. Red, black, gray. I like dark colors. If y'all hear, once again, if you guys hear things in the background, it's just my kids. My kids are. Am I saying MRC as well? Who is MRC? He has all paid content for free on his Patreon. Oh, is that how Gino? I'm not. Again, Gino is, I saw his channel, it comes up on my feed, but he's a reactor channel. And I, like, every time I've seen him come up on my recommends, it's a reactor channel, and I don't like reactor channels. They seem surprised. I am not watching the concerts right now. I went to Bruno Mars last week, and y'all see that on my shorts. I had to, and then if you're on my Patreon, then you get the full Jennifer experience. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to go see HYBE, but Jennifer told me no. Jennifer told me, quote unquote, HYBE is a concert you see once and you ain't got to see it again. That's what Jennifer told me to tell y'all. That HYBE is you see it once and you ain't got to see it again. Oh, My Chemical Romance. Oh my God, that's something my son would want to see. We would go to see that. He used to live in the United States, but moved back to South Korea after. Oh, okay. So DJ Gino, he's Korean. He used to live in the United States, but his dad passed away and he moved back to South Korea. Okay. My Chemical Romance. Yeah, I had to look that up because I want to see it with my kids, my son in particular. They like that. I like My Chemical Romance too. But we saw Bruno Mars last week and it was good. It was. And again, I have a review coming up this week that I already recorded and that I will post probably on Tuesday if nothing else happens about my Bruno Mars concert experience and what I thought about the concert and the songs and everything. It's going to a K-pop concert and going to a Western concert is some of the stuff is the same, but then some of the stuff is not. He also does translations of the live and live broadcast. Yeah, so we will see because there's just a difference in Western artists and K-pop ones, like the concert going experience. So there you go. They're doing Black Parade concert. Are you seeing them a week before BTS? I got to look that up, girl, because my kids, like Gorillas, come to Fort Worth, which is I'm in Dallas for, I think Gorillas go to Fort Worth, and I asked my kids that they want, because my kids have never been to a concert before, and I want them to go, and they of course, they're not interested in K-pop. They're just, he keeps denying that he's Army. So DJ Gino says that he is not Army. Okay, well, at least he's honest about it. You think that HYBE Boys translations are better, though? Okay, I haven't heard, HYBE Boys translations are pretty good. And I love HYBE Boy. Y'all know HYBE Boy is my dude. Like, a lot of y'all have come from HYBE Boys. Like, anytime I do a video, sometimes HYBE Boys videos will pop up and it'll recommend my videos. And people, so which again, I don't have any control over that. That's YouTube doing that. But HYBE Boy and Asian Entertainment, I've said it before, I love them to death. But sometimes I think they're too Army. And so I'm like, a lot of times I agree with what they're saying, but then sometimes I don't, because I feel like that them being Army sometimes taints how they see certain things. And then also Asian Entertainment and HYBE Boy is different culture than me. I think I'm a lot more, even though Asian Entertainment lives here, I think she lives in LA, I am a lot more westernized in my view of the K-pop industry than they are. And of course, HYBE, he's in South Korea that we know of. And so the way they explain things gives deep insight into Korean and Asian culture. But when it comes to like the music industry, I think that's where they kind of drop off. Like Asian entertainment, she know her stuff about like the marketing and the PR and the end. But I think when it comes to like the minutia of the industry, like the artists themselves, that's where the disconnect falls for me. Because sometimes the things that they feel and think, I was like, that's a very K-pop fan thing to think. Or I think to myself, that's a very Asian thing. Like it's just culturally different. I see things in a very westernized way, and I've never pretended that I don't. I see things in the way the West does it. And I don't agree with the way the West does their industry, but the way I see things is, to me, very cut and dry. It's not like I'm BTS Army, but I can still stay objectionable as to what BTS do and what HYBE does. And again, I've said it before. Some of y'all been in my channel a long time. I've pointed criticisms for HYBE. Like I'm not like, oh, everything's all wonderful at HYBE. No, I have serious reservations about how that they do their business and things that they have done that I feel like is mistakes. I agree. At least HYBE is honest. I agree. At least HYBE. I like I said, I didn't watch Gino because I don't do reactor channels. Even though I'm friends with some reactors. I know people who do BTS reactors. I've met them. But, and no shade to them, but it's just not my thing. I don't like watching videos where people react to K-pop videos or dancing. I don't watch none. I don't watch a lot of K-pop channels, to be honest with you. I think I'm subscribed to maybe 5 K-pop channels. And 3 of the people is because I know them. Matter of fact, one person channel I'm subscribed to is subscribed to my channel. Like she comes on here. Were you looking at fan? See, Katina's looking at the fan cams already. Couldn't find one yet. I did see somebody posted clips of the sound check in Tampa. Ah, Jimin. Jimin is, I tell y'all, this is peak Jimin, y'all. Peak Jimin. Peak Jimin is here. Peak Jimin is here, y'all. But anyway, since we got everybody here and we've discussed, we're going to have many topics to talk about because I was not here last week. So we are going to get into it, and I'm going to start at the small things first and then work my way to BTS, because BTS is the bread and butter, is the main event in these conversations. Because I wasn't here last week, I missed out a lot of things. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is Big Bang and Coachella. Did anyone see Big Bang at Coachella? Raise your hand. Did anyone see Taeyang walk around with no shirt on with some leather pants? I'm asking for a friend, because I saw that and I was like, oh, we walking around with no shirt on with leather pants on. I was like, did you see it? Lisa said she did. She raised her hand. I saw it. I saw it too. And it was a thing to behold. I was like, oh wow. I said, oh wow. So I watched all of Big Bang's performance at Coachella. There are some observations I would like to give. They looked really, really good. Lisa, they did. They look really, really. G-Dragon looked so cute in his little outfits. He had like this furry hat on that was round. I was like, G-Dragon, okay. And so they have faced criticisms for their performance as if, first of all, as if G-Dragon gives a damn, because he don't. G-Dragon don't care. G-Dragon has faced critics and criticisms every time he's performed. Whether it be his concert last year, whether it be his award show appearance, whether it be him sneezing, whether it be him at a fashion event, no matter where the G-Dragon goes, people are always going to pick out to drag him in some sort of way. It in my opinion, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing really I can say about that. But G-Dragon, I don't think this care. Last year, I meant to tell y'all, some of y'all on my Patreon know, I posted that G-Dragon made $48 million by himself last year. So really, I mean, when y'all talking about like, you know, I don't think G-Dragon really cares, in my opinion, whether people drag him or not when he made $48 million. Galaxy Entertainment went from a company making $100 million, less than $100 million a year. They went from making like $60 million up to $274 million a year, all basically because of G-Dragon. So G-Dragon is laughing all the way to the bank. He doesn't care. People make fun of his singing. They make fun of his mannerisms. Is he rapping? Is he singing? Is he talking? He walks around on stage, whatever. Like G Dragon is just G Dragon, and people make fun of him, and he doesn't care. You know, DJ Gino got free concert tickets and gave them an army today. Oh wow, well he must be rich, because I ain't giving away nothing. Just imagine we'll make during the tour. They're gonna make a lot of money. So they announced their tour the other day. If you guys didn't know, Big Bang announced their tour. For 2026, Jennifer and I are very excited. We plan to go to this tour. If they come to Dallas or any place near in Texas, we are going to go. So you used to be a big Bang, but not. Denise says she can't get with G Dragon. He used to be. You feel like he's regressed. Other people have felt that way. I am glad that he's doing what he wants and that he's happy. But yes, girl, Denise, I understand. Trust me. I watch hours upon hours of them Big Bang videos, and I'm like, G Dragon. I'm like, well, do your thing, boy. Do your thing, daddy. So I'm eager to see them. I'm eager to see them in concert. So I can't wait for that. So that's what happened with Big Bang. Again, I did a short about people making a big deal about them not doing Western media. And I've said it in my short. The only way I can say how it is not a flex. If they don't, if Big Bang did not want to do Western media, that is their prerogative. I didn't feel either way about it. I was just like, oh, okay. Do them. And then somehow the Korean people and the K-pop fans, the VIPs was like, oh, they didn't do Western media. I was like, here we go. I'm like, and then like whenever they performed at Coachella, people were trying to compare them to BTS. Like it was just, I was like, keep BTS name out your mouth for real. I was like, you can like both. I like Big Bang and I like BTS. I respect both groups. What Big Bang did at Coachella had nothing to do with BTS on tour. You know what I'm saying? Like these two things are not even in the same, like people always try to drag BTS into whatever the situation may be. And I'm just like, I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired. It's tiresome. You said listening to it now is rough. Talk about they never can beat BTS. I agree. And I don't understand why fans keep dragging BTS into these conversations. Well, BTS, I'm like, BTS what? Big Bang out there doing their thing at Coachella. BTS is touring. What do these two things have to do with each other? Can't you just respect both groups? I respect Big Bang being at Coachella and getting on stage and doing their thing. And I love them. And then I love BTS. Like, I don't understand why BTS even came up in the conversation about Big Bang at Coachella. But they came up and yes, they were bringing up BTS. And I'm like, what? Child, I was like, I don't understand what these two groups have to do with each other. Nothing to do with anything. You know, it's like people just bring up stuff like this just to be starting some mess. You know what I'm saying? Child, I'm done with these people. These people be up here starting mess. They be just up here starting mess. I'm just like, why are y'all starting this? Like, why are y'all starting this shit? Like, the armies was like, what does that have to do with BTS? Nothing. I said, they just want attention. Girl, anyway, so I'm gonna get off that. But when they come on tour, I will record the tour and I will do whatever I got to do. Look, I'm changing the light. I will do whatever I got to do to make sure that we are going to, you know, make sure that we get y'all posted videos or whatever. What else? The second thing I want to talk about is this week I will have a New Jeans update. I'm doing a comprehensive New Jeans Danielle update because yes, there has been some updates regarding the Adore Danielle New Jeans thing. I won't get into it right now because it's a lot. And I won't get into the theories and the rumors that I've heard. It's a lot. So get ready for that video. I think I'm going to do the video tomorrow and then release it on Wednesday or Thursday, tentatively, where I'll give you all the New Jeans update and all the gossip. Because, honey, there's some tea out there pouring about New Jeans, honey. There is some tea out there, y'all. Whew! This tea is hot. I'm like, this tea is burning hot. Like, I was like, oh, I got to get this tea out. Because people is talking, honey. People is talking. There's some issues that went on with the child. If y'all don't know, Adore, their lawyers withdrew from the case. So now this is going to hold up the case further. And then the fans are accusing of Adore doing this on purpose because their legal counsel have withdrawn. as of yesterday, like it's some things going on. I'm gonna talk about it, but it's a hot mess. Taemin was great. Was Taemin good? I love Taemin. Yeah, I think it's very fascinating that we have not heard about Minji. I told y'all months ago what my theory was. I said I don't know if Minji gonna come back. I said I don't. I have a feeling that either she's waiting to see what happens with the Danielle situation or she wasn't coming back. I said, and I will say it again, I would be very surprised if she comes back because I don't think she will. But we'll see. But again, y'all prepare for the video because I'm going to give you all the updates about what's going on because there's been quite a bit of spottings and sightings and then, like I said, gossip. There's just gossip out there. Y'all know I got to do my face. I just got out the shower, so give us a preview. That, you know, I am going to put the tea out there, girl. The preview is that, you know, things are not, you know, Danielle came out with a song, y'all. Y'all hear about Danielle came out on her social media with a song? Anyway, I heard it. I was like, okay, girl, you know what? Do you? Like, I'm not trying to drag her or whatever. But I said before and I say it again. Danielle and this whole New Jeans thing is going to be written about in the history books for years to come. Just like the TVXQ thing is still written about and still talked about. And New Jeans is going to go down the same corridor. And they're going to be talked about and whispered about in the annals of history. And people is going to be a tale of what not to do. You know, Danielle is wasting her time. Like, she, you know, decided to do this. And that's what she want to do. That's fine. But again, I said it before and I said it again. The way that they talk about Adore and HYBE is nothing comparable to what's going on in other industries. So let's talk about what's going on in the industry. I've done 4 videos about the 100 things in the boys, and you know, Taemin left. CBX is trying to leave. It's rumors that they're going to Galaxy Entertainment, but Galaxy Entertainment came out and said no. So I don't know what's going to happen with not CBX, not all of CBX, but what's the C in CBX? Who's the C in CBX, y'all? Come on. Hello, Gemini. Who's the C in CBX? What is his name? What's the C in CBX? Oh, whatever. The C and CBX have been rumored to go with Galaxy Entertainment, where Taemin and G-Dragon is. But then Galaxy Entertainment came out and said no, that nothing is confirmed. But I heard the CBX, all 3 of them, baby. Okay, let's just talk. Okay, okay. Okay. Y'all didn't hear from me, but CBX, if y'all didn't know, were the members of EXO. They left EXO. I mean, they left SM to leave because of contractual disputes and things that they claimed was going on funny with SM, and then SM sued them, and SM they had a deal where they would pay SM royalties or whatever. And then CBS went and started their own company, INB 100, and that was purchased by 100, who this same lady that's in trouble with the boys and Vivix and Taemin and all these people are trying to leave, okay? So if you want to talk about mistreatment, there's some real mistreatment and some foolery and fuckery going on there. People ain't got paid. I done did 3-4 videos about this company. I done did posts and videos about how staff ain't getting paid, how people are working side jobs, and you know, and how artists have not gotten paid. So there's been a rumor come out that the C and CBS, what is his name? What is it? Chen, yeah. Yeah, Baekhyun. I'm sorry, Baekhyun, not the C, the B in CBS, sorry. The B, the famous one, Baekhyun, that he was going to go to Galaxy Entertainment, but that has not been finalized. However, I hear, and you did not hear it from me, because, you know, CBX was all strong. They were all united front against SM, and they have allegedly a bad relationship with the other members of EXO who thought that they shouldn't have left. So what I heard, again, take it with a grain of salt, is they do not have a good relationship with the other members of EXO. What I'm hearing now is that there's discord within CBX now. Now I hear that the B in CBX, the same one that was going to go to Baekhyun, that he wants to leave, that he wants to go, but then the other 2 are kind of like stuck in limbo. So it's kind of a situation where I hear that the CBX is fighting. So C, B, and X is all fighting. Now I hear that they are having some sort of altercation, that they are upset because of various reasons. But it's not their fault that this company, this 100, has fell apart. The boys is up there filing an injunction saying that saying this 100 and their crazy ass CEO, they're saying that they haven't gotten paid. They're saying that they need a settlement. They're saying that there's breach of contract. Like, it's all kinds of lawsuits going on right now. But I hear the CBX thing, that they were united front, that I hear that B wants to be gone up out of there. That B is like, I am going to go find a deal. And then the other two, the C and the X, are like, wait a minute. You just going to take out what it was your idea for us to leave SM in the first damn place. B, how you going to take off and get deals and then leave us out here in the cold? That's where I hear the sentiment is kind of going, allegedly. So I hear that there's discord between, which is understandable, because you're like, okay, you going to take off and just leave us? What are we supposed to do? And he was like, shit, at this point, it's every K-pop idol for themselves at this point. The boys did win their first judgment. They did. So yeah, so I can understand them being mad at Baekhyun, because they're like, so you just gonna leave us, bro? You just gonna leave us behind? Oh, bet that. Like, like, wait a minute. We were in this together. We didn't form the company together. I'm telling you, money make people do funny things. Money make people funny. And when people are talking about their homes, like I did a report back in January about them losing their homes. Like they're losing their livelihood and their homes. They haven't been paid. They haven't paid their staff. So they owe creditors. Like, creditors didn't come out the woodwork. Photographers and videographers saying that CBX owed them money. So, I mean, like tens and tens of thousands of dollars. So yeah, then SM is going to take them to court. I reported this a month ago. SM is going to take their asses to court. SM is like, where our money at? And they were like, what money? They were promised the album. They were all of that. 100 has not done none of that, y'all. They have not even paid these men. So SM is breathing down their neck, saying that they're going to take them back to court. Like, if we were promised royalties, and then CBX is like, what royalties? We ain't got none. No album was made, no tours, nothing. They were supposed to appear at DreamCon or whatever, and that shit got canceled, so they didn't get paid for that. Then they tried to blame it on the Chinese promoters, and I kept telling people it was total complete bullshit. 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I was like, they were like, DreamCon got canceled because the promoters fell through. I said, oh, really? The promotion fell through. Okay. Girl, please. The people was in my comment section talking about, well, it ain't. I was like, the promotion didn't fall through, dummies. Like, it didn't. The head of the company, the agency, the boys are trying to say that this chick embezzled all the money. They trying to say that the Chagon one, the CEO embezzled 100, that she embezzled all of their fucking money. Allegedly. So they going back to court, but that's what they were saying. The word on the curve, like I said, is that she misappropriated the funds. She hasn't paid anybody. She was trying to go out in the media and said that she paid it. No, they were like, no, we haven't got a settlement. We haven't gotten paid. Vivek's left. Everybody is leaving. And what's amazing to me, and I said it before and I'll say it again, is that there are artists out there really being mistreated. Really they are being mistreated. These people are being mistreated, in my opinion. But I'm like, where is the protest trucks? Where is the protest trucks? Where are the people online hooping and hollering? Where are the funeral wreaths, y'all? Where is it? I said, all these people get online and talk cash money bullshit about, we got to protect artists. So who is protecting the boys? Where are all the naysayers who are upset about HYBE or Mano or whoever the F? Where they at? Because these are artists that are losing their livelihoods. These are stylists. These are staff members that have not getting paid. They've lost their insurance payments. These are people that cannot pay their bills. These people out here driving around working at warehouses because they can't pay their bills because this chick ain't paid them. Where are the fans at? I'm like, okay, so where the fans at? Where y'all at? Where y'all nobody cares? CBX, EXO. We ain't talking about some new group. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage from the media? The media report like, next thing you know, the story will drop. Oh, well, they going back to court. The story wasn't even in the top 10 on these publications, y'all. That's how I know this shit that's how I know this shit with HYBE bullshit. That's how I know that it be foul. Anything that happens with HYBE, it is amplified 100 times because of BTS. Other agencies get away with just treating idols like nothing, stiffing money, doing all kinds of shit. And the Korean media tiptoe around these other agencies like they la-di-da. But let HYBE do something, and it's nonstop, round-the-clock news 24/7. I'm like, nobody cares about Taemin. Taemin got out what he could. Taemin, the idol of idols, Taemin. And nobody really said anything. I was like, we ain't got nothing to... Okay, y'all, well, okay. Child, it's a joke. So I'm like, that's why I say with the K-pop fans, I can't take them seriously talking about protecting artists and all this shit that they talk about when it's just directed at HYBE. When HYBE ain't really done, I mean, I'm like, okay, ain't done half of the stuff that goes on in K-pop. We see it all the time. So besides 100, let's talk about Pocket Doll. Okay, I don't know if y'all heard, who on here has heard the situation with Fantasy Boys and Pocket Doll? Raise your proverbial comment hand. If you have heard about Pocket Doll, which is an agency, and Fantasy Boys, raise your hand if you know the story. Because I promise you, a lot of y'all don't know the story. Yeah, they too busy talking about Bang Shook got arrested. I was like, the whole CEO of 100, like she should go to prison. They raided her offices last month. And it was like, and then the thing about this, it gets me so angry about all of this shit, y'all. The only person talking about this is me. Like, people are like, I haven't even heard this. You the only person. I'm the only content creator I know talking about this. I'm like, ain't nobody talking about them raiding the office. But let HYBE get raided. Everybody talking about it. I'm like, this lady is foul. Like, she having an affair with the CEO. The CEO got prostitutes. The CEO is caught with drugs. I'm like, no. What the... Nobody, I was floored. I'm like, so nobody's talking about the story? Nobody. I'm the only person that's done video after video after video because I find it interesting and it's sad. There are literally staff members that have talked about taking their own lives, y'all, because they don't have no money. And it's not funny, but I'm just like, what? There are people online anonymously writing about them being destitute, them losing their apartments and their homes because they have not gotten paid in like 4 or 5 months. They're having to take like jobs, like delivery food jobs, and take side jobs to try to help their families because these people have kids and parents and spouses that rely upon them, and they're like, all of a sudden they ain't got no money. Nobody's talking about this. Nobody talks about it. So yes, if y'all don't know about Fantasy Boys, okay, Fantasy Boys have suffered a lot. If you don't know the story, again, I can't go into a deep dive. I won't go into a deep dive of it. Fantasy Boys is a K-pop group. I believe that they're 5th generation. So they haven't been around that long. And I believe they were formed after one of these reality shows. How can I put this? Fantasy Boys belong to an agency called Pocket Doll. And they're a smaller agency. There have been rumors going on. Again, this is all allegedly. Number one, that the agency worked them constantly. Like, they were doing live streams and talking to their fans for months, talking about they have gone from Japan to Korea with no sleep. Like, they were getting 1 or 2 hours of sleep. They were talking about them not eating. They were talking about a member of the group on stage passed out. Like, on stage, like they had to carry them off stage because they worked these boys to death. They have talked about them separating them in subunits and just sending them to different countries and working them to death. There is one particular member, there's several members that have had to take hiatuses and health breaks due to, from what I hear, from them having almost a damn near nervous breakdown, that they are malnourished. There was one little boy that was so skinny in the back, like he was sickly pale, and he was on the stage dancing, and I was like, Lord have mercy. Like, there's video footage of this. There's one member who eventually took a hiatus, and he came back, but they said he was doing the abuse hand signal. I didn't even know what that was. I asked my daughter, I said, what's the abuse hand signal? My daughter's like, oh, I don't know what, y'all know what the abuse hand signal, y'all know what it is? My showed me what it was. So I went back and watched the video, and the dude was on, his live stream, and it looked like he was doing the abuse hand thing. And so that caused fans kept looking like, why is he doing his hand like that? Like, you're like, what is he, what does that mean? And somebody was like, oh my God, that's the help. That's the help hand signal. So some of y'all know what I'm talking about. And again, I read all this and I thought this can't be right. But when I started to look things at the live streams and the things that they were doing and how skinny some of these boys were getting, I was like, oh, and how they talked about them not having sleep for days, you know. And so it was, yes, yeah. So yeah, if you don't know what the hand signal, it came around during COVID that people would do live streams like kids and stuff, and if they were being harmed in their home, they came up with a universal hand signal. A lot of people knew it. Like, I know people in India know this. Like, a lot of people know what the hand signal. If you look it up, there's a hand gesture, and my kids know what it is. And I had never heard of it, and I thought people were crazy. But after watching the videos, I'm like, is he doing it? And then I had my daughter watching, and my daughter sat there. She don't know nothing about K-pop. She watched this. This was like a year and a half ago. She watched the videos, and she's like, yeah, she's like, Mama, he doing a hand, you know, saying that he's in distress. And then some of them hadn't seen their families in a long time. Like, literally, y'all, these dudes were going everywhere. And and some of the members, like one member had got so thin, like so thin. Like, you could see like his veins through his arm, like he was so pale and thin. And they were literally working them to death, okay? So there are people that were talking about it and didn't say anything about it. Well, Quiet as it kept last year, they've actually filed a lawsuit against their agency for back payment, for mistreatment, all kinds of stuff. And thank goodness and then there's another artist too called BAP187. I think he's another member, and he wants out of his contract too. So this Pocket Doll agency is a whole hot mess. Like, how they were formed. And let me tell y'all something. Let me hold on. Let me tell y'all something right now. Not about this particular agency, but let me just tell y'all something I've been wanting to say for a long time. Some of these small agencies, and I think I've said this before, are formed on the basis of them trying to get money. Okay? Some of these agencies are formed and ran by people like managers who are not good people. These people are unscrupulous CEOs, these unscrupulous managers, and stuff like that. And some of these artists are, in a pursuit of their dreams, are mistreated. I don't know if Fantasy Boys, I'm not saying they're mistreated or not, but if you go online and look it up, it's enough there. You know, it's enough. Like, these kids, these boys were overworked. I mean, overworked. Like, one of them was on stage and they bust out crying for no reason. Like, he was just in tears. Like, you know, you could just see the look on his face while he looked off stage, and a look of horror. While he was scared, you could tell he was scared. Like, he was crying, he was scared, and nobody could figure out why he was crying. He was crying, and he was looking off stage at the manager, and he was just, you could tell that, and they're young. And so there are real artists out there in small agencies that I've said before that are being vehemently mistreated. And to sit there and point out SM and HYBE and YG and JYP, I'm not saying bad things don't go on, but to compare that to what goes on in small agencies, it's not even a comparison. Yeah, they did, and they forced him to deny it on live. They did. They made him go out and issue a statement like, he got up there and he's like, no, I'm fine. Everything's fine. And I'm watching the video and I'm like, he didn't look like everything was fine. Like, he was like, everything's fine. Everything's great. Oh, I know you guys are worried, and you know, everything's fine. Everything's great. And the way he was looking off camera, he was like, yeah, everything's fine. Everything's great. Like, you know that there was a manager probably sitting next to him telling you better go on there, you know. Pocket Doll is horrible. You know, the small agencies have such a reputation. But I just found it so sad. But they're filing a lawsuit, and they're trying to get out of this situation. And so obviously the things that we thought about were true. So again, I had no doubt that this agency was mistreating, just the way that they looked and all the things that were going on and things that we were hearing, and how they were severely overworked. I mean, no rest, no break. They were literally on a live stream talking about they've had like 3 hours of sleep in 8 days. Like, they were like, well, we haven't slept, we haven't ate. And I'm like, wait, you haven't slept and you haven't ate in days? What the hell kind of operation is this? You know? Oh, girl, yeah, we're going to talk about the girl from Triple S. We're going to talk about that too. But yes, Pocket Doll, if y'all want to talk about agencies, and people not saying anything. Again, what has happened at 100 Agency and Pocket Doll is fucking criminal. Like, it's criminal. Like, these people who sometimes get in the industry, they don't love music. They're in it for the money. They're in it to use. They look at the idols, these young men and women, as commodities. They don't look at them as like people. They like, no, you need to work, and we're gonna get as many as we can to break you off into units. And that was Pocket Doll's strategy, is to get as many as they can. I think there's 9 of them, and to get as many as they can to break them off into units. And then they would send the units off to different countries to do promotions for hours, for days at a time. And then they're expected to rehearse and everything. And like I said, it is just so sad to see some of them had gotten so skinny. Like, and speaking of skinny, we're going to talk about Triple S. So Triple S is a girl group, and there's a member, her name is Chaewon, and she has gotten so skinny. I put a post on her that I showed it to my kids, and I showed it to Jennifer, and she was like, what in the world? This girl is probably less than 100 pounds. I promise you, she's probably like 80 something pounds. Like, she is literally skinny. If you have not seen the pictures of Triple S, Chaewon, I think that's her name, it's disgusting. Like, my kids were like, what in the world? They're like, if she fall down, she will be severely injured. Like, if she would hurt herself, she has no cushion to protect her. And she got on there and made a statement saying that she didn't want anybody to worry, that she was okay, that she was healthy, and she had a new emoji out. Yes, she said she had a new emoji out, y'all. Don't forget that. Don't forget that part. I'm fine. I'm healthy. I'm the healthiest I've ever been. Oh, by the way, I got a new emoji out. I'm like, girl, you talking about emoji? She's literally stick thin. And then the agency really hasn't said too much about it. But the girl, and then the rub is, last year, when you look at old pictures of her, they were making fun of her online, saying that she was too fat. So I just thought I'd bring that. They were saying that she was too fat. There was nothing fat about this girl. She's maybe a little bit thicker than the others, but they were saying that she was fat. Now they're saying that she's too skinny. What she is unhealthy looking. But I just, it makes me sad. She's a young lady. She's a beautiful young lady. And it severely pulls on my heartstrings to know that she is out here. Oh, you found a fan cam is crazy in there? Yeah, because she was online, Daphne, they was online saying she was fat. The fans was like, oh, you fat, oh, you fat, oh, you fat. I posted on my Patreon about a boy group, 4th generation boy group, a lesser known one. They came back. They came back in December, and one of the members, he has always struggled with his weight, right? He is what I would say a healthy weight. Like, I would consider him like a healthy weight. Don't you know when this group, I'll try to find the group. I'll try to find the group. But this idol, I forgot the name of the group. It's a 4th generation or 3rd generation group, a smaller group. When they came back, don't you know they was online calling this guy Fat Pig? Don't you know they was online making fun of him? Don't you know they was online telling this dude to go off himself because he had gained weight? He has said he has always struggled with his weight. He was really skinny when he was younger. He said he was doing because he was doing unhealthy things. Don't you know they was online talking about, I mean, they just called him awful and horrible things. They were saying horrible things to him. The agency has not responded, but I reported this like a couple of weeks ago on my Patreon, that it was just disgusting. They were like, you're a fat pig. Like, who is this person on the screen? Like, you should be ashamed of yourself. You don't have any self-control. What? I'm like, wow. Like, y'all, I'm serious. They were making fun of him. It was just horrible. I mean, it was just, so in K-pop, there has always been a issue or things with anorexia, with bulimia, with eating. The thing about it is now with Ozempic, and again, I'm not against Ozempic at all. I have personally tried Ozempic, but Ozempic messed with my stomach because I already got stomach issues, y'all. Y'all know I got real bad. Well, some of y'all don't know. I have really bad gastrointestinal issues. So when I was on Ozempic, I didn't eat, but it slows down your digestive system. My digestive system is messed up as it is. So when I was on Ozempic, it caused like a dumping, like that's what they call it. So where my digestive system has slowed so bad to the point where it causes, this is TMI, but it causes you to be severely constipated. And I had to take so many supplements because I already have the issue. So if you have any kind of gastrointestinal issues, I do. Ozempic and Wegovy, these drugs are not for you. And so what happens now is the idols don't want anybody to know that they're taking Wegovy and Ozempic. So like a quiet thing because people feel like if you take Ozempic and Wegovy, that you have somehow failed, that you're not disciplined enough. But on the flip side, everybody is doing it. Everybody is out here taking Ozempic and Wegovy in K-pop. A lot, especially the women, but the men too. They are getting prescriptions and they're taking it, and then they're ashamed to tell anybody. They're taking it and they're injecting themselves in secret. Hello, baddies. Hey, baddies. Oh, baddies. So that's how it kind of goes in K-pop. Everybody is on Ozempic. So, but they just don't want to admit it because they feel like it's such a stigma against it in South Korea, which is weird, but okay. Because they use plastic surgery and everything else. I don't understand why that would be such a stigma, but apparently it is. So I'm sad. But that girl from Triple S, yes, she, and it's just the fat shaming. Then I got a post coming up about IU. IU was talking about how much she eat, and baby, she was eating like a handful of strawberries and like 3 ounces of chicken. So I said, in other words, IU is out here starving herself. So IU is out here starving herself. She talking about she picks food. IU is literally 96 pounds. They were talking about an article that IU is 96 pounds. I love IU. That's my girl. She's 96 pounds. She barely eats. She talking about she eats porridge before she go to bed. There's like this porridge mix that she makes with like chopped up rice and water and milk and salt and pepper that she eats like a porridge like a 4 ounce thing of porridge twice a day and like a handful of blueberries and like a protein. Like that's really how IU eats. And then even when she do eat it, she try not to eat at all. So again, this shit with K-pop singers being skinny is not genetic. It's not that Koreans are thinner than everybody else. Literally, they are starving themselves. They're literally starving themselves. They're not eating. They're not eating. They're eating like 2 forks of rice, 4 blueberries, a half an apple, and a little piece of chicken. Like they're literally starving themselves. My heart breaks for Golden James says though for the people who you perform only on strawberries. Yes. And I tell y'all another thing, honey, a lot of these idols be out here talking about they taking supplements. Honey, these supplements got caffeine in them. Whoa. Kiki, you telling the truth. Shame the devil today, honey. Honey, I'm dropping truths today, baby. When them idols talk about they taking supplements, honey, these supplements are basically like uppers or like amphetamines. It's a lot of that in K-pop. How else are you going to get energy? You either have to mega dose yourself with caffeine or you have to take supplements, quote unquote, supplements in Korea that are full of uppers. They're basically what we would call uppers to keep you go. Because there's no way you can eat 3 strawberries and a piece of chicken and a piece of cheese and be ready to go rehearse for 6 hours and be on stage or go do a movie. It's physically impossible to eat that little and have that much energy. So a lot of these idols they take supplements, and these supplements have large mega doses of caffeine, and then some of the supplements prescribed by doctors are basically an overglorified legal version of uppers, of amphetamines. So that's how they keep their energy. And that's the quiet part of the industry that people don't really like to talk about, that these idols take lots and lots of quote unquote supplements, lots of them. Like they will have like 7, 8, 9 pill bottles of all kinds of things that are unhealthy in the long run. It's unhealthy. It's just unhealthy. It's just not healthy. It's not healthy for your cardiovascular system. It's just not healthy. It's not. And so it can cause long-term health effects. You hear about so many idols and music and movies that have a hard time conceiving. They have all kinds of, I read stories all the time about this actress married and she got IVF, or this actor married and his wife has had IVF. And I'm like, there's a lot of IVF in South Korea. There's a lot of it. And I'm like, is this normal? Like, why does everybody, if you don't know what IVF is, in vitro fertilization. So having a baby where you go to a doctor and they fertilize the egg with the sperm manually. There is a lot of that going on. There's a lot of people who have a hard time getting pregnant and pregnancy complications with idols. I read about it all the time. And I'm like, why is this a thing? And then people tell me that that's because they've lived an unhealthy life. They've starved themselves, which of course messes with your fertility. If you're underweight, it messes with your fertility. If you're overweight, it messes with your fertility. But if you're yo-yo dieting, it messes with your fertility, period. If you are out here taking a whole bunch of supplements, yes, that affects your fertility, especially as a woman. Having unhealthy lifestyle and losing weight and gaining weight and losing weight and being too thin, that all affects your ability to conceive a child. And sometimes you may go, it just catches up with you. And so I've noticed that there's a lot of like artificial insemination. Like a lot of the stars and the rich people have problems conceiving children. Yeah, if you don't eat enough, you don't have a period. Right. Yes, your heart and your cardiovascular system affects your hormone levels. So a lot of idols out there, or former idols, or actors and actresses and people, they have a lot of hard time having babies, or they have multiple miscarriages. And then you can't help to wonder, like, all that strain that you put on your body, especially being a woman. Now, men, they can bounce back a little bit easier than we can. But as a woman, like, all of that is connected. Like your uterine, your fertility, your estrogen is all connected to your nutrition, your stress levels. I tell people that if people have a high cortisone levels, like people who are really stressed, and being in the industry is very stressful all the time. So you're not eating, you're really skinny, you're underneath a lot of pressure and stress all the time. And then people wonder why they have a hard time conceiving a child. I'm like, well, yeah, all that stress, energy, endorphins, that affects your estrogen levels, and your estrogen levels drop, and you can't conceive. You stop having periods because you're too skinny. You need a certain amount of fat and fat density and uterine health. All of these things go into being able to be fertile. And so the idea that a lot of these actors and actresses and female idols are having so many problems conceiving, it is something that I learned within the past couple of months that hasn't gone over my head. Because I'm like, well, why? Like this one, I can point many stories where they have had trouble conceiving or had multiple miscarriages. And it's just like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. It's not all of Korea. It's something that goes on with the idols and the famous ones. Because again, when you treat your body like this for 10, 15 years, and you're constantly yo-yo dieting, it's not healthy. That's not healthy for you in any kind of way. Yes, being an athlete can affect that as well. Right. Hello, AK. AK, what's up? What's up, AK? Y'all, there's AK, y'all. AK of AK Watch. She has her own YouTube channel. You guys check out AK Watch. But I just feel so sad that, these women get an older age in their 30s, and then they're like, okay, I want to conceive. And then they end up having all these myriad of complications. And it's not hard, Yeah, you can't carry a full-term pregnancy if you don't have a certain amount of being able to sustain that pregnancy. Some of them get pregnant and they have miscarriages because I'm like, okay, you have to be a healthy weight. Like, you have to be able to feed that baby something. And then some of these women, I'm just going to be honest, get pregnant and they still want to continue the same diets that they had. And even though the doctor is telling them, like, okay, you're pregnant, you're going to have to up your intake and up your food intake. And some of these women still try to maintain the same damn diets, y'all, that they've always had. And even though the doctor is telling them. But again, when your sense of eating is so warped, when it's like, I think I had too much, and then you're like, okay, well, that's not even enough for a normal person, much less a baby. They have a real messed up sense of full, like IU was talking about, she chews her food like 500 times. Like she chews her food so she can stay full. And they had a nerve to publish this in a publication. Like I'm reading the whole thing going, the fuck? Like that she chews and chews and chews so she can stay full. That she eats porridge. Who the F eat porridge? Who chews 150 times so you can stay full? I'm like, okay, that sounds like an eating disorder that IU has. And I can't even believe they put this in the article. Like I was blinking, I'm like, isn't that anorexia? I'm like, what the? I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, she chewing to be full. She eat about 3 strawberries. She eat porridge before she go to bed, which is like ground up rice and milk and water. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. This is an eating disorder, and y'all put this in there like it's a diet. I'm like, bitch, that ain't no diet. That's an eating disorder. I'm like, that ain't no diet. I'm like, that ain't no diet. She's starving herself. I'm like, talking about that's a diet. I'm like, what kind of diet is that? Like, I'm like, I was perplexed that they even put that in a publication, honey. Because to me, I'm like, it sounds like you're starving yourself, IU, girl. I mean, it's a lot of stress to put on their bodies, It was like in the 80s, eating disorders were rampant. Yes. One idol, yes, I remember she said she ate an apple and 2 pieces of lettuce like it was nothing. And then they get up there like bold and proud, like, oh, well, I had 3 bites of rice and 2 strawberries. I'm like, is that something to brag? Should we be telling people? And then other young ladies see this, or they read these stories on social media and they emulate this. So they think like, oh, this is normal. Like such and such lost a whole bunch of weight. And like I said, I'm tired of K-pop normalizing eating disorders. Like basically everybody has an eating disorder. And then it's just kind of glossed over and normalized like, well, I got to do what I got to do. Baby. Huh. All right. And the thing about it is, like, I could go on and on. I won't go on it because the history of South Korea is not this. Like, this is not normal. People act like this shit is normal for South Korea. It's not. It didn't used to be like this way. The history of South Korea, it didn't used to be like this. So I just tell people all the time that this is not even normal for South Korea. Like, it didn't used to be like this. Like, this is a thing that's been around since the 90s, like the 2000s. This is not, if you go back and look in the first and second generation of K-pop, they were at normal weights. Okay? Go back and look at the first and second generation of K-pop and look at those girl groups. They were skinny, but they wasn't this. They wasn't 85 pounds. This is recently, like this is new. And I'm tired of people acting like this is something that's culturally Korean. No, baby, this is something in K-pop. And it's not old. The first and second generation girls, they would be fat today. They would be considered fat. So I just, I just feel bad, that this rhetoric has taken over as if this is how it's always been. I'm like, it has not. Like, no, they used to be healthy weights. They have conditioned fans and idols to accept this. You're right, Goldwyn James. I am amazed at the revisionist history in K-pop. I am amazed at revisionist history in K-pop. Like, at the fact that people forget that, like, idols didn't act like this, idols didn't move like this, idols didn't look like this. Not even that long ago. You go back 2009, 2010, I've showed y'all videos of how the girls look back then. They weren't skeletons. So I don't know. I don't know how we got here. I'm still perplexed trying to figure out how in the world did we get here? How is this normal now? I'm like, what happened? I said, y'all just let these K-pop agencies mind fuck y'all into thinking like, oh, this is how it's always been. I'm like, no. And there's video out there. I tell people, go watch those old Big Bang videos. And them girls was over there. And them girls with their thick thighs. Them girls had thick thighs for Asian girls. Them girls had booty for Asian girls. They weren't this big. They weren't this big in first and third generation. They weren't that. Go back and watch. Go back and watch. And you will see, and you'll be like, oh yeah, they do look a little, they a little thick. They have at least one or two in the group that's a little thickums, Asian thickums, Korean thickums. And that would never fly in these days. And then you go look at the girl groups back then, and go look at girls' generation back then, and go look at the girl groups now. You will be like, oh God, like it's such a contrast. You will see in the size. So again, this is new. This is an invention. This is new. And as to why K-pop went this way, I couldn't tell you. But like I told people, go back and look at FX, go back and look at Girls' Generation, go back and look at 21, even 21. The size that 21 was and CL and everything would never fly today. They would think she was fat. Now CL would be fat. Be fat. And 21 was just beautiful girls. They weren't fat. They were nice weight, skinny girls. They would be fat now. CL would have never made it. They would have said she was too chubby in the face. Park Bom would have never made it. They would think Park Bom was fat. She would have been chased out the industry, Park Bom. They would think she was real fat. Yeah, Sister and Brown Eyed Girls. They would think they was fat. They would be made fun of today. Mama Moo back in it, Mama Moo. They would be like, ooh, they fat. Like, ooh, look at they thought. They would not think stick thin. Can we send it a picture? Big health babies for BTS? I hope so. Second gen of K-pop is the golden age of K-pop. I say it over and over again. Second generation was the golden age of K-pop. It is a time when it was weird, it was wild, it was grown, it was sexy, it was experimental, it was artistic. They had healthy looking people. Men was walking around taking their shirts off. Let's get back to that. Can I get back to that day when men was walking around with no shirts on? That's the second generation. Second generation, Big Bang is second generation. HOT was second generation. I'm a huge Big Bang fan. So to me, they were the pinnacle of second generation. But I mean, they were walking around with no shirts on. Like nobody cared. Everybody was like, well, they walk. Super Junior was doing their thing. There was more variety in K-pop. They had different groups they had something for everybody. So if you was into the boyfriend concept, they had the girlfriend concept. If you was into the sexy concept, they had Reina. If you were more, into some a little bit more avant-garde, then they had FX. They had 21, which is like the bad bitches. So they had the bad bitches, the girl next door, the artsy fartsy girl. They had something for everybody in K-pop. There was a lot more variety. All the groups looked different. They had horror concepts. They had VIX, where they were doing their ultra super concept. Like there was so many different concepts and different styles. It was just something for everybody. If you didn't like one group, there was another group out there for you. They weren't. Now everything is very cookie cutter, and because of that, it's also been cut. Like it's just for me being a Westerner. I don't find that attractive. Like I don't find stick thin 98-pound girls that are built like children. I don't find that attractive. I find it very disturbing for men who run the K-pop industry to think that this is attractive. This is not attractive. I don't care what country you're in to me. Stick thin, no curves, no waist, no boobs, no butt, to me, is not attractive. AK, no, it is not attractive. That is not healthy. It's not attractive. And to me, just evolutionary speaking, like we're going to get scientific, I don't know how men would scientifically find that attractive, because evolutionary wise, men are attracted to women who give birth, most likely. I mean, at a very primordial baseline. Most men are attracted to women that have some sort of curvature in their body because it signals fertility. We're just evolved that way. So the idea that these men are looking at women who are flat as a board, I don't know where that comes. That's just unnatural to me. Like that's not a natural state of being a woman. Like to me, we have boobs, we have butts for a reason. We are shaped differently than men. We are not supposed to be shaped up and down like a board, like a man. We have hips and we have thighs for a reason, to carry babies was how it started out. But also because that curvature and that hourglass figure is what men typically find very sexually attractive, what they're naturally, men are naturally attracted to. It's just an evolutionary thing. And so to have these women that have no curves and nothing, no signal of fertility, I think that's just an unnatural. I don't understand how we got here, because that is an unnatural state of being for women. Like it's just unnatural. It is not natural that for even for Asian women, it's not. And it's been drummed into people's heads that the look in South Korea is natural, and it is not. It is a look that has been cultivated and created. It's not natural to them. So I find it very disturbing that people, because when you look at real Korean women, they don't look like that. They don't look like K-pop idols. And it's a huge problem where they have these young Korean girls that want to look like that. And then some of them really, really struggle, you know, to going towards that. And when you get to malnutrition, your teeth, like it wreaks havoc on your teeth, y'all. There's people that don't eat enough and their teeth are falling out. Like, you know, the teeth are crooked, the teeth, because they're malnourished. And so you don't have enough calcium in your body to maintain your dental hygiene. And then young girls are having plastic surgery at 16, 17 years old, and their parents are getting them plastic surgery. And again, I'm not against plastic surgery, but there's just something really warped and twisted about K-pop that I'm just like, I acknowledge that. That's another reason why I don't like girl groups, because it's very, in male groups too, they have to diet and they starve themselves as well. But for the females, it just seems like it really goes into, they're much more scrutinized about their looks, I guess I should say. The beauty standards are toxic. And men fall into that as well. Yeah, your bones is brittle, your teeth fall out, you get injured. And then, like I said, because I've seen this, I won't tell you how I've seen this firsthand. Not me. I have enough gastrointestinal issues for enough people, but I do eat. But again, it wreaks havoc on your skin. Like when people don't eat, you can have a cut or a sore and it won't heal. It'll fester. I've seen people who starve themselves and they cut themselves to get a bruise and it doesn't heal. And it doesn't heal right. And people like that, they end up having bruises just everywhere, because their body is like, you're so malnourished and so thin that you barely bump something and you get a bruise. Like, you know, it's just, and then their teeth, they have problems with their gums and their teeth and problems with their stomach. Like, it's a whole domino effect of physical issues and aches and pains, and being 20 something years old and being like, oh, my body hurts and my back hurts, because you're not eating anything. So it's just, you know, people are focused on looks nowadays. Yeah, there's no foundation for long lasting relationships. I believe that this is why there's so much divorces, yes, and people don't value what's really important anymore, right, Jennifer? Or why there's so many single people. You know, oh, you attended a women's college in the 80s. Yeah, in the 80s, it was very like heroin chic in the 80s and the 90s, where people were starving themselves and not eating. And yes, like you just see them. Again, I had a friend that just never ate. She was real stick thin, and she would just have bruises. And I would like, girl, what is this? What is that? And she was just bruises that are unhealed. And I'm like, you had that bruise for like 4 months. Like, it still ain't healed? No, it's not healed. And then she would put bandages over it because she wasn't eating. And so nothing would heal right with her. And so to see it up close, to know somebody that has struggled with an eating disorder, and to see it up hand and have that person trying to hide it, it was very sad. And this was when I was in my late teens, early 20s, that I had a friend that was really down that road of anorexia and bulimia. And she was a beautiful girl, but things that happened to her at home, things in her life. I mean, she just wouldn't eat. Like, you know, for days. And I'm just like, girl, you need to eat. Well, no, I'm scared I'm going to gain weight. And then these idols don't have time enough to go work out and anything. So that is just tragic. So I wanted to talk about that too, because I don't talk about that enough. The impossible beauty standards for female idols is getting to the point where it's kind of like out of hand. But I wanted to talk about that because it doesn't get talked about enough, and we all know it. But the idea that these Korean publications to read that IU article, I was floored. Like I was really taken aback, and I'm like, no wonder these people think this shit is normal. Y'all reporting it like it's cool that she eating one strawberry and some porridge. Like what? I'm like, she's basically eating gruel like it's a workhouse in England in the 1870s. I'm like, okay, like people ate like that because they were destitute. Like like people ate like that because they had to. But she over IU y'all is out here eating 2 ounces of chicken, 3 blueberries, and some fucking porridge. Like it is 1870s workhouse in London. Like she's eating that London, I'm in a poorhouse ass, I'm finna go to the workhouse diet. Like that is not a diet that, normal people would eat, who are millionaires. But that's what she's been eating like that for years. And so I couldn't imagine like the effect on her health. It must be horrifying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 8 to 10 babies is based on how many healthy babies can women have. That says everything right there. Right, right. I'm like, okay, IU, honey. I just, my hat's off. I mean, do you? But, and again, as you can do that when you're younger, but as you get in your 30s and 40s, it catches up to you. So it's all fun and games when you're in your 20s. But once you start to get older and you keep up with these eating habits, it affects your heart. Like people have had cardiac arrests because it's like, okay, you've been malnourished for 10, 15, 20 years. Your body can only do so much. JK not eating for 5 days. Yes, I've heard about that. I've heard about Jimin not eating and being called a fat. I've talked about it before. I watched a video about how Jimin in 2017, 2018 was called a fat pig, that he would not eat, that he would pass out, that he would just not eat all the time. And Jimin looks like the type of dude that likes to eat. And he looks like the type of dude that has struggled with his weight and Jimin has talked about him struggling with his self-worth and his looks, which Jimin is I mean, Jimin's gorgeous. I mean, come on. But he has struggled with his weight and his looks and his self-worth and all of that, partially because of the things that people have said about him on the internet, calling him fat and a fat pig. JK did a cleanse, looked like swamp water. Oh yeah, they do a lot of cleanse. It's so sad. Yeah, all things can go wrong. You can have a heart attack just like that, honey. AK, yes. So I just I just don't know. So the other thing I need to talk about, well, let me talk to AK for a second. Hold on, AK. Let me talk to you for a second. AK, do you know who an artist by the name of Young Miko is? Yeah, AK, Young Miko. AK, I've learned. I think I'm sliding to the other side. I'm learning to question some things. AK, I thought about AK the other day when I'm watching Young Miko, and I'm like, I'm going. uh, Young Miko is a Puerto Rican rapper. She is a female. She's a Puerto Rican rapper. She did a Gap commercial. Um, and I'm like, she is LGBTQ, and she does these rap videos, and I'm sitting there like this, going, I'm like, yeah, she's Puerto Rican. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's AK said, let me Google. And she does these music videos that are very female centric. Let's put it this way. She has girls in her videos that she calls wifey and everything else. Like Young Miko is my girl. So if you guys have not checked her out, she did the Gap commercial, the What's Up Gap commercial that I love. And I didn't know who she was until I saw the Gap commercial. Then I started watching some of her videos and I was like, is that a girl? Wait. I looked it up online and I'm like, oh, okay. So, so I said, oh, all right, young lady. I said, oh, and I'm like, oh, and I sat there and listened to all of her songs, and I think she's going on tour anyway. So that's just a sidebar to y'all knowing what kind of music I'm listening to. Yes, I love her. She's a gorgeous girl, and I was like, I watching the video. I was like, I was like, oh, she a lesbian. Oh, okay. Okay, lady. I was like, oh, okay, I'm digging it. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm digging it too much. Wait, let me turn off. Like, I got the remote and I'm like, okay, you know what? I just, let me turn off this video. I can't be watching this. I ain't, y'all be having me over here questioning things and questioning. I was like, I'm questioning some things right now. I'm like, wait a minute. I am dieted sensibly? Yes. Yes, Koreans don't eat salads. Koreans eat a lot of carbs. But she can get it. She's like, I'm not into studs though. I am. She's gonna watch for you. Yes, Koreans are not into salad. They eat a lot of high dense, high carb food like noodles and rice. And some of the idols have talked about like them having to get rid of carbs is hard because culturally speaking, all of Korean foods have carbs in it. So it's like you can't get around the rice, and I mean you can, but it's very difficult. And so when you eat a lot of food with a high carb, it's a high calorie content. So a lot of some Koreans, not a lot, have a hard time losing weight because of the food that they eat, and they have a hard time going on a low carb diet. I'm a low carb dieter. I don't eat starches and stuff like that. I don't eat noodles but I've been on a low carb diet for about 16 years now. So that's how I lost, all of the weight that I had is because I'm a low carb person. And so I don't eat starches and carbs and sugar and rice and noodles and all that kind of stuff. And it does make it hard to eat Korean food because Korean food, it just comes with all of that. So, JK has a gluten allergy. Oh, he does? Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. But it's hard to stay on a diet. But I digress. So the next subject we're going to talk about, we talked about that long time, and we're going to talk about CORTIS. Um, we need to have a conversation about CORTIS. CORTIS is the 5-member HYBE boy group. I'm sure you guys have heard of. He still eat them noodles. He's a gluten. I can't eat those noodles. My stomach be like, girl, girl. I can't eat heavy, dense, heavy food. I will be sick for days. Like y'all, if y'all see the things that I eat, y'all would be like, but I've lost a lot of weight. Like if you go back and look at my old videos, you can see over the past year that I've lost quite a bit of weight. Especially my rainbow ladies look damn sexy. I love the androgynous ladies. Yeah. I love the androgynous looking girls. I like that. Hey, Shelly Thompson. Hey, everything's good. Hey, Shelly. So let's talk about CORTIS. Shelly's here just in time. We're going to talk about CORTIS. CORTIS has been taking a lot of flack lately, if you guys have not realized. Okay, our little boys CORTIS, our little sons, they are so young. They are like in their late teens. Our little boo's CORTIS. They coming out with a new album. They came out with a new song called Red Red. If you guys haven't listened to it, go listen to it. It's not my kind of song, but hey. But our little boys CORTIS have been catching hell lately. First of all, there was some rumor online accusing one of the members of not being Korean, that he changed his ethnicity through plastic surgery. Now I know this sounds just nuts because, let's face it, it is nuts. But our little baby boo and CORTIS are catching hell right now. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Some of you guys are telling me that it's a good sign whenever they're gonna catch flack because they're a HYBE group. But yes, people, they're caught, and then they did a performance lately, and then people online calling little CORTIS ugly, y'all. So y'all pray for CORTIS. I need the prayer warriors. I need y'all, the real warriors and the prayer warriors, to get out there because CORTIS is catching hell. Like they were calling them ugly online. Like I was like, what? I think they performed in Japan or somewhere, and people were online calling them ugly. And I was just like, CORTIS didn't do anything. They have not done anything. They're one of the members that accused them of not being really Korean. And I'm like, I don't care how much plastic surgery you have. You can't use plastic surgery to change your nationality. That would be crazy. It was stupid. But then they performed recently, and some people were calling them ugly. And so that has been going around. So I feel like there's some sort of campaign lately. CORTIS have had a lot of just little things, Oh, they call BTS ugly? Oh. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. BTS, when they was younger, are y'all sure? BTS, when they was little, they was really good looking guys. Yeah, the gluten allergy is an MFer. Yeah. I don't have a gluten allergy. I have an allergy to My allergy is to sweeteners, by the way. I have an allergy, a sensitivity to fake sweeteners. So I can do Splenda and that's about it. I can't do monk fruit. I can't do ethanol. I can't do fake sweeteners. So and then I don't eat real sugar. So to me, I'm just stuck. I'm just ass out, y'all. I'm just I can do like fruits and stuff, but I can't do any artificial sweeteners. They low key remind you of the demon group in K-pop Demon Hunters, the Soldier Boys. Yeah, they have been calling them ugly since debut. The more popular Cortis gets, the more hate they are receiving. Again, there's a member of Cortis. I think his name is Kin Hyo, something like that. But he's the best looking one in the group. They were saying that he was really Southeast Asian, that he wasn't Korean, which is racist as hell and stupid. I mean, impossible. You can't use plastic surgery to change your whole ethnicity, but okay. And so they've been catching hell. People are saying bad things about their new song that came out. People are saying bad things about their performance today. And like I said, I watched I've been with Cortis since they first debuted, and I've watched the documentary, and I've just sit back and relax and watching them, and then I noticed that the crescendo of hate has been slowly but surely building with them, and so now it's increasing. It really has gotten to be getting negative in some spaces about Cortis. I seen the red video yet? Yeah, I hope hopefully they do rise above it, AK. They have been killing the charts. Yes. Yes, they are trying, they're actively, I feel like online trying to break Cortis. I do feel like that. And I feel like it's been ramping up, you know, lately. I'm trying to see this red music video. Y'all telling me I need to watch this red video. Okay, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna see if I can watch it. Can I put it on mute? But I just see that, just like, I find this really crazy that they are like really like nipping at Cortis now. And I'm like, Cortis ain't never, I mean, every little thing. There's one Cortis member had an interaction with a girl group and they accused him of being rude. There's another Cortis member that he had said something and they accused him of, it's just stupid shit. It's just stupid little stuff like that. This member's rude. They're ugly. Like, it's just starting to build. And so I'm putting the warning out there because I feel like in my soul and soul, in my heart of hearts, I feel like in the next couple of months when their new album comes out, in May. I really feel like there's going to be some sort of dating scandal or some sort of scandal with Cortis. So I'm just putting the warning out to you guys. I feel like this is where this is going. I feel it in my spirit. And when I tell y'all, when I feel something, y'all be like, damn, you were right. So just wait for it. Because I'm reading stuff and I'm like, what? I'm like, huh, what? I feel like Cortis is going to have a scandal next. That they are going to be, quote unquote, have some sort of scandal. Whether it be dating scandal, drinking, smoking, something they said or did. I think Cortis is going to have a big scandal next, y'all. So wait for it. But I just feel like this is where these things kind of head. That somebody's going to report that Cortis member did or said something to somebody. And I don't know what kind of scandal it's going to be, but I'm telling y'all, watch. Mm-hmm. And they are so young. That's the sad thing about it, though. They're very, very young. And I don't know, hopefully, because all these things have crept up, I hope Cortis has somebody or something or somebody to guide them and to mentor them and lead them. Because one of the members is like 16, 17 years old. To have stuff like this happen at somebody that's so young, I throw a sense of concern of them being so young. And then the things that are being thrown at them, it just keeps getting worse. Like, it just keeps getting more like out of line, more like one of them is trying to, like, somebody was online and trying to make one of them out to be some kind of weird creeper, and I'm just like, he's 18. I'm like, he's just a kid. They don't know nobody. They're just kids. They're just kids. They're just kids. And so I hope that Cortis has somebody to mentor them and tell, like, somebody, parents, somebody, somebody to mentor them and to lead them. I think mentorship is very important in the K-pop industry. That doesn't get talked about enough and doesn't get done enough. I think it is very important to have a system set up in a K-pop agency where the young ones, where the new ones are being mentored by older artists. Because I think that this industry can chew you up and spit you out. And I think if you are that young and you read things on the internet and your parents and family are reading things on the internet, that it can be damaging to your sense of self. It can be damaging to your self-esteem. It can be damaging to how you feel about yourself. I mean, so I just letting y'all know that I feel like there is something coming, that somebody's going to try to pin something on CORTIS, something weird. And I just feel like hopefully they have somebody to help them. I just feel like hopefully they got somebody, I do it like Daphne said, I hope somebody's looking out for them. I really do. That they BTS members do that. Yeah, I know that they have, I hope so. I hope that BTS TXT, somebody, even it doesn't even have to be an artist. It could be a manager. It could be just somebody. Like, cause I hate to think that they're going to be out there in the wolves dealing with this kind of shit, because it's starting to get crazy. Like, it's starting to get, there are strict laws on kids that are acting industry. Yes, there's strict laws here in America. Yes, how many hours they can work, what breaks they have that. They don't have that in Korea though. They don't have that, unfortunately. But yes, I hope that somebody's mentoring them, because to deal with this level of scrutiny, being a HYBE group is hard anyway, but it's just unfair, it's just, unfair. It's just, so I just feel like, I'm like, something's coming, because it just keeps leading up to that. So hopefully they have somebody. I don't know. I can't confirm. Yeah, they do have on-site mental health services. They do. HYBE does have that. But those laws can be signed away by the parents. Yeah. Oh, CORTIS is close with Jin. Hopefully they have many people in their corners, because what I feel is coming, it it'll shake a person that's that young. I couldn't imagine having people talk bad about you and say that you're ugly, and you're like literally like 16, 17 years old. And I'm like, and to me, CORTIS are not ugly. To me, CORTIS just looks natural. Like their vibe and their whole concept is them being more of a natural alternative to the cookie cutter polishedness, plastic fakeness of K-pop. To me, CORTIS look like real boys, real Korean guys. Like, they're not trying to be, princes, or trying to be something fanciful, or trying to look, ethereal or anything like that. The fantasy, I guess what I'm trying to say, they're not trying to do the fantasy angle. They just look like normal boys. And so I like that about them. And so if people they can't get with that, and people can't dig that, then they need to move on to other groups. There's other groups out there doing all kinds of concepts. But CORTIS, what makes CORTIS different is the fact that they have a more natural, realistic look to them, And they still look like kids. They're not trying to look like, princes or something. And there's nothing wrong with having a certain look, and there's nothing wrong with that. But CORTIS is not that. CORTIS looks like just real Korean guys. Yeah, they still need mentors, yeah. I think that's what the song Red Red is about, of CORTIS knowing that people are saying about them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I know they probably do. Because it's getting louder as time goes on. And I'm just like, we need to talk about CORTIS, because they out here, So that's what I think about CORTIS. Let's move on. On to the next subject is Jisoo. I have a whole long ass 45-minute video about Jisoo and her brother. Okay. I really shouldn't say Jisoo and her brother. So I have a video coming out this week. I'll probably release it on Monday about Jisoo and her brother and the allegations. Jisoo of Blackpink, by the way, and the allegations. And considering everything that has happened to women this week, this has been one hell of a week with women. This has been a lot of awful things have happened to women this week. A lot of awful things. And so when I try to do my video, I try to do it in a mature way and in a way that brings it back on the perpetrator. Again, in my video about Jisoo and her brother, well, mostly her brother, I tell y'all what I've heard because I have heard things way back, like about her brother. I've heard things. And so this wasn't too shocked to me. I was like, this sound like, and then when it came out that it was her brother, I was like, okay. Like, it didn't shock me. So it wasn't a shock to me because I'm like, out of everybody, I would be like, that would be the one who would do it. So it wasn't very shocking. However, there's been so many things that have happened this week that were so soul crushing that I didn't even know. I still don't know how to even process it because there's so many awful things. There's the Justin Fairfax, lieutenant governor, and he ended his estranged wife. They were living in the same home. He ended her life and then took himself out, and then their teenage kid, the teenage son, had to find him. And then there's a guy where he had history of mental health issues in Louisiana, and he killed, he annihilated those 8 children, and then he put 2 women. He also assaulted the 2 women, and then he ended up losing his life in a gunfight. That has happened. And then there's the thing with the guy who wanted to be governor of California, and he was cheating on his wife with staffers and supposedly SA'd one. And then there's another one that was cheating on his wife, and then the woman he was cheated with, she poured gasoline and set herself on fire 2 years ago. Like, then there's the ring of people out there that were online drugging their wives and girlfriends and filming it, and there was a bunch of thousands of men in these chat rooms. So it was a lot this week. So it was a lot. It was I sat there for a whole week trying to figure out how to do this damn video. Like, I sat there and I was like, okay. Oh, I'm like, okay. Oh, like, it was a lot going on. And I just feel like I said what I said in the video, that I feel sad that women get blamed for the bullshit that men do. Like, women, we get blamed. Like, Jisoo was getting blamed for the fact that her brother is a whole ass, allegedly retrobated ass weirdo. And I'll say that's the best term I could, weirdo. And about her brother, yes. So what, if you guys didn't know, her brother allegedly is married, and there's streamers that do these things where they do like dates for they're live streamers. And so there's this bunch of females that are live streamers in South Korea, and they do what they call like a date raffle. So you can spend money or buy raffles or whatever, and whoever buys the most tickets or spends the most money can go out on a date with them. And it's just a date. It's not anything transactional, okay? It's just a date. And these streamers in South Korea, they do this all the time. They do it in China. They do it in South Korea. So this is a thing. So she's just a streamer. She's not a woman of the night, okay? Like they were trying to make her out to be. And so this guy, he pays like $2,030 to go on a date with her, and they go on a date. And then they go on a date, and he gets a little tipsy, and then he convinces her to go back to his home because I guess he was tipsy. So he didn't want to drive her back to her place. So she thought he was a nice guy. She had talked to him over the phone ahead of time. He won a date with this streamer. So she went back to his place thinking that, okay, he just needs to sober up a little bit, and then he'll take me home. They got there, and it was on. Like, he allegedly SA'd her in some sort of way that has not been released. And so she ends up running and locking herself in the bathroom and calls her manager and calls the police. So she's texting her manager and giving her manager the location, saying, please help me, please help me. Like, oh my God, I think he's going to kill me. Oh my God, I'm locked in the bathroom. Help me. And so she's giving the guy her location, and then they call the police. The police and the manager get there, and they immediately arrest the guy. The guy turns out, they didn't know who the guy really was, but he turns out to be the brother of Jisoo of Blackpink. Turned out to be her estranged brother. Apparently she said allegedly that she hadn't talked to her brother in a long time. And so people were dragging her on the internet saying that they were kind of like low-key blaming her, but it's not her fault that her brother is a creeper. And then other things have come out about her brother, and he had a wife and he cheated on his first wife apparently, and all kinds of things have come out. Apparently this dude put his hands on his wife, allegedly. She didn't came out with, the wife didn't came out with pictures saying he cheated on her. And apparently this dude has filmed women intimately. He had cameras in his bedroom and filmed women and shared it with his friends and filmed employees in bathrooms, all kinds of creepy, weird shit, okay? So the police end up letting him go because they said they didn't have enough evidence to detain him, but they're still investigating. So that's kind of the gist of what happened. So people were online blaming Jisoo for the things that her brother saying that she had to have known and everything. And I'm just like, so why is the woman being blamed for what this man? He's 6 years older than her. He's a grown adult, you know? Like, oh, because she didn't want to give a boy her phone number? Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't hear about that, AK. So there's just, so I have a video coming up this week where I talk about it in a mature, reasonable way and give the facts of the situation and give what I've heard, and just the fact that when men do these things, it's always like, okay, we got to go out here and blame the woman now. When the mama get blamed, the victim gets blamed, the wife get blamed, somebody get blamed. And I just, like last week, I just got tired of the narratives that were out there dragging Jisoo as if she has some responsibility over what her brother does that apparently she don't even fuck with in the first place. So I just thought it was crazy that people were, like, she's too busy to be keeping up with her brother's doing. He's grown, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like she wasn't there while he was committing these crimes. She had nothing to do with that. She has no control over him. He's grown. He's a grown man, like, and so the fact that people were trying to boycott her and then to the point where it got so bad that she had to issue a legal statement, and then she was supposed to have an appearance with some brand and she had to cancel that. Like, this has totally turned Jisoo's life upside down. And it's unfair. And it's unfair to blame her for what her brother did, as if she has any, knowledge of what, I guess people just, just assume. He for the police are still investigating and continue, but they have it on video. Like, they have the CCTV where the police showed up, and the girl, the streamer, posted the cacao messages. And so I'm like, yeah, when you're sending messages saying, help me, this person's going to kill me if you don't come here. Like, this dude forced himself on me, and I'm scared, and come get me, and I'm locked in the bathroom, and he's beating on the door. Like, she was obviously scared to get her manager to come get her. She was obviously scared. And so, and again, I would throw a side eye if this is the first time that this person has done anything creepy. But again, there's a woman that came out in 2025 saying that he had filmed her and was showing his friends, and he had filmed other women. And so I'm like, so this is what we got here. Oh, you a whole ass creeper. Like, so if he had never had been accused of things before, but he has been accused of things before. And so, and the things that he's been accused of, it's just weird. Like, video, like I said, they have a hard enough, I talked about in my video, they have a hard enough problem in South Korea and Asia with mocha. If y'all are familiar with mocha, where people were filming people in subways and trains, upskirt, filming them on subways, putting cameras in bathrooms and hotels and public bathrooms and restaurants. Like, they have a hard enough time, if y'all familiar with the fact that in Southeast Asia, not just Korea, but China, Japan, and Korea, where these men would go around and film even like underage girls. Like, they would put cameras on their shoes and shit. Like, even stuff like that. So apparently, allegedly, Jisoo's brother is into this. Like, he likes to film. And he was filming women and girlfriends without them knowing that there was cameras set up in his bedroom, and then sharing the videos with his friends. And also allegedly doing this to employees, having cameras in the bathroom at his office, in the women's bathroom. Because, some people be into that freaky shit, Yeah, you can't. Yes, exactly. You know that the wife. Yes, yes, saying that. Yes, he put his hands on the wife. Yes, she had pictures of her with black eye and stuff like that. And this person has a child. He has, I think, at least one kid and possibly two daughters. I said I wouldn't even leave my dog around a person like this. I've known people like this. This people like this is some they sick. They sick in the head. There's something wrong with them. So obviously there's something wrong with him. After he got caught the first time in 2025, you would think that he would go sit his ass down somewhere. And again, I heard that he is married. And I'm like, but he's going on dates with streamers and he's married. Which again, I'm not here to judge anybody's kink. I'm not here to judge whether somebody wants to be faithful to their wife or not. That's neither here nor there. But the fact that this person has a history of just this real crazed, sexually sadistic type of behavior is not good. Because again, people like this is what like they write books about. Like people who are really into this type of situation is the same type of people that go around like drugging women and shit like that. Like these type of people are sick and they do anything. And again, I wouldn't, if I had kids with this man, I wouldn't trust this man around my daughters. Ain't no way in hell I would trust this man. I wouldn't trust this man around with nobody. Because anybody who does stuff like that is there's something wrong with them. And they said that he puts on such a good guy persona, that he's so nice and calm and such a good guy. And then once you get to know him, he flips the script. Or when he's saying allegedly he asked his wife to take videos and pictures and she was like, no. And that's when he get to drinking and becomes violent. She said that he was a violent drunk, that he, one of these people that drink, he act a whole different way. But when he gets to drinking, he lashes out when he don't get what he want. And then he wants to, put his hands on you. And then also the streamer who's accusing them of this, she got blackmailed. They were sending her text messages threatening her, saying, we're going to expose you. We got nude pictures of you. If you don't drop the charges, we're going to, so I'm just like, oh my God. And so they try to make this streamer out to be like she's some sort of like hooker or something. And she's not. And they try to drag her through the mud. Of course, South Korea, because, misogyny. But, if he says it's a good guy run, you're right. This has been a crazy, yes, perverts, abuse. Yes, the thing with David case and all the things that's coming out about that David dude. I had never even heard of this dude, but all the things that's coming with him where he having child videos and all kinds of things on his phone. Thousands of videos of kids. Thousands. All this stuff coming out. And I told y'all about the men recording the women before. Just like that case in France where that 60-something-year-old lady had found out her husband had been drugging her for decades and filming her passed out and having men come and have sex with her while she was passed out. And this went on for decades. And she sued him and took him to court. I watched the whole story about the trial and all that. That was crazy. But she won't be the only one. I'm telling you. And I keep telling people the same thing with the Burning Sun shit. I said there were thousands of men in these chat rooms watching these videos of these women pass out. Thousands. There are thousands of men, thousands upon thousands of men online that are doing these type of crazy things, that are into some crazy shit. I know firsthand. I can tell y'all stories that I can't tell y'all on YouTube about the things, the men that I've run across. And you would be, it has warped and twisted my view of men because I've been into the depths of this and it's crazy. Yeah, then they talk about the nth rooms. Yeah. Yeah, they did a special. Yeah, they came out with cases where they had a whole website where there were like thousands of men like viewing these videos of their wives and their girlfriends passed out. And so I was like, this happens. And people were shocked. And I was like, and once again, I'm like this. Yeah, okay. Because I'm not shocked. They're like, Kiki, you not shocked? I'm like, no. Because I know what goes on in 4chan and in the dark web. I've seen it firsthand of what goes on in these websites. And it is criminal. And it is like, I have come across in my lifetime some crazy fucking people, some crazy men. I've come across men of, I could tell y'all stories that y'all blood would run cold. Like there's situations and people I've talked to, I'm like, should I call the police? Like, cause and then there's not, I can't, they're not doing any crime that I know of, but their thought process is criminal. Like I could tell you things that would, I've told people over the years that made their blood run cold and made them look sideways at their husbands because I'm like, oh, well, I know a guy that is into this. I've known plenty of guys that have done plenty of things and sent plenty of messages about them wanting to have sex with their stepdaughters. And I was literally clutching the pearls and was like, excuse me, come again? And yes, I my kids will never have a stepdaddy. People are like, you want to get married? No thanks. I was married. I had a late husband that I trusted. People are like, well, you don't want to get married? No. I've never had no man around my kids and never will because of that. Because of the things that I have seen and heard. And I'm like, because look again, I tell people once you get in these circles with men and once they trust you and they feel like they can confide in you, you will hear all. I'm just like, wait, what? And I'm like, okay, so and I just sit back and listen, and a lot of times I'm like, what? And then I'm like, okay, so this is what's going on. Okay, so y'all are going to okay, so y'all are fantasizing about okay. Nope. I'm like, oh, nope. I said, I'm good. I'm good over here being single. I'm good. There will be no men around my children. I'm good. I don't trust them. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I just don't trust them. I've seen too much. Like I've heard too much and seen too much, and I'm like, I don't trust y'all around my kids. Like I don't trust no man around my children. I just don't. Like and there's reasons because of that. Not anything's ever happened to me, but just I've known too much. And I'm just like, oh wow, okay, well, I'm like, well, woo, I'm like, none of that. So, and people have always asked me, and I'm like, I ain't getting married again. And when I do date, I don't have no dudes around I don't have dudes around my kids like that. No, you will not be taking my children any place, anywhere without me because I don't trust them. I don't trust not near one of them men. I'm sorry, fellas, but I just don't trust y'all. Y'all got too many repressed desires that I'm like, what? And I just kind of play it off like, oh, okay. I kind of play it off like, okay. And then I'll back away like, okay, well, gotta go, you know? Because they don't want to be judged and they don't want to tell women how they really feel and what they really think. But it's crazy, y'all. I tell y'all, be careful because there's a lot of creepers out there, and I fear for women all the time because I'm like, do you not know, honey, you are sleeping with the enemy. A lot of women out there are really truly sleeping with the enemy. Like you would be surprised. I mean, I've had dudes tell me things that they wouldn't even tell their wives, their mama. But once they get comfortable with me in certain spaces, then they tell me everything. You know, we're like, oh, well, I've always wanted to have sex with my sister. Wait, whoa. What? Like shit. When I'm telling you shit like that, like I'm like, what? I'm like, come again? Okay. Well, promise you won't judge me. Yeah, I'm not here to judge. Your sister? Uh, yeah, I've had dudes tell me that, like, yeah, well, I really wanted to get it on with my mama. Okay, you know what? I'm like, so I throw up in my mouth, but it's a learning, it's a learning time for me to learn, and so I just sit back and like, oh, all right, well, I'm not gonna judge. Women and children are prey. Yes, a lot of men consider us to be prey, to be conquered. I've seen that attitude, Yeah, all the cold cases out there. all the friends that I've had that have suffered, I've had friends that have experienced horrific abuse at the hands of neighbors, cousins, friends, brothers, dads, uncles, whatever. Thank God I've never in my life experienced nothing like that. And the people who have experienced, I've just seen like the damage it has wreaked. And to experience something like that. Although I have had my own experiences, but not in like the hands of a family member or a friend or anybody trusted. But I have had my own experiences dealing with men, and that have not been good. And so it is something that I've learned to be like, okay, and people don't like when I say it, when I consider that most of them are creeps and predators. That I consider that like the way the society grooms men and socializes men is like indicative to being creeps and perverts and weirdos. Unless you have a really strong female presence in your life or balance in your life, then I think that like when they get around like other peers and stuff, that's a lot of peer pressure to be a creep and a weirdo. And I think that a lot of some men get sucked into that because they want to feel like they're one of the guys or get along to be along. And they end up doing it things and liking things over time that their other friends are into or what they think they should be into, if that makes any sense. And so I don't like it. But yes, my Jisoo video is coming up. And again, I talk about it in a very respectful, mature manner because a lot of people are using this situation, a thing that I hate, and I talk about my video, as a way to do some kind of petty fan war. And I tell people emphatically, baby, this is not it. This is not the time to re-victimize people over some fan war or some K-pop shit. Like, it's beyond that. To sit here and get at Jisoo because you don't like Blackpink or you don't like Jisoo or you stan Lisa or stan Jenny, and so people are using this in some kind of fan war K-pop shit, is so evil to me. Because again, you have real victims out here. This is not about K-pop. This is not about K-pop fandom and wars. And people weaponize horrible shit that happens to people. And they weaponize it against other groups and other people in K-pop. And they don't care anything about the victims and anything about what they say and how it hurts people on a real level. They will turn anything into a gotcha moment. Yes, it's twisted. Yes, they're like vultures, and it's horrible because I'm like, SA is not nothing to make fun of or use to weaponize. Like it's these are real people out here. I'm like, wait a minute, there's real victims. Like you can't, but people are using. They will. I don't. And again, I don't understand why this is done. I've said it before. The petty rivalries in K-pop is stupid because again, this is not 15, 20 years ago when the K-pop industry was real small and it was just in South Korea and everybody was fighting for their place in the industry. Now K-pop is global. So you have groups on different levels. Some groups are global. Some groups are just in South Korea. Some groups are in the West too. Some groups are more popular in the West than they are in South Korea. So it's like they're not all running this race at the same time. There's enough industry, and the industry has been blown so much open that why is there still rivalries? BTS is not on the same level, and BTS and Big Bang are not on the same level as 17 and HYBE. 17 and HYBE and ATEEZ have their own level of fandom and popularity. So to sit here and pit BTS against 17 or HYBE is dumb. They're not on the same level. Blackpink is not on the same level as IVE or aespa. Blackpink is a global group. BTS are a global group. So the idea that you're pitting these groups against each other that are not even in the same, they don't even have the same fan base. They're not making the same type of music. They're not moving in the same ways. So I don't understand. I'm like, what is there to be jealous about? All the groups are doing their own thing. And so these petty rivalries, again, it made sense when K-pop was small. When it was just South and Asia, that made sense. Because everybody was vying for the same market. But now I'm like, these groups are not even vying for the same market. They're on different levels. So, I mean, groups on everybody's level, like it's an even playing field like it used to be. It's not anymore. Like there's enough money to be made in the industry for everybody. There's enough to go around. You don't understand why I don't understand why they insist on doing that either, AK. It makes no sense. Why are we having rivalries for what? I'm like, well, everybody just stays in their lane. And sometimes there's some overlap, but there's enough fans. Before, when K-pop wasn't global and it was small and they're all fighting for the same group of fandoms, K-pop is global. If you're not popular in South Korea, you can go be popular in Europe. There are some groups that tour mainly Europe and mainly North America. And there's some groups that tour the whole world. There's some groups that just tour South Korea. Like, I'm just like, so what are we fighting about? Like, what? I'm like, why is there rivalry? Why do people take the situation that happened with Jisoo's brother and as a way to drag Blackpink or bring them for what for? Like, even me as BTS Army, I'm like, Blackpink, I'm a casual blink, but Blackpink is not on BTS's level. I don't give a damn what anybody say. Blackpink is going to go solo. They're all doing their damn thing. They're looking great. Lisa got the thing in Vegas. Jisoo got the acting thing. Jennie's going to tour and do her solo thing. Rosé's going to do her thing. They are not BTS. They don't have the same career trajectory as BTS. Blackpink are going to be solo. They're going to be fine. They got their branding deals. Blackpink going to do their own thing. There is no reason to be dragging Jisoo or dragging the group because of something that horrifically happened to somebody, allegedly. So it's childish because, again, these are real people, real victims. The same thing when people bring up Gaza or bring up racism or anything. These people don't even care. They just want to have an aha moment. I'm just like, bro, like you don't even care about the issue or what, or real people are losing their lives out there or suffering. You just want to be able to drag another a K-pop artist because you don't like the group, because there's no K-pop group I don't like. Why would I not like? There's some K-pop artists that music I don't care for. It's not meant for me. But I don't have no reason to drag nobody for what for? All of these K-pop artists, they get along and they respect each other. They are not fighting to the death. They're not backstabbing each other. They respect each other. Like some of them are real cool with each other. So why would we argue about it when they are not arguing? When they are hanging out together, they're having house parties, they're going to each other's concerts. People was mad at BTS. People was at BTS concert. Why in the fuck would you be mad that Stray Kids is at a BTS concert? Are you insane? So this comes to my next point in the segment. Let's get to the BTS thing. First of all, here we go. First of all, number one, like I said, people were upset that idols were at BTS concert. Stupid, dumb. People were mad that the idols, not only were they at the BTS concerts in South Korea, they were having a good time. They were dancing, they were singing, they were clapping. I love it. You know, you love when they infiltrate BTS space and want us to hate others for them. Nope, not happening. Go away. That's right. So the idols, almost every idol group, actors and actresses, chefs, celebrities, influencers, was there during BTS concerts, okay? Almost everybody within everybody in K-pop was there, who wanted to be there, who could be there. The idea that people was upset about this, I'm like, first of all, they're BTS. The other idols, you think the other idols don't understand who and what BTS is to the industry. If you think that the other idols don't know what BTS is to the effing industry, you are a fucking fool. They understand that a win for BTS is a win for them. That BTS is popular, they gonna sell tickets too. They understand what it is. Anybody with half a brain would know what it is. They appreciate and they respect BTS because BTS have paved the way for a lot of these artists to become more global and do what they do since BTS has blown it wide open. So the idea that they're not supposed to be at the concert, that they not supposed to respect BTS and give respect where respect is due, y'all are crazy. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And then if they do go to a concert, they're supposed to sit here like this and look angry. They're supposed to be like this. Body to body. Yeah, hooligans, watch me, hooligan. Take me out, take you out. I mean, is that what they're supposed to do? Is that what they're supposed to do? Are they supposed to be like, they supposed to sit up in the concert like this? Shit, I ain't want to be here no way. Like, I don't even know why I'm here. Like, I'm like, what? They supposed to sit up there and mean mug the whole concert. they like, whatever, hooligan. Ha 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 ha, hooligan. They like, man, we ain't no hooligans up in here. I ain't down with that. I ain't going into the sun. To hell with you. Like, I mean, I'm like, so they're supposed to go to the concert and they're not supposed to enjoy themselves. Girl, they was at that concert. They was waving their army bombs. Some of them was standing up and dancing and grooving. And then the only people that were upset about this was their fans. Well, they said something about Stray Kids because I look at Stray Kids. They like, well, why is I'm like, why would they not be there? Why would they not be excited? They understand who BTS is. They understand. Like, a lot of the idols, especially the ones that are younger than BTS, they either know BTS, they know who they are, they've worked with them, they've been in the same circles. Some of these are in the same social circles. And then a lot of times the ones that are younger than BTS, they've grown up watching BTS. So they were like, oh my God, I was 12 years old, and when I first saw BTS, I'm like, you gotta understand, a lot of the young ones, they grew up. So what they supposed to do? Sit there and just, yeah, I'm like, of course they're gonna be excited. So the idea that people were dragging them because they had their army bombs and they were excited. First of all, it's a concert. Why would you go to a concert and just sit down the entire? You could have stayed at home if you're gonna do some shit like that. What was the point of going to a BTS concert and not standing up and not clapping and cheering and not being excited and singing along? I'm like, that's kind of what people do at a concert. Like, I was like, what do y'all want them to do? Just to sit there? Like, I hate this, Then I saw people talking about they were forced to be there by HYBE. Huh? I was like, this is literally the biggest comeback in history. Who in their right mind would be like, well, I'm just gonna, they have autonomy over themselves. If they didn't want to go, they didn't have to go. But again, if you're gonna give me tickets to the biggest comeback in history, a historic event, I'm either going to be at the free concert or I'm going to be at the concert that they had in South Korea. Either one, I'm going to be there. Like, why? Who in their right mind would be like, well, I ain't going. The hell with BTS, Bomb Time, whatever. Like, the level of stupidity and childishness is just stupid. Somebody called ice on a K-pop idol. Who called ice on a K-pop idol? God damn it. Yes, BTS is an inspiration for a lot of these idols, especially the younger ones, and even the ones that are around BTS's age. They pay attention to BTS and they know what they mean to the business. There's been a pop at the Washington correspondence. Uh oh. Oh boy. Jimin is called the Rookie's Bible. He is called the Rookie's Bible. He is. But I'm like, yeah, you want to follow BTS success. So that one made me annoyed. Number two, I'm annoyed by the we talked about this week. I did a video about the RM thing. And so, oh wait, what's the T? Well, hold on. And so they were talking about the RM smoking thing, which was stupid. That he was in Japan smoking and everybody went crazy. Everybody went crazy over that. And so there's nothing new about the RM smoking thing so far that I know this came out. It's the weekend. Usually on the weekends, the reporters are not. No, he was smoking cigarettes, AK. She said they tripping over weed. Girl, if it was weed, they wouldn't have. Yeah, he dropped some cigarette butts. He was RM went to Japan and he went to what we consider like a pub crawl, and he was going to different bars and yes, and so they had just cigarettes, and so they were upset that I was like, if that's the worst that y'all got, then I don't know what else to say. Okay, hold on. There is something going on about the correspondence dinner. Okay, US. What? Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm reading. No, it's not weed. It's just cigarettes, honey. It's not weed.
Where the White House Correspondents Association dinner is
Hold on.
underway. It appears as though there's been a commotion in the ballroom and the president has been removed. That's the information that we have.
Okay, the White House Correspondents Dinner, there's been a commotion and the president has been removed, but I'm trying to see. I have to really search to see if there's something. I agree. Even if he smoked weed, nobody cared. But that's really illegal in Japan. He would have went to jail for that. But yeah, he was at a restaurant and bars and pubs, and he had dropped. I guess he was in he was smoking cigarettes and he dropped the butts. And then he was at one place, he was smoking in a no smoking. And I was like, and then people like, well, in Japan, they're really serious. That's not the argument. I understand in Japan, they do have zoning laws. I understand in Japan, they're really serious about like littering and everything like that. But you're not going to go to jail because of it. They would rarely give you a ticket. Most likely the owner of the restaurant or management or staff would be like, hey, and they said that yeah, allegedly, yes, because I still have not seen any pictures of this event because the pictures that they posted was old pictures. It was not, and I thought it was recent pictures, and someone's like, no. The pictures that they posted in the Korean media, these were all old pictures. These were not pictures of the event. So allegedly, all of this is alleged because so far, I'm waiting for the pictures to materialize or the audio or the video or I don't know, a hand-drawn sketch. Bitch, I want to see somebody with a piece of paper like, okay, all right. I mean, I ain't got no proof that this actually happened. It was a Japanese tabloid reporting that this happened. And the Korean media, they went with it. They just went with the story. And without verifying it, of course, the Korean media, of course, what was I expecting that the Korean media is going to verify any damn thing? They did not. And so we don't even know if the story is even real. Okay. I feel like the story is not real, but even if it was real, I will say it in my short. I'm going to publish a short for tomorrow, but I said it in my short. If this did happen, RM owes an apology to the establishment or establishments. He does not owe an apology to the public. That's it. That's it. Like, I don't understand. If I'm at a restaurant and I do something I ain't supposed to be doing, and the restaurant has a problem with it, I'm going to call and make amends with the restaurant. That's just it. I'm not going to post it to the public. I apologize for being at a restaurant throwing cigarette butts. I mean, like, I'm like, he doesn't have to apologize to the public for what? He can apologize to the restaurant owner and his staff, and that's it. I'm like, people act like he killed somebody. I'm like, this is the worst y'all got, and he's drinking till 1 a.m. with staff and friends, and he threw some cigarette butts down probably because he was tipsy or whatever. And again, if it did happen, people miss my entire point. Again, like they always go over people's heads in K-pop. My thing about it is, and I've always said before, I don't have a standard for K-pop singers. And in a standard, I said, keep that same energy. Yes, keep that same energy. Because if Justin Bieber was in Tokyo in his fucking drawers and his socks on, and he was smoking a stogie, and he dropped it on the ground, nobody would give a shit. Japanese paparazzi be like, and would just move the hell on. Do you think the paparazzi would have reported it if this was Justin Bieber or Bruno Mars? No. So that's my whole point. I need people to keep the same energy that they have for K-pop and BTS. that they got that they need to have it for everybody. And you think RM is the only K-pop singer that's been to Japan that didn't drop some trash and some cigarette butts or some gum or a rap? You think he the only K-pop idol that's ever been to Japan and went out and drank and smoked in a place that they weren't supposed to? Y'all miss me with that. Like this is what drives me crazy. But because it's RM as BTS, then everybody got they knickers in a twist. Again, if this is Justin Bieber out there doing this, Kendrick Lamar, Harry Styles, this would not even be news. No one in America or England or the West would give a shit. Everybody be like, Justin Bieber outside in his drawers and his socks on, and he dropped a cigarette buzz. People be like, okay, bitch. And what else happened? Did he run over somebody? No, that's just it. You would get laughed. The press would laugh at you and be like, this is not a story. If there was other K-pop singers and some Nugu group or some smaller group, if this is a member of ATs, something like that, that may have made news. But if it was a smaller group, nobody would care. And that's the truth. So my point is, I don't like the double standards in K-pop. I don't like that BTS gets scrutinized for doing this, and this, but then other K-pop groups don't. So that drives me crazy. It's not whether RM did something wrong or not. It's not regarding RM did it or not, which I throw a side eye. But the point is, even if he did do it, again, keep the same energy for Justin Bieber and his draws. That's all I got to say. Like, I need y'all to keep the same energy for Justin Bieber and his draws. Like, I just, yes. I'm like, come on now. You know, them hooligans, I'm like, come on. Right. Western artists don't, because Western artists don't care. Any publicity is good publicity, yes. Right. And I'm just like, why? That's what I said. That's what drives me crazy, the double standard. It's like, K-pop idols, y'all don't get to do this, but Western, and then in my video, I called them out because I'm like, the shit that y'all think is cool by Western artists, K-pop idols can't get along, and y'all listen to the same type of music, and that shit drives me nuts. You got people out here who listen to K-pop, who listen to BTS, Stray Kids, or whatever. And then you got the same motherfuckers that listen to Cardi B, the same people that listen to Meg Thee Stallion, the same people that will listen to Taylor Swift and Sabrina Carpenter. They watch Sabrina Carpenter run around in her little bodysuit with her cheeks cheeking. But then Cat's Eye, oh my God, today, Cat's Eye is too sexy. Bitch, weren't you just at the Sabrina? You was at the Sabrina Carpenter. Weren't you just out there watching Sabrina's cheeks cheeking out there? Show her ass jiggling around out there. I'm watching. If I see Sabrina Carpenter in another damn bodysuit, I love her. Beautiful girl. No problem with it. Sabrina Carpenter swinging on a motherfucking stripper pole. Sabrina, woo! Leg in the air, girl. Leg in the air. I'm like, all right, Sabrina. Go, Sabrina. Go, Sabrina. She's swinging around on a stripper pole. These same people, Korean people, are like, yay, Sabrina, swing that stripper pole, girl. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Some idol come out with a mid-drift top on and some safety shorts and a damn skirt, and they like, no, that's just too much, bro. I'm like, didn't you just watch Sabrina Carpenter swing around a effing stripper pole? But you out there like, oh, it's so cool. What? I just drives me to fits. I'm like, how is this cool? But then let a female idol swing around a stripper pole. They be like, oh my God. They out there having heart palpitations and bitch, I done fell out. They over here passing out. I'm like, yeah, but when Sabrina do it, it's cool. I don't know if Sabrina get to swing her cheeks around on a stripper pole, then Jenny should be to swing her cheeks around her flat ass on a stripper pole too. Everybody should be on a stripper pole. Everybody. Like, Cause y'all think it's cool when Western artists do shit. But then it's edgy and it's cool. But then a K-pop singer that ain't over there, they can't do that. What? I'm like, they're all artists. They're all beautiful people. They're all singers. They all have images and concepts, and it's the same thing. But again, keep that same energy for everybody. Everybody should have the same energy. Yes, what girl, they be ready. Yes, the flat ass. Yes, I said it. The double standard drives me to y'all to drinking. Like I can't understand the cognitive dissonance that you like these two artists, but one of them get to swing her ass around on the stripper pole with her ass cheeks showing, and we're fine. With her coochie juice on the. Anyway, I'm watching this. One, she get to swing around with her coochie juice on the stripper pole. I'm like, oh, she grinding on the. All right, girl, grind on that. Again, I love a good stripper pole. I'm like, girl, if you want to grind on the stripper pole and get your coochie juice on the stripper pole, I don't have any problem with coochie juice. I'm fine with it. But the point about it is, like, then Lisa get the grind on the stripper pole and rub her coochie juice on there too. I'm like, we should all just have coochie juice on stripper poles. I short circuit, my brain just goes nuts because I'm like, what is the difference? Yes, the juice. Yes, the coochie juice. What is the difference? They're both artists. They're both beautiful young women. Is it because she? What? I had to drink to say. I had to like be like, oh my god. I'm like, I'm no, like, cause nobody has explained to me what is the difference. K-pop fans, they be like humming a well, humming a well. You're just a dumbass. That's just all to it. You're just dumb. Okay. I feel very strongly about this. I'm just like, because nobody can explain it to me. It's a nonsensical. I'm like, I'm waiting to explain to me. So what's the difference? Well, see, what they're both artists, they're both pop stars. Well, see, this K-pop, okay, so what does that mean? So she can't express herself? Well, no, well, okay, what? Nobody, none of these dumbasses can tell me anything. I've asked people over and over again, what is the difference? What? Well, then somebody was like, well, we have to hold RM to a higher standard. Okay, well, then everybody should be held to the same standard, right? No, just K-pop. And BTS is not even K-pop, they're a global group. Same thing about Cat's Eye. They mad because Cat's Eye was up there wearing, I don't know, a bikini and bra and some panties. I don't know what a thong, I don't know. But they were mad at Cat's Eye. They were like, well, it's too much. Cat's Eye is not K-pop. They global. If they want to get up there and twerk it, shake it, and they bra and panties, I'm like, well, hey, that's what they want to do. We had Britney Spears up there talking about, I'm a slave to you with a damn snake between her legs. So I was like, I didn't see it all. I'm like, well, Britney Spears got up there in her drawers and she was like, I'm a slave for you. And I was like, I wasn't mad at her. Baby, don't you wanna dance up on me? I love that song by Britney. I'm a slave for you. She had a snake up there, y'all. Y'all remember that? Britney was up there with the snake, and the snake was like, and Britney was wearing like her little drawers on, and I was like, I'm like, we need a late night conversation, girl. I had to get off YouTube for that conversation. Like, I'm just like, I'm a slave. Like, Britney was back in the day, like, doing her thing. And nobody was like, oh, Britney, she can't be up with the snake. Like, I was like, so I don't adhere to two standards for artists. Because to me, BTS deserves the respect. And BTS deserves the benefit of the doubt that everybody else has. That BTS deserves even more so respect to me from South Korea that they don't get. BTS deserves all of the benefit of the doubt to me, especially in South Korea, especially in South Korean spaces. They talked about, speaking of BTS, they talked about that BTS, when they did that free concert, did you see that they bought $1.4 billion to the economy? $1.4 billion to the economy in South Korea for just that free concert that they did. And then they said over the next 4 to 5 years that BTS is supposed to bring almost $1 trillion to the South Korean economy just on tourism alone. $1 trillion. Not a bit, $1 trillion. BTS influences a whole economic, you miss Brittany. Brittany, rest in peace, Brittany, girl. Like, get it together, sister. But BTS themselves are an economic boom for South Korea. So you would think that they would be grateful. You would think that they would do anything to protect BTS, but they do not. They spend most of their time trying to bury BTS and try to quote unquote humble them in some sort of way and make them out to be fools and idiots. And I don't know how BTS can deal with it. I can't deal with it. This is my first comeback. I have a hard time as a content creator dealing with it because every day it is something. Every day it's something. And it's something that don't make no damn sense. Every day I'm like, wait, what? I have to read the article. I'll be sitting here like, okay, now what did happen now? V, winked at somebody and somebody got offended. Bitch, what? Okay, what? Like, who, what? Like, what? Somebody offended because he winked at somebody? What the? And I'm exaggerating, but literally it's me watching the news going, okay, what did BTS do today, y'all? Let's see what else. They dragging Jimin's vocals. Well, Jimin's vocal, I'm just over here like, okay, we're dragging Jimin's vocals. Okay, then I listen to the video because I'm trying not to ruin the concert because I got until August, and I listened to the audio and I'm just like, this is what y'all mad about? I'm just like, yes, Jimin, yes, V breathed wrong. Jungkook messed up a dance step. I'm just like, okay, so we're gonna write a 5-page article about a dance step. Just like when they first day of the concert came, it rained really, really hard, AK. I don't know if you knew that. But people were criticizing the concert and it was pouring rain, not just a little rain. I mean, it was pouring rain. Like they are out there soaking. Like you could just see the rain coming. Like they were walking in puddles. They're out there risking their health and their lives and doing the best that they can. And instead of Korean going, you know what? BTS out there doing the best that they can. It rained really hard unexpectedly. But BTS go, but no, they can't write nothing positive. Fuck no. No. All these articles I'm reading is like, well, fans are kind of, upset about what happened. And fans, it's a little lackluster. This is the narrative y'all craft that they out there in the rain. Not one of you MFers got anything positive to say. Not one damn article was like, yeah, it rained and fans are a little bummed. But the fans stuck it out. BTS made it through. The only people who were saying this was Western media. All of Korean media was like, the people don't like the concert. People complaining. There wasn't enough dancing. I'm like, how do they put up with this? I'm sitting there like, can I just get one article that would just call it down the middle and give them a benefit of the doubt? Not one, I swear to God, on your own God. There wasn't one article that wasn't criticizing this the first day of the concert where it rained so bad. They didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. They didn't be like, well, they tried hard, or well, there were some mistakes, but it rained. It was really, really raining. No, none of them was like, well, fans didn't like it and they were complaining there wasn't enough dancing. And then they were lip syncing and then they were complaining that, they didn't really get out there and hit it like they normally hit it. It's raining, you fools. Like, I just be like, who would even, if I was BTS, I would leave Korea and be like, F it, I'm moving. Like, okay, after this tour, I'm getting the hell out of here because you people are crazy. Like, y'all don't like anything that we do. Y'all don't like anything that we do. Anything. Like, anything that we do is a criticism, even though we're bringing billions of dollars to the economy. You know, I yes, they do seem to be enjoying Tampa a lot. And they don't deserve that. Because I promise you, if we had a BTS like group here in America, they would be celebrated. They would be everywhere, all the places, all the time. Fans would be like, oh my God, we got a homegrown BTS. Like, I promise you, the reception would be completely and totally different here. But in Korea, I honestly don't get it. I'm just like, BTS ain't never hurt nobody. They ain't never done nothing to no women. They ain't never done nothing strange for a piece of change. Like, what? I wouldn't live there. I'm just gonna be honest. I wouldn't stay there. I just wouldn't. I would be like, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Like, y'all deal with this, you know. Yeah, all the newspapers I posted in on my YouTube channel. In the post, I posted videos and things from Tampa Bay News and articles and stuff like that. And people are excited. And the people who don't even know BTS, they see the excitement. It's nothing but positivity. It's fans are enjoying it. They went to local K-pop shops. They talked to the fans. It is a totally different tone than what's reported in South Korea. It is totally different to see the Tampa news and the media report on BTS. It's fun. It's lighthearted. It's, oh, you know, they're coming back after all this time. It is a very celebratory, joyful kind of thing. I can post video and just go online on YouTube and look at all the video that are made by the Tampa and Florida news outlets. And you will see nothing but just them interviewing excited fans. In Korea, it was just like, well, you know, the fans are disappointed. And I'm just like, this is what y'all doing? I'm like, oh, bro, you know. Tay on the mic at the Jazz Park here. And Tay gonna be up there, hey, everybody. If we had if we had a homegrown BTS, it would be a totally different reception. You know, Tampa lit up purple for 4 days, did they? Oh my God. You watched the local news there too? I did watch the local news. And I was excited that the people were excited. Like, I saw the fans being interviewed and they were all excited and they were putting up signs and they had little pop-up things. And I was excited and they was excited. I was like, well, I'm excited. I'm not even in Tampa. I'm like, yay, you know, like, yes. Oh, is that what happened? Remember when they were in LA and Jin was leaving JK saying they were already home? Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Yes, you saw the news about the pop-up shop and the long lines in the hotel. Yes. Oh, you already is in Miami. All right. I loved it. The people, you know, they had lots of events. They had lots of fan meetups, army meetups. They had lots of events. They had dinners and meetups and all kinds of events for the fans. Now, I don't know if Arlington gonna do all that because in Arlington they real lame. But anyway, no offense, Arlington. But you know, officials met them too, and they had bridges covered in purple. Yes, Tampa will get hundreds of millions of revenue, and I'm like, yeah, that's how you're supposed to act when they're bringing hundreds of millions of revenue into your city. You're supposed to roll out the damn red carpet like, here you go, BTS, come on. They're bringing, I mean, you got to think all the commerce, all the tourists, all the people that's going to go spend money at restaurants and shops and gas stations. And all, I mean, it's a boom for the city, you know. U.S. does need some joy right now. Oh, the mayor of Tampa personally greeted them? That is awesome. I didn't see that part, but I'll go back and look. But yeah, I don't know what they're going to do in Arlington because we lame. We're lame, real lame in Arlington. But Arlington is no Tampa or Miami. Arlington's a smaller city. It's smaller than Dallas. So I don't know. We'll just see. We suck here in Arlington. So we'll see how it goes. But yes, the red carpet was basically rolled out for them. And it was good to see it, to see the contrast of how they treated in South Korea. It's wild to me. How they are treated. When they brought, how everybody complained about their free. I was so tired of people complaining about their free concert. I just had to switch off and just not click on the articles no more. Because there were literally probably hundreds of articles leading up to the concert, during the concert, and afterwards. There were hundreds and hundreds of articles, y'all, about how it blocked traffic, how the people didn't want it there, how the people, And I'm like, they came to Tampa. BTS is in Tampa, and they've blocked off traffic. They've cordoned off places. People couldn't get to certain things, and the city put out a warning to people saying, this is what's going on between these days of BTS concert. Certain areas of the city, traffic is going to be congested. Traffic is going to be blocked. They had to divert traffic. Nobody was tripping. People was just like, okay, concert's coming. Nobody was having a fucking meltdown about they couldn't get to a wedding or they couldn't get to their job or they were late. Like, nobody was having a meltdown. Everybody was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, what's BTS? Who's this? Like, some people were curious, but other people weren't having a meltdown over the fact that they were diverted. I mean, come on now, y'all. So the fact that in South Korea, like, they were literally having heart palpitations about, oh my God, this blocks the traffic, and oh my God, there's so many people here, and oh my God, like, it brings money and revenue to the city, y'all, to the whole country. South Korea is not that big. Airline staff wore purple. Pilots shouted BTS. Are you serious? Oh my God. Okay. From the venue in Arlington. Right. It seemed very, yes. Detour doesn't mean deferred. Yes, Americans understand. Americans like, okay, well, I guess I got to go this way. Some stupid concert is here. And they just move on about their lives. Like, nobody wasn't going to social media and writing 5 paragraphs about how they hate BTS and how everything is diverted and they don't like it. Because that's what some people were doing. They were literally online dragging the fact that, well, this concert, I'm like, y'all act like it's a concert for one day. It's not a whole weekend. It's just one day. One day. And people were like, yeah, I'm like, oh my, over one day, y'all are flipping out like this? My Facebook is still active. My Facebook is active, AK. Yes. I still have my Facebook. I just don't post on it. Artists in Korea, yes, they are considered second grade citizens. Yeah. BTS is good for morale, period. Yes. The money is the extra bonus. It brings a lot of goodwill to the city, and period, Okay, go ahead, AK. Send me a DM there and I'll take a look at it when I get off of here. But yeah, BTS just brings a lot of goodwill to the city. El Paso got on your nerves. All people were complaining there was no hotel rooms. Like, well, they should have planned. Arlington has been pretty quiet. Like, nobody's really said, well, we got until August. Yeah, morale. Like everybody is in good spirits when BTS come. And again, the businesses more, they are really in good spirits. And the fact that one concert in South Korea bought billions of dollars of money to the city, even though the people sat up there and complained, or I'm sorry, that's the narrative that the Korean media tried to craft, okay? Let me say. You booked yours back in March. You wasn't playing with anybody else, girl. I ain't like. Yeah, the U.S. does need good vibes. We need something positive right now. We need good vibes. BTS can bring good vibes this way. Sugar can bring all of his good vibes over here in my bed. Just bring all those good vibes, Daddy, right here. Just. I need all them good vibes, honey. I need all the Yoongi vibes. Bring RM with you too, because I like a lot of vibes. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. El Paso began dropping folks' hotel reservations and Airbnb so they can repost it. Are y'all laughing? Just bring all these good vibes right here. This is right here. Right here. Come on. You got a good vibe right here on this bed. Like, we can bring all the good vibes. You don't have tickets, would love to go home for the concert. As Ed Too Tall Jones is Dallas Cowboy to go with, so I can sit on his shoulders. I think I've met him. Did I meet him? Oh no, I've met Eric Dickerson. That's who I met. Bring the tangerines. That's right, Daddy. I got the tangerines. We can throw that in there for free. You bring the good vibes. She's like, I know I'm in the right place. What? Just go ahead and bring these good vibes right here, Daddy. I'm good, I had to throw that in there, y'all. Sorry. But I just, wish for BTS. And I get it. Like I said, I get it how K-pop is viewed in South Korea, and I don't necessarily agree with it. I hear about it all the time from my Korean friends who try to tell me and explain it, but again, I still don't understand it because to me, how capitalistic Korean is and how they do value social capital and monetary capital. I just don't understand why that doesn't translate over to BTS because like when somebody explained to me like people are low key jealous of BTS. Like they feel like BTS escaped out of the system and got higher than their station. That's how somebody explained it to me. So it's like crabs in a barrel, crabs in a bucket mentality. It's like we don't want you to get too high and too lofty. And I'm just like, well, and BTS has done something that nobody else in South Korea has done. Nobody's actually got to this high in their career. But I'm like, it's not like anyone gave BTS anything. They worked hard to be here. They have worked hard to be at the height that they're at. So no one ever gave them anything. So it's like for a country that's really emphasizes hard work and a great work ethic, I would think that people would applaud that because they BTS had a good work ethic, has continued to have a good work ethic. They're some of the most hardest working people in K-pop. Like, I guess because they're not from so moneyed families and all that, you know. You finished watching the live Tampa Bay concert with DJ Gino, and it was oh my god, it makes me want to watch it. It's right now. There's a fan cam staring at me in my recommends, and I'm like, don't watch it, don't watch it. I want to not watch spoil anything for me. Like I said, I've seen clips here and there, shorts here and there, just because I'm a little curious. But AK, I'll read your message in a minute. I see it popped up. They're not under the power structures. No, that's true. And they like I said, they're not from like rich families. They didn't stand out prominently. I guess BTS didn't do things the right way, right way. So there is a lot of jealousy. Yeah, I will check my DMs in a minute. There's a lot of jealousy, you know. I'm more uni age for them and got to not think like that. Oh, and you're married. Oh, you're married. Okay. She's like, and I'm married, girl. Girl, that ain't never stopped me. But anyway. Well, when I was married, yes. When I was in a relationship, maybe. let me let me stop. You know what? I'm blaming y'all for this. Married, not dead. I'm just like, well, I was married, but I was a faithful girl. So I was a faithful gal. But I don't know about all them other jokers before and after. I don't know. That's subjective. It depends on who we talking about. My fidelity has always been subjective. Like I'm faithful depends on what you do or not do. I'm like, what you doing? We good? Okay, well then I'm not cheating. Now if we not good, then I'm gonna be like, well, I might be over here. I might stray a little bit if I feel like I'm not happy. But that's fidelity. But anyway, back to BTS. Let me think what else happened this week. And I'm also gonna wrap up the Rolling Stone interviews. So I did a video about Jin, Sugar, and RM about their individual, and then so the next up is J-Hope and V. And so I have filmed most of V's. I did J-Hope's. I got to finish, but so that will be released this week as well. Um, so tomorrow I plan to finish up the V part. What is this? Sorry, there's my table's all scratched up. Anyway, sorry. Junior crossed that brain. Girl, brain made you short circuit. Yeah, I would definitely short circuit. But yeah, so that will be coming out this week. Did you guys see the Rolling Stone interviews? The ones that they did last week? Um, I thought they were all very interesting so far. Again, I've watched most of them. The J-Hope one, I have to apologize to the J-Hope stands. In my video, I apologize, you J-Hope stands. I'm sorry. I apologize. I totally underestimated J-Hope. I totally did. Um, I apologize that J-Hope, you've seen the first three. So yeah, I apologize to all the J-Hope people out there. I have underestimated J-Hope completely. And I was very impressed by his interview. He was very good. Very good interview, y'all. The J-Hope one, the J-Hope and the RM are my favorites so far. Hobie will set you on fire. Apparently. Shit. You haven't bought a pick of Rolling Stone since the Prince thing? What happened, Minnie? What Prince thing? Why does that vaguely sound familiar? What happened with the Prince thing? I want to know. Hobie comes across as very confident, very articulate, very I don't know. There's just Hobie gives off this aura now that I just can't. I just respect it. I said respect, you know. No, I don't watch The Boys. I tried to get into The Boys 4 times when the show first started, and I kept falling asleep every time. And so when I fall asleep on episodes, that's why I'll be like, oh, okay, I give up. J-Hope's Arson is one of your favorite songs. His stage presence is unmatched. J-Hope's on and off stage presence, his on and off way he carries himself. I apologize to you Hobie fans. I really do. I apologize that I have underestimated J-Hope and his leadership. I think J-Hope, to me, is the most stylish member of BTS. I think he gets foreigners a bit more than BTS. Watching the documentary, which I'm upset about that documentary. I'm still mad about that damn documentary. I was like, oh, I watched the documentary 3 times and I won't watch it anymore. Because each time I watched the documentary on Netflix about BTS, I kept getting more angrier. Because I feel like, I'm like, this is what the director came up with after filming BTS for months and months and months. I better see another documentary. I better get a damn box set. I better get a whole digital download or a DVD, baby. I better get a VHS tape. I better get something, okay? I better get a Blu-ray, something. Because after all they followed BTS around, I'm watching this. Every time I watch the documentary, I get more and more frustrated. First time I watched it, I was like, oh, that's good. Second time, I'm like, third time, I'm like, wait a minute. What? Just a damn minute? I'm like, wait a minute. How long did it? I need more footage. So again, I better see something come out on Disney Plus, Weverse, something better come out. Because don't do that to me. Don't do that. And I better see some more J-Hope in it. J-Hope, I love J-Hope, and I love J-Hope in his interviews, and there is something about J-Hope that is significantly changed. And I don't know what it is. He went into the military, and he came out a thirst trap. I don't know what it is about J-Hope, but to me, J-Hope, in his interview, I was like, okay, he really gets it. I'm like, oh, he really understands it. RM's interview made me upset, and it made me cry. Like, I was almost in tears, y'all. Because RM reminds me so much of myself that it is frightening. It was so frightening, I almost turned it off. Because to hear RM speak and the way he talks and he says things, it hit such a nerve in me that I was like, this is too much for me. You know, I can't be dealing with all this self-actualization. That was too much self-realization for me. I was like, I do that. I say that. I think that. I'm like, shit. I'm like, where the remote at? Let me turn this shit off. This like therapy. It was too much like therapy for RM with me. It got me so emotional. I was like, this is really just me doing the interview. I'm like, ooh. I'm like, ooh. J-Hope is a grown man. I just don't know what to do. You know, I don't know what to do. Because he's performed solo more than anyone. Is that it? I don't know. It broke my heart too when in the beginning he wasn't getting fan mail. Girl, that was sad. Sugar said we only see 10%. I believe it. Ice Queen, I think we saw about 2%. Like, I think Sugar's giving it. Because they recorded him for months. And I was like, this it? Hobie's in some air. Hobie's in some grown-ass man. I don't even know what to do. I'm going to leave Hobie over there. I'm like, Hobie, you do your thing. But I have a lot more respect for him. And then RM, like I said in my video, I did not understand how sensitive RM was until he started doing them Weverses and them confessionals in their Weverse. And he started bearing his soul. I never understood how sensitive RM. RM shocked me being that sensitive. Because usually the overthinkers and the cerebral people, like we're not really that emotionally sensitive. As much as me and RM have in common, I'm not very an emotional, touchy-feely kind of sensitive. I'm not emotionally sensitive. So it shocked me that RM was emotionally sensitive because he seemed to be very logical, like a straight shooter, a logic thinker, like I am. But to know that RM, that things hurt him a bit more, he was saying, I think I'm more sensitive than the others. And it is because he is an overthinker. And I'm like, well, I'm an overthinker, but I'm not very sensitive. But, I think RM is letting J-Hope step up. RM should. J-Hope, to me, makes a phenomenal leader. I think if J-Hope knew English and he was bilingual, I think that J-Hope would make a better leader than RM. I think J-Hope is just natural for him to be a leader. And that's somebody that you want. I don't think for RM it really comes naturally. I think it was something that was pushed upon him. But I don't think that RM like wants to be the leader anymore. I don't think he really wants to do that anymore. I think RM just wants to be like, I just want to sit back and relax. And when you watch those early videos of BTS, RM really wasn't the person doing a lot of talking. Those early interviews with BTS in Korea, you see a lot of J-Hope and Suga doing a lot of the talking. It was J-Hope and Suga doing a lot of the talking. And so they kind of like, as time went on, they shifted. And then all suddenly RM was doing more of the talking. And then they were trying to encourage J-Hope and Jimin and V, who were much more reserved, for them to come forward. But in the beginning, it was a lot of Suga and J-Hope in the beginning, with RM in there a little bit, doing a lot of the interviews in Japan and Korea. Like they were on radio stations and you would just see Suga and J-Hope talking a lot. And that's how it should be in Korea. And then I think, but then it got to the point where just RM was doing everything. He was doing, and I think that's a lot for him to bear. And again, RM is tired. Yeah. He should get to be the middle child. Yeah, I think you should just get to. You think Hobie's English is good? I've heard Hobie speak English and I like it. I mean, I do think he's very, that hesitant because yeah, to be a English, to speak another language is very difficult, and the people bag on them for not knowing English is just dumb. It's fucking dumb. You know, you think he's coming to terms with how much a burden he carried? I think RM is I think RM is a tortured soul. I think RM, when he was in his roles in the interview talking about fighting demons, I was like, RM, nut up. I was like, RM, me and RM, I said, we fighting demons together, baby. I will win the mill on them demons for RM. I'm like, come on, RM, let's box up. We gonna fight them demons together. Because I understood again, I am a salty, sarcastic, non-emotional, non-feeling type of, I'm not a touchy-feely person. But RM's interview, again, blindsided me. I was watching like the first couple of minutes. I'm like, okay, this is cool. And then once he starts coming along, I'm like, oh, I felt a little uncomfortable. Like, and then I said, and the uncomfortability is because I'm like, oh, that sounds familiar. Oh, that sounds familiar. Oh, okay. He's saying he has a hard time sleeping. I have a hard time sleeping. I'm an overthinker. I have a real hard time sleeping, y'all. Like, sometimes it's not that bad, but it's bad. And I'm an overthinker. I'm not sensitive though, but I'm a consummate overthinker. And then I'm like anxiety. I'm like a ball of anxiety. Like when you watch In and Out and Anxiety, anxiety is my character. And people would never know it because I come across as very calm. But I'm always like with this frantic sense of frantic, skittish kind of energy that I just kind of keep it under wraps. But like deep down inside, I'm like, okay, I can't sleep. I'm up too late at night. And then he was saying that at night, he has a hard time coping with the night. That during the daytime, he's fine. But then at night, he's like, okay, like the quietness sets in. And then he talks about the loneliness. And then he starts to thinking. And then he's probably doom scrolling on his phone. I can see RM late at night doom scrolling. Like I was like, okay, we're not doom scrolling. I'm like, put the phone down. Stop looking at Korean news. So I again, it's an interview that I watched twice and I won't watch again because to hear RM talk and his cadence and the way he talks makes me nervous. It evokes a kind of visceral reaction And I can't explain it. Like to hear him talk, I'm like, okay. Like it is, you know. Yes, I have seen the new run BTS. RM does surf the web. He says he doom scrolls a lot. Yeah. And you have to work a lot to get over the trauma. I have to stay busy. I'm not an idle person. And so I work. Like I said, RM's interview is uncomfortable for me. Like I tried to watch it again today. I was like, let me go back. And then I was watching it and then I was like, okay, like 5 minutes in, I'm like, well, let me just turn that off. Because it's uncomfortable. I don't like facing certain things about my own personality that RM seems done to me. Like he's over it. When RM was doing those videos when he came out the military, and I didn't know any idea that he suffered so much in the military. And he talks about being in that environment and fighting demons. And I find all of that curious. That it wasn't that bad for him in the military. That makes me very, very sad. That he was in an environment and he talks about the words that he uses. I was in that environment. And I was like, was it really that bad? And he talks about it like that environment. Like the words people use always fascinate me. The phrases and the words that he uses, I'm like, okay, it must have been really bad, you know. Oh, him talk about the 27 Club hurts you. Oh God. Oh, uh-oh. You get tear jerks just watching the last festa when they were about to be conscripted. Yeah. That was insightful for me too. I've watched that many times, you know. The military for the idols, yes. I've talked about it before, about the things that I've heard about idols in the military. I told y'all before that there's idols in the military. I told y'all before people stealing their drawers and socks. I keep telling y'all this. And y'all are like, y'all were floored when I was telling y'all. I was like, yeah, the idols that people's in the military stealing their socks and drawers. They dirty socks and drawers would come up missing. Yes, y'all. I'm telling you. Yes, I've told y'all about it before. That there were idols that people were stealing their socks and drawers. And I don't know what they were selling them on the dark web. They were taking them home to their family members and friends. We don't really know what really happened to those socks and drawers. But yes, there are idols that they had to go and have people like they had to go and purchase socks and drawers at the commissary because they kept coming up missing because people were stealing them. And so it, just really weird shit like that. They would go in the shower and people would stare at them in the shower looking at their junk, like trying to like size up like how big their manhood was or wasn't. So stuff like that. Like I know somebody that was not personally, but what I heard of somebody was idle and they would hate to shower with the other people because it felt so traumatic to him. About he's used to having his privacy. He's used to, and this person didn't have any brothers or sisters, so they're really an only child. And so to be in this situation where this person was the only child, and then you have to share rooms and dorms, and he was used to being in that as an idol. But then like the constant bullying and the things like that, a lot of the idols get bullied. Like y'all would be surprised that these younger men who are younger than them, they will get bullied by senior. A lot of the idols will get bullied by senior officers. It's a whole thing, y'all. But yes, they were stealing people's socks and drawers. I don't know, maybe they panty sniffing. I don't know. Yeah, they would write diagrams of their bodies. Yes, they would draw pictures of their genitalia and their moles. And yes, they would draw pictures of what their body looked like naked and then go tell. And yes, you can tell that RM, I don't know what RM went through, but it is something that I feel like it kind of broke his spirit a little bit. Because I feel like the RM before he went into the military was much more confident and self-assured and well a little bit more adjusted. And then when he came out the military and I saw his face, the moment he came out that military, I kept telling people, I said something's wrong. Where RM sat up there with V and V kept looking at him, if you watch the video, him coming out, you could see V looking at him like, are you okay? Like, you could tell the look on Namjoon's face was like a look of like relief. And I can't describe I don't know what psychologists would call that look. But the look that he had when he came back home and he was doing that Weverse was so pitiful to me. Like just the look on his face. I kept watching it and I would turn the volume down. I would just look at his little, like it makes me choked up to see. It's like a kid that got disciplined really, really bad and they finally free and they just have like that look of like shell shock. Like it was the if you go back and watch that Weverse if you can, and you will see it. You will see the look on his face and you will see V looking at him like, you okay? And it looked like RM wanted to cry. And I kept telling people, I said, something is wrong. And everybody was like, no, we're happy to see RM. And I'm like, nah. I said, RM don't look too good. And I remember I came on my live stream and said, he don't look too good to me. Like besides, just him, gaining weight or whatever. But people are like, oh, well, maybe he's self-conscious to be on camera. I said, no, there's more to that. The look in RM's eyes was so sad. Like that I felt like once he got into the car, I felt like he may have become really emotional and choked up because it just the way he looked was just wasn't right. And then when he came on the Weverse and he came on there and he seemed very skittish and then he started talking about his time in the military. I was like, oh, I said, so that's what it was. And he really was skittish. And ever since then, he does Weverses. RMs has like this nervous energy that disquiets me in some way. He just has like this real nervous, way of talking and is this body language. And he was talking about the military and he seemed very nervous. And I was like, I said, so I hope, like I said before, that, Big Hit has mental health services. I hope to God that RM is talking to somebody. And I said that all idols, I think, should be required to talk to somebody at least once a month because being in the industry is hard. And I hope that RM is not out here going through these things by himself and venting on Weverse and stuff like that. And that's what I said before when he was on Weverse. I said, y'all, I don't think he should be out here telling people like how he feels and talks about his loneliness. And I was like, y'all are like, yeah, he's being candid. I said, yeah, but there's a difference between being candid and seeking substance and relief through bearing your soul like that. And I didn't agree with him. I said he should be talking to someone behind closed doors about like his feelings. And I said maybe I just have a feeling that because he was on Weverse, I didn't know if he didn't have anybody to talk to, And he spoke up right away about his insomnia and taking pills and and being on a CPAP machine and reconcile, like that was just crazy, you know. And yeah, I do. I hope that, it's out there and available for him. And I hope that he's seeking a positive outlet to his emotions and then RM in the interview, he was saying that, about like, things have been bad, but he says that he wants to live. And that just, that like, I'm telling y'all, like, even now I'm getting emotional because he says, things are bad, but I, I still want to live. Like, I want to live. And just, that struck me as a very emotional and odd thing to say. And usually people don't say that unless they have had thoughts about not wanting to live. And I understand that deeply. And it just struck me that he says, it's not so bad because I still want to live. And I understood that, about having those feelings like things are bad, but I still want to live and I'm still here. And that struck me so bad, that like, that for him to say that, it means that like on some level, he's probably, have lived that way, and then that he's probably thought about in his life, like, would it be best if I wasn't just here? And that hurt me, that like, oh my God. So for him to say that is mean that he's probably thought about, what if I wasn't here? Like maybe things would be easier. And so that struck me as very like heartbreaking, And yes, and like when you're drowning and you want to give up and you're, you know, and you just, for him to say that, I'm just like, oh, well, he's thought about like, he's had to have thought about like, what does it feel like me not being here? And I think that a lot of us have been through that. I try to be very candid because I've been through a lot, like I told people like, and I cry because, you know, yesterday, I told him my Patreon, 12 years ago, I lost my husband 12 years ago. And so that, I'm going through stuff and I'm trying to move. And then when I go through moving things, I find things and I'm like, oh, that reminds me of my husband. Or there's things that I've packed away that I've, you know. And so for me, like this weekend has been very emotional because, I thought this 12 years ago and it's been hard. It's been hard. It's not been easy, for me to be thrust into being a single mother. And so I thought about that and it's just, and then I've lost my mom. I lost my mother-in-law. I don't have a dad. I don't have any brothers and sisters. Like it's the past 5 years have been for me and my kids, nothing but loss. Like just loss after loss after loss. That's a loss. And it's just, and then y'all know I lost my cat in January and I miss my cat. Um, I miss Mickey a lot. Y'all remember Mickey would sit here while I do my live streams and Mickey would run around and be like, Mickey! And Mickey would knock things off and run. And Mickey, I would do some videos and you hear Mickey meowing in the background. And so it's just, when you lose a lot of people and a lot of things, it makes it very, very hard, that it makes it hard, and like, yeah, and like me having a YouTube channel, like has helped me like get an outlet for the film because I work too much. Y'all know I work a lot in my regular life and my regular job, but it has been hard. It has been hard. And then when I'm moving, like when I go to move, and then like my mom's ashes are in my armoire in a box. And then my marriage certificate is in a silver thing. My marriage certificate is there. And then I found something the other day, like a letter I wrote that I always keep with me, that I wrote to my late husband. I found that the other day. It was put in some paperwork and I found that and I was like, oh my God. So me going through moving and pulling up all these things has been kind of emotional, to, have to pack up my mom's ashes and everything. It's a lot. And so tomorrow we're gonna go to my husband's gravesite, and he's buried next to his mother. And like I said, and for me and Jennifer, we've been through a lot. So I appreciate everybody on this channel and everything. And like I said, me and Jennifer have been through a lot. Like we are truly like this. So you see us going together and doing things is because we enjoy each other's company, but also because we've been through a lot. Like a lot has hit us. And, Jennifer, losing her brother and her mother, me losing my husband, my mother-in-law has not been easy for my children. You can't listen to Swim, 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 Swim. I love you guys. Y'all know I'm crazy. Y'all know I come on here and be like, woo, Spitfire. But then sometimes some of my quiet moments, I'm like, okay, I learned to be tough. I'm a tough old girl. I learned to be tough, but sometimes I don't like to be tough. Sometimes I'm just more like, hey, I'm tired. I get tired of being like, I'm a tough old girl, but even I have my moments, I have my moments. We love our kitty. Yeah, it's me. I thought about me getting another cat because I do. Speaking of kitties, I do miss my kitty. I miss my Mickey. Um, I do, and I try to keep going. Shelly, I appreciate all of you guys. Like you guys have given me um such an outlet to like my angst. And then I love K-pop. I love it has kind of like healed my mind, with the industry. I find the K-pop industry very fascinating and healed my mind and my angst against the American music industry, which I still have issues with. But the issues that I have are just personal because of the fact that I've had so many family members that have experienced so many bad, horrific things thanks to the American music industry, but then good as well. There's a flip side to everything, but I've seen more of the bad than the good. But that's just my experiences. But it just, like I said, that RM interview just hit me because I'm like I said, I will never watch it again because it's emotionally too much. But to see somebody bare their soul out there the way RM did, I really, I appreciate it, because it's not easy. It's not easy to be as famous and as rich as he is, and people are probably thinking like they did with his Weverse, like, what is he complaining about? He's rich and he has all this money and he has all this fame, and that's what a lot of people in Korea did think with RM's Weverses, and I said that pretty much in the videos that I made then, that a lot of people, especially the men, were like they felt like RM had no right to complain in his Weverses. And I was like, RM has as much right to speak his truth as anybody else. But him being a Korean man, people considered what he said, especially in HYBE, it sounded the alarm in Big Hit and HYBE. And I told y'all before when I did videos, I said, I promise you that that most of the members were like, you know, okay, or had concerns. But I promise you, not everybody at Big Hit or HYBE thought it favorable for RM to be bearing his soul like that, because they thought that it would bring heat to HYBE and to Big Hit into the group, which is a valid reaction. But I think that if RM was a woman, he wouldn't have experienced so much backlash. But him being a man was even more so. Because as a man, you're just supposed to suck it up, tough it out, move on. And, you know, RM is like, I'm going to share. And he's human. Yeah. And being famous, and RM has talked about being lonely. He has talked about not having love in his life. He's talked about not having a relationship. And he's talked about being lonely, you know, and feeling that loneliness of like, I don't have anyone. And RM was very candid and shocked me, saying that he doesn't have anyone to come home to, you know. And I'm thinking there are millions of women out there. I was like, RM, honey, hold the phone on. Stop right there. Okay. There are literally millions of women who would be like, I volunteer as tribute. It would be the Hunger Games up in here. Like, you can have a Hunger Games for RM. They're like, here comes the 20th annual RM Hunger Games. These chicks would fight to the death. They'd be out here fighting. I'm like, all RM would have to say was, okay, we're just going to have this competition. And all the girls would be like, I volunteer as tribute. Sign me up. I'm ready to fight, RM. I'm ready to win your hand. Like, I'm like, like that kind of part of it, I kind of threw a side eye and I was laughing, because I'm like, come on now, how many women would be like, you know what, don't worry about it, RM, I got you. Y'all literally talk about RM talking about, I ain't got nobody to come home to. Women around the world was like, just give me the code to your crib. I got you. Just go ahead and DM me that code. Go ahead and DM that address and that code. Don't worry about RM. I'll be waiting for you when you get back. Like, it's fine. Just give me that code. They be waiting. They be on it with dinner made, the house clean, everything. Like, just like, I mean, really, like, these women around the world was like, RM, you ain't got to worry about you ain't got nobody to come home to. Shit, if I had that much money and looked that good as RM, I'm telling you, I would have a different woman every day, every night, every evening. Like, it would, but I don't think RM strikes me as that kind of guy. Like, I think RM want a person that he can kind of connect with and all that shit. But in the meantime, y'all was like, I volunteer. He looked happy at the concert. He did. Y'all was like, baby, the cars would be lined up. The airport would be full. I said, shit. Y'all was like, all you got to do is DM me the code. Just give me the address. Give me the code. You ain't got to pay for no plane ticket. Some of y'all are like, look, I'm going to make it there. What day you want me to be there? Because you ain't got to come home and be by yourself, RM. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll be waiting here for you. Like, I don't care if I got to wait a couple of weeks. Hey, I guess I'm sitting here then. Because the idea that I understand, though, the idea of being lonely as an idol. But then I kind of don't, because I'm like, if I was a male idol, I wouldn't be too lonely. She said, I brushed my teeth, let's go. Like, when you want me to be there? Like, I'll be there. Like, y'all over there talking about, I'll be there. I'll be there to comfort you. Just call my name, RM. I'll be there. Just look over your shoulder. Ooh, y'all are like, I'll be there. Talk about let's go. Y'all are like, let's go. Or you just make the phone call. That's why I said I couldn't believe that. I was like lonely. I was like, all right, RM. I don't know. I was like, RM, we gotta do some, we're gonna have a phone call. Get your weight up. You get your game up, fool. Cause there is no way. Maybe you need to talk to JK or something. I don't know. JK seemed like he know what he doing. Maybe you need to talk to JK or Yoongi or something. I don't know. Maybe RM ain't got no game. Maybe RM seems a little bit quirky and awkward. I was like, maybe he ain't got no game or nothing. Maybe he just has a hard time with the ladies, But I was like, if I had that much money, I'm like that damn good. Oh my God. I mean, RM could literally just walk in the room, and he speaks English too. RM could literally walk in the room any place and just be picking out chicks. Like, I'll take that one, like it's a buffet. I'll take one of those, and then one of those, and one of her over there. And like literally, he could walk in like it's a damn Golden Corral. Like he could walk in like it was Golden Corral or Shoney's, or when they used to have that Pizza Inn with that Pizza Hut buffet. Remember that Pizza Hut buffet, or a CC's? I don't like CC's. They food kind of gross. But he could walk in like it's a CC's and be like, give me one of those, and wrap them all up, bring them over here. Let me see which one I want to talk to first. But I understand that, K-pop, you got to be discreet. You can't, they can't have no dating scandals and all that. But literally, I have a hard time believing that RM would be up sitting up here lonely and crying in his kimchi. I was like, baby, they can he is a dork though. And I like that about him. He is a very low key. He seems kind of awkward and kind of like he has game. Right. That's what I said. I'm like, come on, RM. Come on now. You think Yoongi's married expecting a baby? I think Yoongi has a girlfriend. I can't say that. I think Yoongi has a girlfriend. I think Yoongi has had a girlfriend off and on for quite a bit now. I find RM's dorkiness very cute. Very, very cute. But it's hard to find someone to trust because you got to pick the right person. You got to hopefully this person doesn't rat you out and reveal you and try to expose you. Then you got to hopefully the person will love you for you and not your money or your clout or your fame. And they won't divulge your secrets. Like, it's very hard to have a loving, stable relationship as an idol. That's why a lot of them don't get married. There's a lot of idols that have never been married. And then the ones that do get married, they have been with the same person for 10 years. You hear a lot about idols, marrying and they've been with somebody for 5-10 years. And sometimes it'll be just it'll be a normal person. It won't be somebody like another idol. But a lot of times, yes, idols do get married, but it's after their career has settled down and calmed down when they've gotten older and their career has settled down. And a lot of times they've gone on from being an idol to being a business person or influencer or doing something like that. So, it's hard enough to find the right one, period, as anybody. But no, Jin is not married. I don't think Jin is married at all. Like, I think Jin would be, like Tae Yang's wife, that they were together for quite a while, off and on, and that before they got married. But it's hard to worry about, is this person want to be with me, or is this person want to be with me because of my money and my fame and they clout chasing? And then if we do break up, is this person going to run to the news and out me and be like, and out you? Like, they're going to be like, yeah, I'm in a relationship with such and such and such and such. And then they because they're revenge, they're hurt or they're angry or something like that. So it's like the shit that happened with Song Duan and Jimin and that shit. Like that, Lord, that's a nightmare. And so when stuff like that happens to idols, they get real, or when it happens to other idols, not even them. When shit like that happens to other idols, it's like a chilling effect on everybody. Everybody gets like, well, I don't want to date because this person got exposed. And so now I'm going to get exposed. And so people like run for the hills because they don't want to get exposed. And it's hard. You think Jen is Stacey? I think Jen is happy. And I think Jen, Jimin, that Jimin and Song Duan thing. Yeah, then they got to worry about the craziness of the fans hurting the person that they're with and hurting them, and it's a backlash to their career. And, it's a lot of things to worry about being with somebody and then the aftermath of it. Right, and that's what I'm saying. I don't understand the delusion. It's like they stand a chance, Yes, rather than saying, yeah, I'm Delulu, so what? They really think that they have a chance with their idol. Like they really have a chance. Like they're going to meet this idol and the idol's going to sweep them off their damn feet and then they're going to roll off into the sunset like it's a K-drama. And I'm just like, that's not going to happen. Like, I don't think this is going to happen the way you think it's going to happen. Like, I don't think, it's not going to go that way. Like, it's just not. The odds on that happening is slim to none. Most likely if they're Korean, they're going to marry, and first of all, they're going to marry another Korean. Because that's just kind of like a lot of K-pop idols, male or females, don't marry foreigners. I think I only know of 3 or 4 people in the K-pop industry that have married foreigners. I think I know about 4 that I know of. And these are like second and third generation people who weren't part of a big group. They've married foreigners. And it just doesn't happen very often. And so most likely they're going to marry somebody in Korea who speaks their language and their culture and things like that. But to me, being married to an idol just seems not fun anyway. Because, you besides all the scrutiny, but just culturally speaking, like in Korea, maybe an idol is a little bit different because I don't know. I'll talk about this another time about dating a Korean man. I've talked about it off and on about like the challenges because I guess it just depends on your mindset. Me, I like Korean men. I like Chinese men. I like Asian men, period. But there is a certain non-conformity to me that I butt heads with, in that I'm not a very traditional kind of woman. So I find myself getting bored with Korean men. I just find them a little too vanilla for my taste. I need somebody that's a little bit more adventurous. And even though I've met Korean men who are what they would be considered outside the box adventurous, it's still not adventurous enough for me. Still very vanilla. So I don't know. So to me, and then once you become married, it takes all the fun out of it a lot of times. You become married and then the men start to see you in a different way. And it just depends on the man too. And I know people in the industry is a little bit more laid back and non-traditional. A lot of them. Some of them are very traditional. But to me, being married to a Korean idol, I will always wonder, what is that like? Because is it going to come to the point where you're just going to have a sexless marriage? Because most Koreans get married and that's what happens. They end up not having a very close marriage from what I've seen. It's like a cultural thing, especially once you get to having babies. And that happens to all married couples. But in Korea, it seems like once you get married, the way that the man sees you is completely different. And I don't like that. I just feel like, oh my God, I'm with this person and then all of a sudden they start seeing me not as a woman, but as a mother and as a partner and not as a woman, Yeah. You think RM and HYBE and JK has a things for white girls? Maybe HYBE. Maybe. Maybe RM. Maybe. JK. I think JK just likes girls. I think JK likes a girl who strikes his fancy. I think JK seems like the type but to be honest with you, I have not heard of JK being with a lot of white girls. I have not heard that. All the girls I've heard about JK being with have all been Korean for the most part. Now, depends on what we mean by being with. But now I think V and JK would be the most curious to know what it was like to be with somebody not Korean. I think they would be really curious to be like, oh, I wonder what it would be like to, so they might drift that way intimately. But I can't see JK dating someone who didn't speak his language, first of all. And the same thing with V or all of the rest of them. Now RM is RM and JK, I mean say RM and HYBE are the ones. Because I think HYBE navigates things a different way. I think HYBE, because his personality, is much more accessible. I think HYBE has a really curious personality. And RM, because he speaks many languages, I think that women find RM very much attractive in other circles. But all the rest of them, because they speak Korean, it's really hard to be with somebody who doesn't speak your language. And I've tried, and it's hard to be with somebody who doesn't speak English. It's like it's a hard mesh of cultures and languages, and it's just, now I'm not saying they couldn't sleep with somebody. Now I'm not saying they wouldn't sleep with somebody. Now, if push come to shove and it introduced itself, that whole language thing goes out the window. When someone's rich and famous and handsome, I don't care what language they're speaking. I'm like, well, we just figured out. We just figured out. But I can't see them like dating someone, or it being like a friends with benefits kind of thing with somebody that doesn't speak their language. But I could see like a one night stand. I could see that with anybody. But I could see RM kind of talking to somebody. But I don't know, y'all. I it's hard for me to really go with that, because the things that I hear about RM is that RM is a bit more traditional. That RM really likes somebody who wants somebody that's of his culture. And so, but I think HYBE for sure. I think HYBE is not a very traditional kind of person. From what I hear, HYBE is kind of a free spirit. But I can see RM being very much wanting someone of his culture. And JK, I don't know. I think JK is just like, I think JK is just kind of like, I prefer Korean, but hey, ain't no one around right now, so we're just gonna go with this. Oh, JK, let me leave JK alone. Let me leave JK alone. I don't want to get nothing started. JK, oh, I love JK. But the things I've heard, I'm just like, I think JK is very curious. He's be like, hey, what you doing? I do. I want to see all of them happy, whether they with male or female. Yeah, I think Jin and Sugar are much more traditional from what I've heard. I've always heard that Jin and Sugar are very much true. And again, I've heard that about RM as well. You'd be surprised that RM, I think he likes somebody that they can share culture together, and he can talk to someone that shares his way of thinking. And I think that RM, he has many facets of him that is not like conservative, but traditional. And I think that RM wants somebody that he could be like, yeah, we eat the same kind of foods, and we go to the same places, and we grew up the same and have the same kind of familial structure. And that's a hard thing to get over, dating someone who is Korean, is the familial structure. Because it's like, is this person going to introduce you to his parents or his friends, and you're a foreigner? I'm not saying it's not possible, but the way Koreans look at foreigners is something that I've never really talked about, but it's quite disconcerting at times. Like, there's people who've done videos about this. They do videos on YouTube about dating Korean men and stuff. Go watch some of those videos, because there's some YouTubers that I've watched and I'm like, yep. Because dating a foreigner is quite tough in Korea. It's pretty tough. that the family is going to accept you. It's pretty hard because they want them to marry someone Korean for the most part. A lot of them do. Now, Japan is very different. Japan is much more like whatever, there are traditional Japanese people, but I think Japanese people are a bit more like open to marrying foreigners. But Koreans, for the most part, not saying that Koreans are racist, but Koreans can be xenophobic. Like they like Westerners and they like Americans, like as from afar. I wouldn't say as friends, but people talk about going to Korea and having a hard time making friends. It is hard to make friends in Korea. Really, truly friends, like not surface level friendships. But I think dating is even harder. Like they will be intimate with a foreigner, but they hardly will they take you home and like marry you. You see more of it now in the recent years though. You see more and more mixed couples in Korea than ever. But yeah, so things are changing. Anything's possible, especially in the entertainment industry. I think RM would date an American, yes, because of language, yes. There are a lot of mixed couples, yes. Things have changed. There are things have changed a lot, but it depends what mixture we're talking about. When people talk about mixed couples, let me tell you something. There is a lot of Korean women with European men. That happens. Korean men with foreign women married, especially the firstborns. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I gotta see some statistics. Korean women, yes. Korean women have always dated foreign men and married them. Korean men, it's you don't see too many Korean men, and the Korean men that are with foreign women, we have to define foreign. Are we talking about Asian women, like Japanese, Vietnamese, Southeast Asian? Yes. People got to understand that they are foreigners too, but they're still Asian. Like they're still within the realm of Asian, But if you're talking about Korean men with American women, not much. European women, yes. French ones, German ones, English ones, you see more of that. With American women, I think there's a huge cultural divide between Americans and Koreans a lot of times when it comes to dating. Like there's this whole thing. There's a whole thing. Like the way we do dating in America is very different than it's just a whole thing. It's just, like I said, especially the firstborn sons. That's something that people don't talk about. The firstborn, I don't know. Like, I don't see that a lot. The oldest son in the family, I don't see that a lot. I'm thinking about, have I seen a lot of firstborn males? Because they got to carry on the family name, the family legacy, and then having mixed kids come with the whole, and then having your kids go to school in Korea is a whole thing, and it depends on what mixture we're talking about. There's still a stigma of being a mixed race kid in Japan and in Korea. I'm thinking hard. Even if you're European, because are they going to go to school in Korea? That's a hard thing. They're going to get bullied and they're going to get picked on. I think because I know somebody kind of like in this situation and they want to get out of Korea. Like I know somebody who is a woman married to a Korean guy and she wants to go back to her country and don't want to raise kids here because she knows that like if they do have when they do have children or when a child is born, it's going to have a hard time. Unless they go to an American school, an international school, but if they go to a Korean school, oh no, honey. They kind of gonna get picked on. And they're gonna get bullied. Unfortunately. So I think about that a lot. I'm just like, what is the odds? I think about that a lot because I'm like, if I move to South Korea, what? I was like, no, never mind. There are Asian men married to black women, but a lot of the Asian men that are married to black women are Southeast Asian men. Korean men married to black women, it happens, but I don't see a lot of it. I see men from Vietnam. I see Japanese men married to black women. When it comes to Korean men, I don't know. There's just, I don't even seen a lot of them. I don't see that statistic either. And then some of the black women that they are married to are like European black women. It's not like American black women. American black women, we a whole different breed. I know we a whole different breed. Yeah, they do send their kids to international school so they can work it. Yeah. Chinese and black women mostly, yes. I see a lot of that, especially now since China is having inroads to Africa. Chinese men, ladies, let me tell you something. Chinese men are very curious about black women. I have had many a Chinese man online be like, hey, I'm like, oh, here we go. They are very curious about black women. They're very curious. They're curious. And they will ask you a bunch of questions and be like, oh, you're so pretty. Da, 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 da. Chinese men are very Chinese people, if you have not talked to a person from China, please do. Chinese people in China are very warm, welcoming, and they get a bad rap sometimes. But every Chinese man or woman I've ever dealt with have always been very kind to me. And they've always been very warm and curious and open and ask me questions and they want to know. I have not kind of had that experience with Koreans. Korean men are just kind of like, you know, like she cool, but I can't take her home. But Chinese men are kind of proactive. They're very curious about black people. There's a curiosity. They always wonder like, well, what do y'all eat and what do y'all think? But Korean people are very reserved when it comes to socialization. That's why I think there's a lot of loneliness in Korea because people stick in like these little cliques and these little groups, you know, unfortunately, and not venture out of their social circle. But Chinese men are very curious about black women. They are very, very curious. They didn't see the African videos about these Chinese men going to Ghana. These Chinese men are going to Ghana, y'all, and they are marrying black women. That is how, like, you see, you go and search on YouTube because, you know, there's Chinese nationals in Africa, especially all over, like, with Ghana and Nigeria and other places like that. And so the men there are lonely, and so they marry the local women there. And so, yes, I think that, right, Shelly Thompson, you are completely right. Korean men are worried about appearances and what other people are going to think about them. So it's hard to really get over that. You have to get a Korean man that's pretty established in his life who just doesn't care. But a lot of Korean men worry about what their family is going to think, what their friends are going to think, what their boss is going to think, what their coworkers are going to think, what their extended relatives is going to think about being with somebody of a different race. But if you get a person who just doesn't care about that, then you're in. But a lot of Koreans, they really do care about that. I think perhaps more than any people that I've come across, like they really do care about that. So you could be a very successful woman and have all these things, and then you could still not have a Korean man want to be with you just because he may like you and be attracted to you, and you may be good on paper and you're successful and educated and all these things, but they still may not want to be with you just because they were like, well, what are my parents going to think, you know? Because the parents are going to be like, well, I want you to have babies. And so, you know, it's like, you know, yeah, the baby Korean women are a no joke. Korean women are like, you got to be, wait a minute, hold on, Shelly. You got to be over 5'10". Korean women be having, girl, I said, shit. Korean women don't play. You got to be a certain height. You got to be making a certain amount of money. What kind of family you come from? Where do you live? What kind of apartment you live? What kind of car you drive? Korean women do not play. What university you went to? What was your test scores? What you look like? Korean women do not play, honey. They will be like, you got to meet all of these criterias, and then they might talk to you. They may give you a chance. And they will tell you, they be like, nah, they be like, he too poor. I'm like, are you serious? He too poor. He too poor. No, he don't make it up. Like, I mean, I had Korean women. I'm like, well, look at this guy. Don't he like you? Yeah. Oh, Kiki, he too poor. I'm like, okay, he's too poor. He's too poor. Yep, he don't make enough money. I'm like, oh my God. YouTube Diana in Korea and her 8 kids. Oh, okay. I think her 8 kids in South Korea, Jin and Juice. Jin and Juice. I like the name Jin and Juice. Yeah, Korean women, they need a resume, baby. I did. I was the one that said RM, yes. That RM has throughout the years attracted quite a few black women throughout the years. that I have heard stories about black women shooting their shot with RM because RM attracts a certain, a certain type of woman, like, that women have found black women very attractive, and they have tried to shoot their shot many times, whether it be rappers, actresses, models, all kinds of people. I heard they try to shoot their shot at RM, and he was just like, "No, I can't." But they've tried. Like they've been at after parties at awards in America, and one would wander over to RM or be curious about BTS and talk to them, or it may be a famous person and they may have somebody in their entourage, somebody lesser famous than them, or somebody as an assistant or something that have been in the entourage of a particular famous person, and maybe they've wandered over, and be like, I'm finna go talk to him. He speaks English. He's part of BTS, and chatted RM up a little bit. And he has curved all of them, apparently, from what I heard. So I'm just saying, hypothetically, there might have been somebody in some entourage that may have been like, oh, I'm finna go talk to this Korean pretty boy, and went over to talk to him, and he was polite, but, they kind of like, thanks but no thanks. And it's like, okay, So yes, RM has attracted the sisters because, he's a rapper, and I think proximity. RM has worked with Pharrell and some other people, and and collaborated with people on certain things. And I think that RM has been in certain spaces that like have caught the attention of a writer or a producer, or even an artist a time or two themselves. And RM was like, no. Now, and then, like I said, I don't know what his motivations were, but he may have been like, I don't want a scandal. Been very gracious, and sometimes you just got to be like, no, ladies, I'm sorry, no. And he has turned them down. So, but like I said, RM has a certain flavor to him that black women I've known to find the way he talks and the way he acts, like, people find that attractive. Like, RM's an attractive guy. And then once you get to talking to RM, he's goofy and funny and affable, and people, women are like, oh, he real cool. Like, so, you want to shoot your shot, ladies. Go ahead, shoot your shot. And yes, and they're always accompanied by managers and staff. So that's another issue as well, is to have staff and managers, like, yes, RM has, and a natural masculine appearance. RM's tall, and he does. The way RM carries himself is a bit, and then, like I said, I think RM speaking English and moving in circles like that, you just have a different way of carrying yourself. Like J-Hope, I think I've said that before, that J-Hope was very westernized. You would be surprised that J-Hope is very westernized, like in his thinking, in his habits, and the things that he do. I said to J-Hope, y'all be surprised that J-Hope would shock you. That J-Hope, I think, understands Westerners and foreigners and likes hanging around Westerners and foreigners, that I think that most people realize. That I think, because sometimes, like, when you're in a culture and then you hang around somebody of another culture, you're like, oh, this is fun. Like, oh, I get to let my hair down a little bit. Because being in Korean culture, even in the industry, is a bit, the protocols, and it's a bit more buttoned up. But being around other cultures, especially American, it's very informal. Americans, we're not all formal. We can cut loose sometimes. And I think J-Hope likes to cut loose, and I think J-Hope is like, And I think when J-Hope went on tour with foreigners, I think J-Hope was like, oh, so this is how foreigners act. Like, oh, this is fun. And I think J-Hope probably got a taste of a little flavor of being around people in different cultures. And I think J-Hope's kind of like, oh well, this is a little bit fun. Like, hey, I like these foreigners. Like, this is cool. Like, and I think that once certain people get around foreigners and J-Hope touring with foreigners, the many people dance, I said, oh, J-Hope finna go tour some foreigners. I said, oh hell. I said, no, he's not touring with foreigners. I said, y'all, they finna turn J-Hope out. I said, they gonna be like, come on, Hobie, let's go here. Come on, Hobie, let's go do this. Come on, Hobie, And I said before, while J-Hope was in LA, allegedly, J-Hope hung out in his downtime in LA with some of his dancers that are in LA or in Compton. I said, y'all, J-Hope was hanging out in Compton. I said, y'all thought I was kidding, but I'm serious. There's some evidence out there that J-Hope was hanging out in Compton. I said, J-Hope's over there eating chicken and waffles with some syrup. He was out there eating some collard greens. He was out there eating some tortillas and flatas. Like, J-Hope. Y'all, J-Hope was hanging out in Compton. I swear to God, y'all. He was in LA hanging out with some of his dancers, Right. I mean, yeah, he looks really comfortable with his dancers. Yes. And I think that J-Hope got to hanging around these people and was like, this is a vibe. Like, this is cool. I like this. Like, and it's just a different vibe hanging out with foreigners. And I think once he was hanging out with them, he probably was like, this is a bit more freeing. Let's put it that way. But yes, in LA, I heard that J-Hope, one of the places he went was hanging out with some of his dancers, that they invited him to see the dance school and to have dinner with him and everything like that. And J-Hope was gracious. And I think J-Hope kind of came out of his shell a little bit. And I think that's the kind of like what you see now. Like, J-Hope was kind of like a little bit out of his shell now. And like, kind of like, like, hey, I can move it. I think J-Hope was kind of self-conscious about his English language skills and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that once he went on tour with these foreigners, baby, I told y'all, J-Hope went on tour with these foreigners and they introduced J-Hope to all kinds of new ways of thinking and doing and, and I think that like that really kind of opened his mind like, oh, okay, well, this is how other people, because to be around people and see how they live and how they interact, I think it kind of rubbed off on J-Hope a little bit. I was like, and nothing bad, nothing that they were out doing anything bad. But I just think it's just to be around somebody who is a different culture. It kind of opens your eyes to being like, okay, I don't have to be so buttoned down and so uptight that, you can cut loose a little bit. Yeah, cut loose a little bit. J-Hope was hanging around the black folks and the Latinos, and he was like, shit, okay, and how the male dancers in his group, interact with the female dancers. I think that kind of like introduced him to a different way of, he's an Aquarius. I don't know anything about Aquariuses. Hobie loves a good party scene. I love it. J-Hope could easily be hanging. Yes, he easily could be hanging out. J-Hope coming to the cookout for real. I'm like, J-Hope, come on, J-Hope. Like, J-Hope be like, hey. And J-Hope, his personality is so affable and just kind of like, I'm just gonna go with the flow. Like, J-Hope's personality, I've been told, is very like go with the flow. Like, kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go with it. Like, okay, well, y'all want to go somewhere? Well, like, yeah, let's bring J-Hope with us. And he probably was like, where are we going? Like, just come on, let's go. Okay. And I think J-Hope be the person to be like, okay, let's go. And then be somewhere and be like, what is happening? He'd be like, what the hell? Where are we at? Me and J-Hope be in the hood somewhere. They be like, pull up, J-Hope, it's all good. It's all love, fam. And J-Hope be like, well, okay, I guess we win in Rome, so J-Hope just seems from what I heard, a very, person to just okay, let's go on an adventure. I want to try something new and something different. And then, different foods, different people. And that's a good way to be. That's a good way to to live your life, being like open to experiences and not so like, oh, I'm scared and I don't want to do this and this is out of my comfort zone. Yes, I saw the video of HYBE doing the um yeah, J was easy going till you mess up on that dance move, then he'd be like, then they'd be like, oh shit. Like, yeah. Um, he wants to be like American people, not caring what others think about him. Yes, I agree, Jennifer. I forgot that RM did say that. Very much so. I think RM has a desire where he just wants to do, his own thing and not have to worry about. Again, I will end this live stream with this. I strongly feel, in everything I've said it before, that I want BTS free of the K-pop system. That I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know who's going to do it. But I want BTS away from the K-pop system, and I want the industry or a big hit or HYBE or whoever to push themselves into doing better for their artists. I did a whole video about like what I would do if I worked at a K-pop agency and how I would protect my artists. But I think that like they just need to do more. Like I just think that like the things that are done behind the scenes in K-pop, the things that have been done since Isuman was there. I'm like, and I respect Isuman. Cry freedom for BS, and I respect Isuman. Isuman coming back, y'all, later this year. Y'all wait for Isuman. I know some of y'all excited. Some of y'all are like, to hell with him. Isuman's coming back with his new company at the end of this year. His no compete clause ends this year. So he's gonna come back. He's holding auditions right now. If you guys didn't know, Isuman is holding auditions for his new agency. But I think a lot of the things they were put into place in practice is things have been there since the beginning, since the late 90s. Like, I'm just like, okay, we need to move away from certain things. And things have evolved and grown in how they operate and sell albums. That has changed. But I think of the culture in like the agencies is still like old and stodgy and shit that they've done for years and like 20 years and we still on this. I'm like, can we just move on? I'm ready for K-pop to move on. I'm ready for K-pop to get rid of this parasocial nonsense. I every day, I swear to God, I want to light a candle because I'm like, one of these days, K-pop is going to understand that the parasocialism that they encourage is what is holding back the industry as well. It is a double-edged sword. These companies are greedy. They are greedy, greedy, greedy. They want to make money and they don't care. They don't give a damn which idol gets hurt, which idol suffers mentally and emotionally, what idol got to starve themselves, what idol is online getting dragged, whose privacy gets invaded. These agencies don't care. They don't give a damn about the artist at the end of the day. And yes, I'm ready for South Korea to grow up and understand that this is going to hurt. So I've said it before, somebody is going to get really, really hurt one day. Somebody's going to take this shit too far. And they're going to be like, oh, I need to go out here and hurt this person. And they're going to find their way to someone's home or hotel room or on stage. I talked about it this week with V. Y'all know I talked about it with V. How these people was online and I was reading online and shook. How these people online that are quote unquote fans, I guess, JK solo stand, baby, I was floored. These people were online posting pictures of their ticket. And I forgot which venue, someplace, I think in America or somewhere. I forgot. But they were saying, I don't know if the ticket was real or not, honey, to assault V and throw acid in his face. Like, these people were serious. There were multiple people online mad at V and saying that they were going to throw acid in his face. that they were going to find him somewhere, break in his hotel room or follow him or something, and that they was going to either throw acid in his face or cut his face up. Now, that would be horrible. If somebody really did some crazy shit like that. What if somebody did, y'all know V like to go out and explore and go eat ramen, and y'all know V like to, wherever place he at, he was in Tokyo hanging out just by himself, with security, of course. But what if V went somewhere to go hang out in any one of these cities? And what if V went to the bathroom somewhere and somebody inadvertently followed him in the bathroom and cornered him and, without security? And what if somebody would cut up V's face or throw something in his eyes or something like that to blind him or to ruin his face? Like, these people were serious about this whole JK, Jim, and V shit. Like, they was really serious about that. Like, really seriously. Oh, you think it was Latin America? I think it was Latin America too. And I think you're right. It was Latin America. But these people are crazy. Like, they are like thinking about, cutting up someone's face or throwing acid in someone's face. Like, that would ruin somebody's whole career. Like, it would ruin their lives. It would ruin him mentally and emotionally and physically. Like, after somebody do some shit like that, you ain't gonna want to leave the house no more. If I was V, I would be like, I quit and be like, I'm going back to the house. These people were serious, and and the fans got on them and they reported them to the HYBE, the link that HYBE has. Jackson Wang could be my guy. I love Jackson Wang. That's my dude. But these people were online, like, really talking about they gonna mess up V because of some shipping nonsense. I said, what did V do? And they were like, oh, well, the JK shippers are mad at V. Like, I thought I heard angels calling. I was like, surely I was like, what? Okay, what? Wait, I had to read it. They're mad at V because they feel like V is getting in the middle of Jimin and Junk. I'm like, they're on tour. What? I was like, maybe. So I don't know. I was like, maybe something happened at one of these performances, and maybe I didn't watch the performances, y'all know. So I was like, maybe I missed something. Maybe maybe Jungkook and V are hugged up too close. I don't know, but these people are triggered by something that has happened at the concert. So maybe y'all can tell me, maybe y'all saw something. I'm just like, maybe something happened I was like, so something must have happened at the concert. I don't know what these people saw. But whatever they saw, they did not like it. And they are mad at V for whatever perceived that has to do with JK and Jimin. And apparently V is like the side chick, the side piece, and he's a side chick. And I was like, oh no, V the side chick. And I was like, why can't V be the main? Why does JK have to be the main? And Jimin and V the side bitches. Like, I don't understand it, okay? I was like, Jungkook don't even give off main chick energy, really, to be honest with you. I said, to me, V would be the main, and then Jimin and Jungkook would be the side pieces. Like, I don't understand how does that not happen? That's how I figured it was going. I was like, that's how I kind of perceive it. But these people are serious. And so I was like, Lord, oh my God. I was like, y'all. And so the agencies think this shit is cute. They think it's funny, it's cute, it brings publicity. But I'm like, y'all, somebody is really going to hurt somebody over this shipping stuff. It wasn't like it was 10, 15 years ago where shipping used to be fun and innocent, and people writing fan fictions and drawing deviant art. And back in the day, fan fiction and shipping was just something fun. Now people have taken this to the streets. People really think that this shit is real now. It's not just fun anymore. No, this is real. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, y'all done took it there now? So now people are trying to hurt people over people thinking that these idols are in some sort of relationship. Oh Lord, I was like, Lord have mercy, help them. So that's why I keep telling people, one day K-pop is gonna be like, you know what? We're gonna give up this parasocialism. We just gonna go about our way and try to get away from this and go and promote and do things like normal artists do. But again, these agencies are lazy. I've said it over and over again. The agencies are effing lazy. They don't want to put money in promotions. They don't want to put manpower and work in promotions. They want the fandom to carry all of the load for the promotions and for the sales and everything. They don't want to have to work for it like Western artists do. Western artists put in work. They put the songs out there. They go on tour and everything. K-pop don't want to do all that. K-pop want free publicity, free marketing, free advertising from social media and from us, the fans. That's what they want. That's what K-pop want. They don't want to. They don't want to be doing all these promotions, and yeah, they'll do some of that, but they don't want to spend money on commercials and ads and everything like Western artists do. They don't want to do all that. They don't want to buy radio ads, and they don't want to buy ad revenue on radio, especially in particular. K-pop don't want to do all that. They want the cheap, easy way by having the fans carry the water for the groups and for the idols, and that is going to backfire, and it has backfired on them spectacularly, because the crazier the fandom gets, it scares other people away. Like regular people are like, oh, I like this group, and then once they start talking to the fans, then they like, bitch, what? They like, what is happening? And then so casual fans are like, okay, this is crazy. Like I can't. And so it's scaring away normies and just casual fans. You will always have your diehards, and that's fine. But when you have stuff that happened with HYBE and Hee-jin and all that shit, when you have stuff like that happens, that turns other people off to K-pop. They like, oh, this is crazy. They're like, I can't get with that. Like, I was gonna try to listen to this group, but these people acting like this. That's how my attitude was for the longest time regarding K-pop. I was like, these people are nuts. Like, why would I want to be part of this? And these people are fucking crazy. I just tell Jennifer that all the time. And so it's stifling the industry and stopping K-pop from growing because the fandoms are scaring people. It's over the top. It's too much for a lot of people. And people want to be a part of something that is fun, that is joyful, that is happy, that is inclusive. People don't want to be a part of something where everybody is complaining and let me say something. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have never met a more miserable bunch of fucking people than to sit up there on social media. I don't know how y'all do it with K-pop fans. It is a 24/7 gripe fest about every damn thing. We don't like the outfits. We don't like the concepts. We don't like the music. We don't like the songs. I'll just be like, so what do y'all like? Nothing? Okay, great. Y'all don't never like nothing. Y'all hate every fucking thing. K-pop fans hate everything. They hate everything. They hate everything. Everything. If I'm not even on social media, and I understand by just looking at the media that K-pop fans, they complain about everything. They complain about comebacks. They complain about hiatuses. They complain about everything. Like, I'm just like, the only thing they love is to hate, right? And I'm like, who wants to be in these spaces where all y'all do is complain about how much you don't like this group and that group? And I was like, well, don't listen to them. If you don't like, I told people about BTS. If you don't like Adonai and you don't like the direction that this album has gone into, there's plenty of albums for you to listen to. There's so many. BTS has a whole catalog full of music. They have videos all over. If you're not into what they're doing right now, then go back to the older stuff. It's fine. But sitting on social media and fighting with people because they may like it and you don't like it, I mean, it's insane. If you don't like it, just be like, hey, it's not for me, y'all. Y'all have fun. I got to bow out. And be like, okay, cool, bet. But the idea is that people can't do that. People have to loudly complain to everybody, and then they have to come to my channel and then in turn loudly complain. And I was like, if you don't like it, why are you here? I'm like, okay, Like, I understand people saying it's not me and they want to be constructive, and I like constructive criticism. No issues. But for people to come to my channel, even me, and get in my comment section and be like, I don't like this and I don't like that. Okay, duly noted. Great. I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. But then they keep going. Well, this is stupid. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay. Okay, we're, like, all right. And again, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I mind people having constructive criticism, but in this messed up timeline that we live in, people can't talk to people. Like, people, and I'm just like, can we just talk to people like normal people? Like you would talk to your boss or your family, and we can't have normal discourse anymore. And so I'll be blocking and hiding these people all the time because, like, you're not going to come on my channel and insult me. Well, if you like this album, you're fucking stupid. Excuse me? What? Like, wait. I'm entitled to my opinion. It is my channel. Like, I've never known. Y'all don't understand the things that I see behind the scenes when I have to freeze, and like, I have YouTube set where it'll hold certain comments. And I have to be like, and I have to go and read these comments to see whether I'm going to release them. And sometimes I read them and I'm like, what again? Like, I have to be like, okay. Like I see a bunch of stuff and I have to hide people and block people from my channel all the time because y'all don't see the things that I see a lot of the time. And I get annoyed because people talk to me in such a disrespectful way that I'm just like, I go back and watch my video and I'm like, is it something I said? And I go back and watch the video and I'm like, I didn't say anything bad. Because rarely on my channel do I drag or diss or say anything bad about any of the artists. If I don't like certain things, then I just don't talk about it. I just like, oh, that's not for me. And I just move on. But the things that people say to me in comments that I hold, it's so wild. And I'm just like, what? And I'm like, and I'm going like, let me watch my video again. And I'm like, did I say that? And then I watch my video and I'm like, where are they getting this from? I don't understand it. Like I said, I can understand people being upset about certain critiques about certain albums. Like I did the Blackpink, but fortunately, Blinks weren't too mad. They weren't too mad about it. But there's some videos I made that are just fun. That are just me talking about stuff normally. And then people will come up with some wild ass comment and I'm just like, what are you talking? Like, I don't mind the engines coming because I didn't go hard on the engines. I don't care about those fucking engines. They kiss my ass. All those engines kiss my ass. But I mean, the ones that are cool, I like them. But the ones that try to come to my channel and they mad about Hee-jin, I keep laughing at them because they're utterly, completely ridiculous. So I get them being a little annoyed with me. I get the new Jeans fans. They try to get annoyed with me. I get it. But sometimes I have armies that are annoyed with me and I'm just like, I'm on your side. I'm like, I'm BTS Army. I'm on your side. I'm like, we're here with each other. Like, what do you, and then I'll be like, what are you talking about? And then I realize that they're shippers. Then I'm like, oh, okay. You're one of those crazy shipper people. And then they get mad with me. You love the troll SWAT. I do too. I don't play. I don't expect you guys to hold back. I mean, my comment sections to go after their asses. I don't care. I love the trolls too. Yeah, they're not army. They're not real army. But again, like I said, some of the comments I get are so bizarre that I'm just like, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, I'm like, somebody need to call the mental ward, especially them engines. Like, they was trying to come in my comment section. I was shutting them down left and right. I was like, y'all are crazy. Y'all are stupid. And then it turns out that I was right because Evan is going to do his thing. I said it in my video that Evan, or did I do that video next? Anyway, I think I have another video coming up talking about Evan. He's going to KCON in LA. If you guys haven't heard it, Evans is going to be at KCON. And he has branding deals and all kinds of things set up. And all these fans up here upset about Evan leaving in HYBE and all that. And I'm like, but y'all ain't did nothing though. And HYBE and concert and tour is still sold out. They ain't did nothing. That like y'all done nothing. So all that complaining and yapping and yelling and boycotting and protesting for nothing. Nothing has happened. Evan got blonde hair. Evan got a new name. He got Evan now. He's looking good. He looks relieved. He looks like he's happy. He's going to be at KCON. I said, do you know how many artists would die to be at KCON in LA? Do y'all know how many artists would love to be invited to KCON? And this dude, he ain't even came out with an album yet, and he's going to be at KCON. So all these theories that people had about what was going to happen, just no account. I said, no effing accountability, none. No accountability, none. Nobody is like, oh, well, maybe perhaps we jumped the gun and we were wrong now. No, that's another thing about accountability I gotta tell y'all about. So one of these little models that they've been talking about JK was with, it turned out it was announced today, she getting married. She getting married. So one of these models, these Korean top models that they accused JK of laying up with and being with, and even as of last year, I forgot her name. Her name is Shin something. She getting married. Matter of fact, I've heard the word on the curve is she's had the same boyfriend for 4 or 5 years. Yeah, she's had the same boyfriend for about 4 or 5 years. Yeah. So all these people out here that accuse JK of whoring around with this Korean model, she's finna get married because she's been dating the same dude for about 4 or 5 years. So where the JK people at? Where they at? Crickets. I said that's what I think is so funny about K-pop. I said y'all mother freakers ain't got no accountability. Not none. Nobody admits when they're wrong. So y'all didn't link JK to this chick off and on for 2.5, 3 years now. 2.5, 3 years. Even last year they was talking about, oh, it's her in this video with JK. No. She's finna get married. You said JK about him, but I love him. I love JK, and I love that everybody on hush mode. I was like, oh, so y'all ain't got nothing to say that she getting married? Okay, y'all ain't got nothing to say. Oh, y'all ain't got nothing to say. Okay. That nobody want to come out and admit, like, well, perhaps we were wrong. And they harassed this lady online. They was on her social media, in her comment section. Blew up her comment section. She had shut her comments down. She was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. All of this. And so obviously, it's obvious that her and JK are not together, have never been together. She's had the same boyfriend for years. So just imagine if you was her man having to deal with everybody thinking that your girlfriend is with Jungkook or BTS. And then her being bombarded and harassed, threatened, death threats and harassed over something that's not true because some fucking idiot in the Korean message boards put her name in something that shouldn't even been brought her name up on no evidence. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me backtrack. They had evidence because he was at a restaurant. She was at a restaurant. He was in Japan. She was in Japan. She was wearing shoes. Bitch, he was wearing shoes. She was wearing shoes. She supposedly went somewhere and took a picture, and it was supposedly, do y'all understand how this shit is destroying people's lives? So this destroyed this young lady's life and her reputation of dating JK because people putting pictures together on his Instagram and her Instagram. And this is all just Delulu madness fairy tales. When the truth was, she's been with the same man for years. And so her man is looking at her like, JK, huh? And she probably like, look. So again, these Delulu fans sit on people's Instagram and social media pages and look at pictures and being like, aha, they was at the same restaurant 4 days apart. So obviously it's their dating. Aha, they got a bracelet that looks similar. None of this shit is real. I've said it before. None of these delusional fantasy island fan fiction that people think about. They see in these pictures and the tea leaves told them and the moon aligned. Look, she was in this picture and the moon was here and it was this, and he's at the same place. It's not. They could just live by each other and be at the same restaurants. So all of this shit that people kept up over the years is not true. She's about to get married. All I could do was laugh today and no accountability. No anybody saying, okay, like, we got this one wrong. Good night, Jasmine. Oh, good night, everybody who's going to bed. And like I said, these people should be held accountable. And removed from the internet and removed from because they are out here spreading rumors based on pictures on Instagram, and it's stupid. As if you were dating somebody and you're going to be dumb enough to put pictures of you guys at the same place on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Like, you're going to be that dumb to be like, oh, well, I'm going to post a picture. We're on vacation together. Let me go ahead and post a picture. Okay, you finna go post a picture too? We standing at the same corner on the same building on the same day. Come on now. I'm like, idols are not this dumb. They wouldn't post pictures being at the same place at the same time. Like, because they're secretly on a date or whatever the fuck, or they secretly on vacation. Who would be this dumb? I said, yeah, like, idols are stupid. So that's what happened today to have me giggling. Because I'm like, it's obviously that she was never with JK. She probably had maybe met him once or twice at a party somewhere and posted some shit on the internet, and he probably posted some shit and they just happened to went to the same museum or restaurant or something within a week of each other. And so the lesson is that all of these rumors you hear about people dating people, it's not true. Like 9 times out of 10, it really is not true. And so I feel bad about sometimes these people are unintended victims that they ain't did nothing. And then all suddenly a dating rumor can like ruin their whole life and have people harassing them and following them and death threats and we're going to kill you, bitch, and all this kind of, then they got to shut down. And then they have I tell y'all, people have real lives and real relationships that fandoms are out here ruining. So this poor lady probably explained to her man over and over again that she is not with JK. And then again, would your man believe you? Because, you be like, baby, I swear. And then he looking at you like, right, like, who wouldn't want to be with JK? So you be like, are you sure you're not with JK? Because they keep bringing it up and you're like, oh my God. No, I posted we were at the same restaurant the day. Look, honey, I'm not cheating on you with JK. Because what man in their right mind is really going to believe you're not cheating with JK? 9 times out of 10, most dudes will be like, yeah, but it's Jungkook though. Like most people be like, yeah, but your name keeps getting brought up and her name keeps getting brought up over and over again. And it turns out but you're ruining people's lives and relationships. And just to think the fights that you may potentially have or how suspicions, they may look at you like, well, are you? And then you be like, well, I don't know if I really believe them that they're not dating JK. I don't know if I really believe her or not. And so people have real relationships and real lives, and dating rumors not only just ruin the idol, but then also the other person that they're saying that they're with, because they may not be even with this person, but the people in the fandom still keeps going on and on and on about it. And so this poor lady, people kept going on and on and on about it for, they said 2 or 3 years now. And they may have hooked up and went on a few dates a long time ago, but it's doubtful now that she's been, because again, it's been rumored from what I heard that she never dated JK. And I didn't think she did either, because I was like, I ain't heard about that one. But she obviously never dated JK or had anything, and that fans were just playing Blue's Clues and I Spy with my little eye, that game that people try to play, trying to connect the dots on social media. And it's just sad because, I would hate to see anyone's life get ruined because of that. And then the other thing I want to talk about is Sserafim. Have you guys heard the new song by Sserafim? What is it called? Celebration or Celebratory or... I said celebratory or celebration or let's hang out or celebration, celebratory. You did not care for it? Celebration. Okay, so it just dropped. They coming out with the out. Maybe her boyfriend was proud his girlfriend was so cute. Yeah, well, his girlfriend, she's a supermodel. So yeah, I don't know I don't know proud would be the word. I would be throwing her a side eye because she's like a supermodel, and so yeah, you would think like she probably really is with JK. Like, damn, they probably are together. Like, if I was dating a guy who was a supermodel and he was a good looking guy and he was rumored to be with like Jennie from Blackpink, why in the hell would I ever think that he wasn't with Jennie with Blackpink? Hell, I would want to be with Jennie with Blackpink. I wouldn't even be mad at him. I'd be like, well, tell Jennie I said hello. Could you tell Jennie I said hi? Just tell her, just get her autograph. Look, I'm like, look, honey, let's just be honest. I'm gonna really need you to lay that pipe because I need some tickets. Like, I hear Jennie doing a festival this summer. So, honey, I'm gonna need you to get some free tickets. I'm gonna need you to tell Jennie I say hi. I'll be like, can you have her sign something for me? I'm like, here, I got some memorabilia. I need you to look, I need her to sign this album. Could you get her to sign the album? Just get her to sign the album. Like, honey, I'm not with Jennie. Look, it's fine. Here, can you just have her sign it when you see her? I tell her I love her. Tell her slay queen slay. Like, just tell her I'm a big fan. Like, honey, just tell her. Just tell her, now go on, now go on. Like, I wouldn't even question that. I would be like, of course, like, you're good looking. Jennie's good looking. Why wouldn't you? Like, I would too, honey. It's fine. I'm willing to share you with Jennie Kim. I'm willing to share. I'm like, it's fine. Tell Jennie I said hi. Just say, hey, girl. I'm like, hey, Jennie. And then, like, Jennie would be calling late at night. I'd be like, is that Jennie on the phone? I'm like, let me talk to her. Can you get her to talk? Let me talk to her real quick. Is that her? Hey, Jennie, girl, what you doing? Oh, girl. I'll be over there talking to Jennie like we besties. Girl, what you doing, girl? I don't know, girl. What you up to this weekend? He'd be like, what y'all doing? I'm like, look, I wouldn't even get mad. It wouldn't be no reason for me to even get mad about that, but so I can understand. But anyway, back to Sserafim. They have a song called Celebration. Some of you guys are saying that you do not care for it. Jen say, stop it. Yeah, I'm like, let me holler at Jennie real quick. I'm like, hey, Jennie, girl. I'll be trying to shoot my shot. I'm like, well, it is Jennie. So yes, I have some really interesting things about Sserafim. As you guys know, I liked Sserafim in the beginning when they came out with when they first debuted and they came out with their mini album. This song came out and a lot of the Fear Nots, which is naming their fandom, has not liked this song. This song has not gone over well. I don't know how well this song is going to sell because it just came out. We'll see how it does on the charts. But I don't know. This song has garnered lots of mixed reaction from the fandom. So if you have not heard this song, I would suggest you go watch the music video. To me, this music video, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know what they're doing with Sserafim right now because I just don't know. Like, I feel like this music video. I watched the music video and I'm like, huh? I'm like, what is going on? I was confused about this whole entire music video. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know there was zombies. There was some. I was like, who is this? The Frankenstein? Is this The Walking Dead? Shelly Thompson said, dull, drab, cookie cutter, repeat. Yeah, yeah. They said the new album is going to be more personal. I hope so because with this song, Celebration, baby, I'm like Sserafim, baby girls. This is not it. This is not it, y'all. This is just not it. This, I don't know what happened to Sserafim. They started out as the gate swinging. The Sserafim started out the gate swinging. Whoever was doing their music cranked down some bangers. So I don't know if they've changed producers. I don't know. But they cranked out some bangers in the beginning of their career. And I was like, I thought Sserafim was going to be my new Blackpink. what, baby, I was convinced. I was like, this is the new Blackpink right here. These girls cranking out bangers. And then once they got away from that, and then they totally changed their musical style. And so when they came out with that hot album, they're like, I'm burning hot. Like it wasn't too bad. It was a successful song. But then once they got away from that and get the last couple of albums, like I didn't like this spaghetti song, Eat It Up, Eat It Up. Thank you, J-Hope. I did not like that song, and I do not like this celebration song. This celebration song sounds like, I don't know, some EDM throwback from the 1990s. The music video, I didn't understand the concept. I didn't understand the creative direction. I don't get it. Maybe they're doing, I don't know, maybe it's over my head. So maybe you guys can explain. I don't get it. You hated the song. They're following XG's dark demonic visuals. Yeah, I did watch the teaser trailer and I was very confused. I watched the teaser trailer twice and I was like, am I high? Am I drunk? Like, have I been drinking too much? Like, I don't know. I had a couple of shots, so I was like, I must be drinking too much. And so I was like, maybe the shots is hitting me real good because I didn't understand that teaser trailer. So I went back and watched it the next day and I was like, no, I'm sober. I still don't get it. So I was confused, thoroughly confused. I agree. It does. It feels like a huge step backwards in their musicality. This is like the celebration song is like a song that would come out for a new group and also for a new group that is a lot younger. Like I can understand like a new group that just came out and this is like on their debut album and they like 16, 17, 18, like young girls. This celebration song is too young. It sounds like an old throwback song. And then the creative concept that they're trying to do, like horror, this would have been good if the album was coming out like in October, like around Halloween. This would fit great. I think it would have went over better if this was kind of like a October horror thing. But this coming out in May, or April, May, I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, what is happening with them? Like, who was like, yeah, let's throw some zombies and some monsters in it? And I just like, and then it just, again, I could see, Islet doing something like that would fit them better. I could see maybe Baby Monster doing a song like this. But Le Sserafim have been around like what, 4 or 5 years now? It's like, okay, y'all, like this, all the girl groups is duds, girl. I'm with you, I just like the music video, Shelly. It wasn't even done good. I was like, this is kind of corny. I was like, this shit is corny. It's corny to me. It's very corny. I mean, I watched the music video and I was like, I felt like I was watching like a Scooby-Doo cartoon come to life. That's the best way I can describe it. I was like, did he scare you at midnight when you watch? Oh, you talking about the teaser? Oh yeah, the teaser trailer was just weird. Like it was just weird. I was like, what? I was like, who is having a fever dream? I didn't know. So I was drunk. I didn't know what was happening. The teaser was so confusing. I was like, so we're going for a horror theme? If you're gonna go for a horror theme, at least have it done right. And again, to me, if you're gonna do a horror theme, why can't it be like around like the fall, like August, like around? To me, like the teaser trailer don't even fit the music video. So am I the only person that watched the teaser and was like, okay, we're doing something darker? And then I watched Celebration and I'm like, what? I'm like, what just happened? Like, wait a minute, the teaser is like dark and kind of creepy. And then I see Celebration and it's like it's a Scooby-Doo cartoon. I was like, what? I said, this is just like two different. I'm like, what kind of schizophrenia is this? I'm like, wait a minute. I'm expecting Celebration to be like dark and then the music hit and I'm like, and then the dude took off his mask and he's running from them and then the camera and then they speed up and I said, oh, this is Scooby-Doo. I'm like, Scooby-Doo, where are you? I'm just like, what is, I'm glad I'm not the only person confused. I was like, now it's a Scooby-Doo episode? I was like, where's Shag and Scoob at and all the rest of the game? Where's Velma at? I was like, which one is Velma? Because I was like, how you gonna celebrate what the devil? I don't know what they were celebrating. And then like they chasing the dude and he's running from them, and then the dancing, and then the dancer was like, what bitch? And I was like, oh hell. Oh my God. I was like, what is with this? I'm watching the dancing going, where am I confused? Is that what it was? They was trying to capture his soul. I didn't understand the whole point of the video. I was like, are they chasing after him? They trying to kill him? Or then they was inviting him to a party? Which one was it? Pick a struggle, you know? And then the dancing, and they are good dancers. Maybe they try to get in this shit. I don't know what they was trying to do with the dude. But the dude was scared, and I was like, why is he running from him? I did not understand the dance. It was like, celebrate. I was like, dun, 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 dun. I didn't know what, I was just a thriller. What was happening? I was like, is this thriller? I was like, dum dum, chicka 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 dum dum, chicka 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 dum dum, chicka 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 dum dum. It's the thriller. I was like, celebrate, woo! I was like, dum dum, oh. I was like, okay. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, thriller? I was like, what? I was so confused. Like, I watched the video like 3 times going, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe okay. And then they performed on the music bank shows and girl. So y'all pray for the Sserafim. Again, I don't know if they got, I don't know what to think, because I honestly feel like they got a new creative director. Yeah. Okay. I'll be cracking up watching these videos. I don't know if Sserafim got a new creative director and somebody different producing their music. I'm going to have to look into it more. But I feel like something has happened. Like, I don't know. I can't explain it, but I feel like something has happened. I don't know who their new creative director is. I can understand doing new things, but the execution is bad. It's confusing. It doesn't make any sense. The song is trash. And I'm just like, the song just sounds old and it's weird. It's weird. It's creepy. I like a little bit of creepy, but I like it if it's done right. But this here, I was like, and then even I was like, okay, well, maybe the choreography is gonna be good. Even the choreo, I'm like, and then the thing about this, Sserafim is so much better than this. They started out like, I don't think I've ever been disappointed in a group since Blackpink Deadline album. I think like I want to hear what the rest of the album was going to sound like, of course, but this is not it. This is just not it, ladies. I'm like, Sserafim used to be cool, and remember they talking about unforgiving, I'm a giving from the unforgiving girls. Remember they was talking about unforgiving? Baby, I was like, what happened to that energy? We went from Unforgiven, which is a really good produced song, to this song that sound like AI made the song. I was like, did AI make this song? Who made this song? And the song is really, really short. Did anybody notice how short this song is? This song, I was like, okay, I was just getting into it, and it ended. I was like, we done? The song's over. Oh, okay. Like, the song was literally like 2 minutes. Like, I was like, oh, okay. I kind of like, oh, okay. Oh, all right. I was like, oh, I'm over it. It was literally like 2 minutes. And so I didn't understand why the song was so short. The song to me sounded unfinished. Like, am I the only person? That's why I said, I got to get on live stream, because am I the only person think this song sounds unfinished? Like, it just sounds like they didn't mix it correctly, or they didn't finish it. I'm not not really sure what's going on here. It just doesn't sound like a complete song to me. I don't know. Like I said, did AI make? I ain't trying to be funny though, for real, y'all. But I'm like, did AI make this song? Because, and then some of the Blackpink fans were saying that the music video reminded them of Jump by Blackpink. And I kind of see it, but didn't know, not really. And so Celebration and Jump, they kind of like on the same wavelength, but not enough to be like it's plagiarism. You know, they going over to the dark side. They going to something. It was 2, you said it's 2 minutes too long. Y'all talking about a minute 20 would have been good. I think it's more about messaging and music the song made for the video rather than maybe too. Maybe they made the song for the video. That's never, and let me tell you, that is never a good way to go. It is never a good way to go to craft music for music videos only. That, oh, we got this whole lore and this whole narrative, so we're gonna think of titles and songs that go. But I was saying this song don't even fit nothing about the narrative. Like this song don't even fit the music video really. And I'm like, this song don't really make any sense. I said, this don't fit the music video. This doesn't fit the teaser. I didn't like, it's so bad. I didn't even like their outfits in the music video. Like I didn't even like how they were styled. And I'm like, I don't even like I didn't like their hair. I didn't like the way their makeup looked. I was like, to me, I didn't even recognize them. I was like, who is this? I'm like, video killed the radio star. It did something. It sounds like they were already on the dark side with this song called I like Unforgiven. I'm gonna give it like Sserafim started out as like, you know, queens and like, you know, confident women and, you know, in kind of like a clubhouse kind of like, but it was sophisticated. This song here ain't nothing like the stuff that they came out with in the beginning. The stuff that they came out with in the beginning was grown folks music. This Celebration sounds like a little kid song. I'm sorry. It sounds like it should be on like a Velveeta shells and cheese commercial. Like we're celebrating mac and cheese. Or we celebrate, I don't know, some Oreo cookies. I don't know, it sounds like a commercial. Like that's what it sounds like, a commercial. Like, you know, I think that like there should be some sort of product placement in this song. Because it doesn't sound like a real song to me. So again, I hate to drag the Sserafim because I know it's not their fault. But I'm gonna do some more digging around because I need to find out who's to blame for this monstrosity. Who is making their music now? Because the person that started out making their music, this is not the same person. These are some other folks. So I gotta look around, look on some credits and stuff, and see who the creative director is. It because ain't nobody can convince me this is the same person that started out in their career. Something has changed. And after they did that spaghetti song, I was like, eat it up. I was like, ladies, time out. They did that spaghetti song. I gave them one. I said, okay, I'll let y'all have that one because it sounded like something for Cat's Eye. And I let them have that one. So I'm thinking, okay, the next time they're going to bounce back and we going to get back on track. No, they did spaghetti and they had success with spaghetti. So it just seems like they're like, okay, well, let's just go down this road of catchy earworm. It sounds like a commercial jingle. We selling Oreos music. You know, I just don't understand this. You know, it sounds like a video you make on a walk of shame. Yeah, so like you finna go hit the Waffle House for you do it sound like something you would hear, yeah, like a kids bop version of K-pop. It does sound a very young kids bop version of K-pop. It does. It doesn't sound like in a complete and the Sserafim are like in their 20s, right? Like they like 25, 26. They're not little kids anymore. So again, like I said, Baby Monster, Island, I could see them do. I could even see Cat's Eye doing something like. So I don't know. Some people are saying online that Sserafim is going down the Cat's Eye train of making like kitschy, kind of like, you know, gnarly and internet girl. And I look, one Cat's Eye is enough for me. It's enough for me. One Cat's Eye. I don't need Sserafim to be Cat's Eye 2.0. I need Cat's Eye to be, this sounds like a song for Cat's Eye. Like that's what it, It sounds like, or somebody a younger group. But Le Sserafim is in their 20s. So I don't like it. Like I said, to see them dressed up in the outfits, I don't even like the outfits. Every time we give live, this world pulse shows up with WTF. So yeah, I don't know what the Seraphim. I just, and then the way the music video is, and them like, heading some lettuce, and it's very cat's eye-ish. We don't even need a cat's eye. My daughter hates K-pop, but her friends like cat's eye. Like cat's eye is for like the 12 and the 13, the little kids. But yes, that's what they're doing. They're doing like kind of like a cat's eye kind of thing. And then, like I said, even the dancing wasn't that good. I was like, damn, at least nail the dance move. And I'm not saying that they dance bad, but I'm just saying that the choreography is kind of boring. It was kind of like, okay, and kind of weird. So I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I know. I understand that some of y'all don't like Cat's Eye, but Cat's Eye is really for the little kids. It's for the little ones. They say it says the song is about embracing personal growth and overcoming fears. I don't know. I didn't hear that in 2 minutes. Maybe I need to look at the lyrics. I think I'm gonna read the lyrics in English tonight and try to figure out what they're talking about. Come celebrate, come celebrate. Oh, like if all I heard was come celebrate, celebrate. Oh, and then I heard some other stuff, and then come celebrate. So I was like, okay, we're celebrating. I just, what's been happening between Adore and Danielle? Joy Yi, I will be doing a video this week where I will be doing all of the updates on Adore and Danielle and the members of New Jeans. There's been lots of updates, but this has been it was a very busy week in K-pop. But I will be doing a video that I will be releasing, I think Monday or Tuesday. We'll see how it goes. But I will be giving all the Adore and updates. But yes, there's been things going on. There's been sightings. Nobody's seen Minji. She's MIA. And Adore is having to change their legal counsel. Like there's some things that have been going on. And so I'm going to do a whole video where I'll just go over all the updates. There you go. They should have heeded the fear that they had. Did they have fear about releasing this song? Have I heard anything about EXO? What, the EXO, they're on tour right now. I think they're in Vietnam. EXO, they're on tour. No problem. Yeah, so look for my video, giving you guys all the tea and the updates on Adore. I will throw some tea because I've been hearing some things too. But EXO, they're on tour. They're having a good time on tour, apparently. EXO are. I think last time I heard they're in Vietnam. That's all I know about EXO. Nobody's been dragging them again for their vocals. They were trying to drag them last week for their vocals. Told me they should have. Like I said, I'm gonna read Le Sserafim. I don't want to give up on them yet because I do like them, but what happened to Moon, baby? You're driving me crazy. Get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, boom, boom. Oh, I wish for what's forbidden. What happened to that? Get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, boom, boom. Like that was my ringtone for like 4 months. Like I was like, what? What happened to those bangers? Smarter, baby, smarter. Smarter, baby, smarter. Come on, Le Sserafim. Come on. Like, come on, man. Easy is still one of my top 20 favorite songs of K-pop ever. I listened to Easy the other day. I was so upset about this song. I was like, I watched that teaser and I was like, let me just go watch Easy. Because I have to reminisce on my girls. I was like, let me just go back. Let me just go back and watch Easy. Like, let me just go back and watch Smarter. Smarter, baby, smarter. As I sit there and cry my water. Smarter, baby, smarter. I'm like, what happened, ladies? I'm like, what? How y'all go from that to celebrate, come celebrate? Wow. No, I don't want to celebrate the Sserafim. No, I don't. I don't. I want you to go back to making good music and bangers like you used to be. Like this, I'm behind them though. And then I'm waiting for Islet to do their thing too. I have not heard. I don't know if they have a teaser or anything, but Islet's supposed to be coming out with a new album as well. And I like their last album. The last mini album that Islet came out with was good, but I just think that I'm not cute anymore. Was a real big hit, and I like that. I thought it was a cute song the first time I heard it. I was like, that's a cute song. But I'm anxious to see that Islet, at least Islet is consistent in their style. So, but the Seraphim is just all over the place. You have a question for a long time as Bunnies and Hee-jin claimed that HYBE and Bang PD tried to sabotage New Jeans and try to replace New Jeans with Islet. So my question is no. Wait, hold on. Is this happened before? Has this practice seen before? No. New Jeans. What happened with New Jeans is that Min Hee-jin unfortunately influenced the New Jeans girls, and basically they started to believe their own ego. Basically, that's what a lot of things. And I think, and I've always said it before, even though people are now starting to realize it now, New Jeans' parents had a big hand in their demise. And I think that people don't want to bring it up. People don't want to face it. But in my opinion, I've been saying it since day one, that people want to blame Min Hee-jin. Yes, she is to blame. But their parents had a lot to do with this. And people starting to see by the things that have come out in the past few months, how their parents have had a hand in this. And I think that their parents and Min Hee-jin, these are young women. They're young ladies. So they're young. And I think that the parents and Min Hee-jin pretty much brainwashed New Jeans into believing that they were being mistreated and believe that they were in all these other things. And none of these things were going on. They just felt like that way because Min Hee-jin was, and their parents were manipulating them because Min Hee-jin wanted to start her own agency. She wanted to get a door away from HYBE and take New Jeans with her so she could build up her little empire or whatever. And it backfired on Min Hee-jin, and now it's backfired on New Jeans members horribly. So now they have to pick up the pieces of what's happening. And no company is going to invest millions of dollars in artists and in a group just to sabotage them. They're there to make money. New Jeans was there to bring in money and be like the premier girl group of HYBE. And for New Jeans to turn out like this, Adore has lost lots of money. Besides just paying for a lawyer, they have lost a lot of money because New Jeans could be making music right now and making money. And they're not. And I understand that they're ramping up to things, and I'll talk about it in my video. But this whole time, this whole year and a half of them not doing anything, Adore is losing money. Time is money. And so no company is going to sabotage their own group because they've invested like millions of dollars in New Jeans. And for it to end this way is no win for anybody. The only person who's kind of won in this, and I said it before, was Min Hee-jin. She is the only person so far, unless she gets sued into oblivion, that has actually made anything out of this situation. The New Jeans girls are not making music. They're not making money. Danielle ain't making no money. Min Hee-jin won her stock options case. She started a new agency and she's doing auditions for a boy group. So there you go. I blame their parents. Their parents had a hand in this and thinking that they would go along with what Min Hee-jin had to do. Unfortunately, at their daughter's expense. But if I cared about my child, I wouldn't have done what these parents did. If they truly cared about their child, I couldn't see any, I thought about this a lot over the past year and a half because I was like, what if I was a parent and been in this situation? There is no way in God's green earth I would have did what they did. I wouldn't have ruined my child's career. I would have stuck with HYBE as much as I could because, again, being with HYBE is different than being with any other agencies. We talked about earlier about Pocket Doll and about 100 and the situations that they're having with their artists who are owed money, who they're in breach of contract, who they're starving their artists and all of that. None of that happened to New Jeans. They weren't being starved. They weren't being overworked. They were living in a fancy new dorm. They pretty much had it good. And I think that it's a situation where people don't really understand how good they had it until it's gone. Now, since they're not doing anything, I think it's starting to sink into them. Okay, wait a minute. We're not making music. We're losing money. So we need to do something, You would think that the parents would intervene. You were disappointed in them. I wasn't, because I knew the parent. I knew from the beginning. I was like, no, this sounds like the parents are encouraged. They're aware of this and they're on board with all of this. It is greed. That is how greed works. And I think that the parents were very greedy. And again, people talk about in America having showbiz parents. It happens in South Korea a lot. There are a lot of parents out there in South Korea that are exploiting their children. And it happens over here and it happens in South Korea as well. So people talk about parents here having stage parents. It's in South Korea, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that are willing to do anything to have their kids in the entertainment industry. They're willing to sacrifice anything. How New Jeans got treated, Bunny's claim, it's because Min Hee-jin manipulated the parents and the fandom as well. And so, although I think the fandom is not as big as people try to make them out to be, I think it's a lot of HYBE haters. And I said that before. I said the same thing about Cat's Eye and Hyping and New Jeans, and I will stick to it to the day that I die. All the things that I read and see, a lot of this stuff about New Jeans, about Evan, about Mano is HYBE haters. All of this stuff is not people who are not even fans of these groups. It is basically HYBE haters coming to dogpile on HYBE. Because if people really cared about the artists, they would go after these agencies that are really, really hurting artists, and people don't. People go after HYBE groups and what HYBE do because they hate HYBE and they hate BTS and they hate Bang PD because they hate BTS and BTS's success. So a lot of times people get online and they pretend to be bunnies and they pretend to be icons and they pretend to be engines and all this stuff. And when you look at their profiles and go back and look at their posts, you realize that they're blinks, they're stays, there's something, they're in completely different fandoms. They just want to hop on the HYBE hate train and they're not real fans. They just hate HYBE. That's it. And so I see it all the time. Anytime something comes up, here come all these people with their grandstanding and they're, we're just here for the artist. And, and then you find out when you look at their profiles, they're not really fans. They're like, you're not fans of this group. Like, wait a minute. You're not even in the fandom. They're just HYBE haters, Bang PD and his charges, I think they want to arrest him, but I think that Bang PD, they will file charges against him. I think they will. I think he will have his day in court. I don't think the charges are going to be dropped, even though some people are lying and saying that the charges. I don't think the charges are going to be dropped. I think they're gonna try to do everything to find Bang PD guilty of something. I don't care if they got to make it up. He kicked a puppy, whatever. I think they're gonna make up something. If they can't find something, baby, they ain't gonna make up something. They're gonna be like, he ran over somebody 20 years ago. He, stubbed his toe and said the F word and broke something. Like, I think they're gonna figure out something to try to nail him to. Now, it may be lesser charges than what people think it is, but they may downgrade the charges a little bit, maybe to a little bit of tampering, financial tampering instead of just IPO fraud. They may downgrade the charge a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they downgrade it, but they're going to find something. They have to find, after all this investigation, all this money, all this time, they are like, we're in too deep. Like, we can't just let him go and dismiss the charges. We've spent too much money. We've dedicated too many investigators. So they're like, well, we got to find him guilty of something. Well, we'll just do a lesser charge. they're going to throw something at him because they want to show that they are actually competent as police people, even though we know they're not. I saw that. But I think they're going to do something. Yeah, that's the reason why they're hanging on this investigation, because they feel like we didn't invest all this time and money, and the public is going to get angry if we don't come back with something. So they're going to try to find something to throw at him. And whether he's going to be guilty or not, I don't know. That's up to the courts. But I think the Seoul police are hell-bent on charging Bang PD with something. As to why, I've had people ask me, well, why are they doing this? I have heard many theories, but I don't know what to believe. I honestly can say I don't know what to believe. Like, I just don't, I don't know what to believe. I really don't. I don't know why they are so obsessed with doing this. Some people blame Min Hee-jin. Some people blame the government. Some people blame the other labels. Some people blame, a lot of things. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really just don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that it is just curious to me that they are really determined to get him with something. And I just don't understand why. I was like, why are we doing this? And every scenario that people bring up and offer to me all sounds reasonable. I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. But I don't know if maybe it's a combination of different things. Maybe it's one or two. Maybe it's all of them. I don't know. But to me, this is a lot of work and a lot of money spent investigating HYBE and this man. And to me, if they had something, they would have been charged. They would have been charged him by now and gotten it over with. So I just think that, like, I don't think they have a lot of evidence. I don't know what the South, I don't understand it either. I told y'all before, I don't understand this aspect of Korean culture. As much as I talk to Koreans and they try to explain it to me, I don't agree with it and I don't understand it. I don't understand, considering the billions of dollars that BTS has given to the South Korean government and economy. They wouldn't even have, their tourism has grown exponentially, tripled, quadrupled in the past 5 years since BTS got popular. Like, they owe almost damn near half of their economy to BTS. Why they are hell-bent on destroying BTS, I said it before, I have no idea why this is a thing. Why this is such a notion in the South Korean media, the government, some of the population. A lot of the population truly do love BTS, y'all. I'm not going to sit there and say that everybody hates me. No. The population, the people who are just casual fans or know BTS, they don't have any ill will. The K-pop fans, yeah, the Korean K-pop netizens, yeah, there's a really irrational hatred that I'm telling y'all, I don't understand it. To me, the K-pop industry, even if I wasn't a fan of BTS, and I didn't used to be, I understood, with being a fan of ATEEZ and TXT and other groups, I understood that everything's a ride. What is a sinking ship is a ride. Like, everything rises everybody up to it. I understood that if BTS was popular, then that was going to push K-pop further. I understood that. I don't understand why people don't understand that. That's what kicks me in the teeth all the time. I'm like, why don't y'all understand that if BTS does well, everybody eats? Everybody eats good. If you can't get to that BTS concert, boom. You can go to TXT, Stray Kids, ATEEZ, 17, whatever groups that are going to be coming out, EXO. People in the industry understand that. When BTS do good, everybody does good. So why can't K-pop fans understand that? You preaching to the choir. I'm not one of those. I just don't understand why there is such a level of vitriol. Oh, because HYBE is not a chaebol? Yeah, I agree to some of that too. I love South Korea. I love the culture. I love the people. I love it. I love it. I really do. But there's some aspects of the culture I find very toxic. You know, I find very, very, very toxic. You know, there's just things that people try to help me understand. But then I still be like, well, what about this and what about that? And they don't really have any answer to it. People, the only answer I get is, well, that's just how things are here. Okay, but do y'all not understand this is not logical? It's not rational. It doesn't make any sense. Well, yeah, but just, it's cultural. And then the things that they tell me they're cultural, they're not cultural. They're not. They're not things that's been around for hundreds of years. It's not. It's things that have been around in the K-pop industry that is allowed to fester in the past 20 years. It's not something that's been around forever, and it's part of Korea's culture. No, it's just things that y'all have let people get away with in K-pop. And again, I would think, like I said before, with all the money that K-pop brings in and all the money that BTS bring in, you would think that people would be a bit more, especially the fandoms, more appreciative of what BTS brings to the table for all of them. And that, like, none of these groups would be out here touring internationally if it wasn't for BTS breaking down walls in the North American market. It just wouldn't be. Nobody, people try to argue me that is, their arguments make no damn sense. The proof is in the numbers. If you see the level of touring in North America and the money they were making before BTS hit it big, and then afterwards, it's evidence. It's like, okay, there's a BTS effect here. The BTS effect is real. BTS Army, their fandom is real. Like, and then people are mad at armies all the time because armies are the biggest fandom that K-pop has. And, it, like, the hatred kind of rolls on the army too, because they low-key jealous of army too, to be honest with you. Like, they low-key jealous of how army organizes things and how army does things. And they mad because they don't have the reach that army does internationally, and they don't have the power that army does. And so they just jealous. Oh, here comes Jennifer. Jennifer, what are you doing? Are you here to tell me to go to bed? Jennifer here to tell me to go to bed. Here comes Jennifer. It's going on midnight. Look, here comes Jennifer. I told Jennifer to come in here like, mama, like, it's almost midnight. You need to get off this live stream. You go your ass to bed right now. You see, Jennifer, I ain't got no curtain. You see all the stuff is off my wall. Look at that. Jennifer, is it raining over there by you? It's like storming over here. Yes. See all the stuff that I took down, Jennifer? I've been working hard, girl, trying to get this house together. I've been working hard. My walls are naked, girl. Don't look at it. Don't look at the walls. Don't look at it. They naked. Don't look at it. It's obscene. I even took my curtains down. I don't want anybody peeking in my window. Hey, say hi to my neighbors. I want to see Jackson. No rain. It's thundering over here. Is it raining in here? I want to see Jackson Wang before I go to bed. Lord, knowing me, I need to eat something before I go to bed. Now look, Jennifer. Now look. Do you appreciate the walls of natural form? I do. I like a natural aesthetic. Although I hate how just really obscenely white my walls are. Obscenely white. I gotta eat something, y'all. I really do. I ate earlier today. I think that was around, I don't know, that was around like 2 p.m. maybe. I don't know, Nope, no rain, just thunder. I hear thunder in the distance too. I hear thunder in the distance. Let me sing for y'all. But yeah, I need to eat something. I had a hamburger patty today. Let's see. What did I eat today? I had a hamburger patty. It was around like 3 o'clock. I had a hamburger patty at 3 o'clock. I also had some sunflower seeds. Yeah, my plain house. You can't wait for the new one. I can't wait for the new one either. Girl, I'm tired of dealing with these white tile ass Formica floor. Yep, and I got to take down everything else. I've packed a lot of things, Jennifer. Like, my closet is packed, my bathroom is packed. I just have to get the kids in gear because the kids be like, "Oh, we're packing," and then they're not. They're not. But I'm gonna try to pack some tonight, y'all. I'm gonna try, but I don't know. I might just relax. And I've been watching Run BTS episodes again because I like watching the old Run BTS episodes because You know, it's a fun time. I like the new Jennifer. Have you seen the new BTS? You still got a whole month. My blood sugar is low. That's always. I think my blood sugar stay low. I don't eat a lot, so Jennifer, have you seen Jennifer? Have you seen Run BTS? I know I need. Oh, you have not. Less packing and more feeding yourself. I feel like I can do maybe both. I don't know. We're gonna see. I don't think I have anything else to pack up in here. No. But the living room is my next thing to tackle. I think the living room is yeah. Yeah. I think I'm good in here. I just got all the necessities out. I got all the necessities. But anyway, I'm fixing to go and get me something to eat, you guys. I actually made me a little post live stream snack. So I have a post live stream snack. I have some cheese cubes and some ham already ready for me. It's more echoey. I know, isn't it? Hello, 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 hello. I know it's very echoey in here since I ain't got nothing. But yes, I have a post live stream meal, which is going to be some cubes of cheese and some ham cubes. There you go, Jennifer. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, you guys. I eat like a toddler. You always say I eat like a toddler. Girl, you know how my stomach been tore up lately too, so my stomach's not been feeling good. So, but anyway, y'all, I'm fixing to go to bed. I do eat like a toddler. Jennifer, I thought you would be in bed too. Why are you not in bed? Wait, hold up. Why are you not in bed? Jennifer, you up in here talking about me. Girl, you should be in bed too. But grazing is valid. See, it's valid. Look, Jennifer, like, I'm always up till midnight. Girl, that's true. Anyway, I'll probably be up till like 3 a.m. I'll probably find something else to do. I'll probably find something. I gotta be productive, y'all. I gotta be productive. But anyway, y'all, thanks everybody for being here. I was on here a lot longer than I thought. But anyway, y'all, until next week. See y'all next week. I'm gonna eat. You guys go get something to eat. Anyway, bye.